Well, good morning, half a day, and hooky in. It's time for more Agatha Christie Hercule Poirot, the first cases. I took a nice mental day yesterday, and I'm feeling better. Anyway, as always, we check out the options, make sure they're good. Language subtitles, yes. Quality, perfect. Deduction hints, perfect. Highlight any piece of evidence with an objective and view more detailed, but look out for extra stuff. And I found out there's like 9-10 chapters for this game, so much longer than the game we did the other day. Morning, Diggins. Hello, Hakeem. How are you doing? Uh-oh. Shootout. The young officer involved defied orders and acted with no thought of the consequences. Wait! Is Poirot the young officer? Promise to be credible and fair. Okay, we're learning a bit about him. I see. So I have murdered somebody. You're okay? Just another Monday at work? Well, I hope you have a wonderful Monday at your job. Lord knows mine was a little stressful today. Oh, God. Guessing this is our famous detective when he's young. Hence, first cases.
Oh, thank goodness. Officer, please, come quickly.
Oh, God, all right.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. How can I...
It has become a madhouse. Madame has been shouting and cursing all morning. I've never seen her so angry. But what great luck to happen upon you.
So Powered got released 1 week ago. 1 week and a day ago, and I put in 90 hours already. Oh, I bet you're having a great time with that game, then. The hours clearly show it.
Please, try to remain calm. First, may I ask your name?
We don't have time for that. Please, hurry.
Off we go. Ooh, lovely house. That window's open. Prologue. The bracelet?
Mademoiselle, now we are here, I must insist on your name before I can continue any further. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
Hercule Poirot. Poirot.
I am Elizabeth, but it is the maidservant that we must consider. Forgive me, officer, but are you new to the area?
I stand out so obviously.
I mean no offense, only I have not seen you before. This is a small town, and you learn everyone's faces very quickly.
Very observant of you, mademoiselle. I was recently posted here from the city, and a good thing I'm here now. Let us get to the bottom of this madness you speak of.
Oh, talking to the characters is essential when gathering evidence. Basic questions are flagged with that icon. Use on the question to pose it to Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
There has been a theft at the house.
Well, that's not good.
Then I am exactly where I should be, n'est-ce pas?
Use to move your desired topic. Try asking more until you have all that you need. Does the house have any suspicious items?
It is only one of Mademoiselle Angeline's most valuable bracelets, taken from her room.
Then its safe return is of the utmost importance.
Madame Van den Bosch, the lady of the house, believes Fleurette is behind it.
Doubt, or you have an alternate suspect?
Mademoiselle Angeline thinks that someone has broken in and taken it. This seems more plausible to me.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your
All right.
assistance has been invaluable.
Listen away, Diggins. I hope work treats you well and you'll be feeling better. Ooh. Investigate the grounds for evidence of an intrusion. Mademoiselle Elizabeth believes a burglary is behind the bracelet's disappearance. If that is the case, there will no doubt be sign of intrusion in the grounds. Whenever Poirot uncovers an interesting area of investigation, an objective is launched. Here you can see all the evidence related to your very first objective using the mouse wheel, or just mouse. To move your cursor, try highlighting each piece of evidence to see Poirot's interpretation of them. Alright. She appears all a-flustered, yet still acts in a cordial, respectful manner. So now, if you see such crimes committed here, this could be my chance to solve a real case. If it's such a beloved piece, it must be worth a great deal. Seems to be conflicting ideas of who is behind the missing bracelet. It's important to pay attention to all the information given for each piece of evidence. This will become more vital as you start making deductions. For now, press return to the scene. It's time to find some more evidence. Elizabeth mentioned an intruder, so let's start with the gravel path. Using to explore, interact, try finding clues they may have left on the path itself. You can use to zoom in out as you explore. Wee. Wee.
Huh.
Oh, he's not gonna say it? While two sets lead away from the house, only one muddy set returns, rather hastily it seems. Every inspection you make adds evidence to the appropriate place. Press R to view your active objectives. You can do this anytime as you explore each scene. Just tap R, see what happens. Your objective. View the mind map. Oh. While two sets lead away, so pretty much what I just found. This is the only part of the picture. You'll need to explore more of the garden to find out the true nature of what happened. Press to backtrack and return to the scene. Wonderful. Alright. I can wasada. Next, try searching the garden lawn. There must be something here that helps explain the muddy footprints. I mean, the waterlogged path. Yeah. This morning's shower must have been heavier than I thought. An intruder stepping here would surely leave evidence elsewhere. You now have enough evidence to make your first deduction. Access it by pushing R. Open your current objective. Notice that the chain icon has been updated. This number will increase as you find enough evidence to make more deductions. Begin by highlighting the waterlogged patch. Notice that Poirot has posted a question as part of this interpretation of the waterlogged patch. Let's help him resolve this by providing an answer. Use to evidence to start linking. Okay, so it's chain link. Next, use to highlight the muddy. Notice Poirot's interpretation as you do and press to complete. Oh.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Why does he sound so far away? New conversation unlocked. It seems the muddy footprints are the result of earlier rain. Well done, you just made your first deduction. Linking evidence gives you new evidence to use in your investigation. In this case, you've also unlocked a new action, as represented by the talking icon. Press return to the objective screen. Unlocked actions are surmised next to each objective. In this case, maybe Elizabeth can provide more information about the footprints. Go and talk to her about your findings. Elizabeth! Ooh, why does my mouse disappear?
Of course, officer. How can I help?
Why does she sound quiet?
One set must be mine, leaving to find you. The other set must be Fleurette's. She was caught in the rain this morning.
That explains the hurried, scuffled nature of the prints.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
It's just quiet, I guess. This is just the beginning. There's so much more to uncover. Try exploring the rest of the garden, collecting evidence, making deductions until you're able to solve your first objective. Remember, you can use R to view and relate actions at any time. The open window! It's an impossible climb to reach it unassisted. The ledge beneath it appears rather precarious. Darn. I guess I'll... wasada. Interesting.
Oh.
This trellis has been left untouched for quite some time. Look at the front door. There are no signs of tampering or a forced entry. E?
Oh.
Trellis has been left untouched for quite some time. Why are you giving me a gear icon, though? We're just gonna look at everything.
Aha.
Such beautiful flowers. I'm glad to see no one carelessly damaged them. Hold on, I see a ladder over here. Okay, so doing Masada and moving the mouse at the same time? Not recommended. Judging by the condition of this ladder, I wouldn't trust it with my weight. Perhaps a braver man than I will perch this elsewhere against the roof. Alright, side door.
Oh.
Appears to be rusted shut, and if there are cobwebs or anything to go by, it has been unlocked in some time. Perhaps they entered another way. Any chance Elizabeth took the bracelet? You know? Okay. So if he's walking, because I clicked on it, I can do the mouse thing. That's fine. There are no signs of trampling, but it's a shame to see a lawn so unkempt. Ooh, quote on a plaque? A touching extract taken from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, expertly carved on a plaque. The measure done, I'll watch her place of stand, and touching hers, make blessed my rude hand. Did my heart love till now, for swear it, sight, for I never saw true beauty till this night. Oh, Shakespearean. Alright. I think that's pretty much everything, so I guess we're gonna deduce. I have two things I can link. Talk to Elizabeth. Inspect the garden. I thought I did. Apparently I didn't do a good enough job. Talk to Elizabeth. Alright, let's go chat up Elizabeth some more. Is there anything else to inspect in the garden? The garden's kind of small. Say what's up.
Of course, officer. How can I help? There is, sir. Luke, but he was called away from the house on a personal matter. Rahana, our cook, accompanied him.
With no gardener present, there was no one tending to the lawn this morning, but still no sign of anyone stepping across it.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Okay. Did that. Ah. The bench.
Ah.
Declaration of love has been carved into the bench. L loves E. Clues and evidence begin to gather. It would be best that I approach them logically. You're still telling me. Intruder didn't use the lawn. Okay. Or hold on. Would I do the open window and the wooden ladder?
What a revelation!
I have found no particular logical way for someone to have reached the window. Perhaps another means of entry was attempted. No scaled access. Wait, I thought I did good? No? Okay, apparently not. Okay. So you just kind of click whatever and hope for the best. Why did you use the side door? I don't know, front door?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Okay. Well, let's talk to Elizabeth. This might be a 3-day game.
Of course, officer. How can I... Excuse me, officer?
The carving on the bench. Forgive me, I was not suggesting anything untoward.
Oh, of course not. Yes. I suppose there must be.
Would you know the identity of the mysterious L and E?
I'm afraid not. Perhaps they were old residents. A pair of star-crossed lovers, perhaps. Madame does not allow distracting staff relationships.
Love is not something that can be harnessed so easily.
That is Madame's rule, and I wouldn't want to be the one that challenges her on it.
Can I talk to the madame?
Merci, mademoiselle.
Okay. So there's two things I still have to link. But for the moment, all the objectives we have been reached.
must act on thought and fact.
I'm gonna need hints. Flower bed, grown trellis. Well, we know he didn't do this. I don't know, can I try bench carving and quote?
Order and method. That
Nope.
is the way.
Okay, I see you all blinking, so.
Come, my little gray cells. We. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Uh-huh. I could not find signs of an unwanted visitor in the garden. Did someone cover their tracks? No unlawful access to the garden. I don't know, front door?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay. Right. Side from...
Another success. I never doubted myself.
I'm gonna be full of doubt. Neither of the external doors have been damaged or show any signs of unwanted visitor. No forced entry. Okay, well what do I link that to? That they didn't scale?
Magnifique.
I could not find any sign of an unlawful entry into the house, while I find signs of intrusion elsewhere in the grounds. No unlawful entry. Garden?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Complete the first objective, let's go. With no obvious signs of a burglar, perhaps I should be looking at those inside for answers. This is not the start I was expecting. There are no signs of intruder at all. There is something amiss. I must remain vigilant and keep my wits about me. Woo, first objective done. Elizabeth. Congratulations, you completed your first objective and earned a collectible accessible from the main menu. For now, continue investigation by asking Elizabeth for permission to enter the house.
I have conducted my initial inspection of the house and grounds. It is now necessary for me to speak with those in the house.
Of course. Thank you, officer. I'm sure Madame Van den Bosch will be happy to hear the police are investigating.
I suspect there'll be someone inside who will not be as pleased to hear it. Find out, I guess. I presume this is the lady of the house. She holds quite a presence, and from what Mademoiselle Elizabeth has said, she's not one to be on the wrong side of. I must talk with her before beginning my search. Cassandra.
Who are you? You are not the commanding officer I requested.
I like her dress, and I like her corset.
No, dear madame, I am Officer Hercule Poirot. I can assure you that,
This will simply not do. I sent Elizabeth to bring me a competent lawman.
And that is what she has brought, madame. Now, I would like to continue my investigation.
I've been informed you believe you caught the culprit. You do not believe there was keep it simple.
You understand correctly. It is my daughter's bracelet. It is a rather expensive piece.
And valuable to your daughter, no doubt. It was a gift.
Yes, it was from her late father, my husband, the Viscount, and it has not gone missing. It was stolen.
Informed you believe you've caught it.
Don't be ridiculous. I have told you who is guilty. If there had been a break-in, surely it would be your job to stop them.
But she hasn't told me. Okay, so you have to do the questions in order for the story to make a bit more sense. Got it.
If it was the case, of course, madame. Although I cannot predict a burglar's movement.
Perhaps then you have proved me right, and you aren't the competent officer I require.
Never have I met someone so adamant that they don't require help from the police. Or accusation against the maid is rather questionable. There must be more to the story, and it's my duty to uncover it.
I do not believe so. I know so. It was Florette, the maidservant. I knew I could not trust her.
And why is that?
Because I don't. I do not need to explain myself any further, especially to a measly officer.
Merci, madame. You have been most helpful.
Alright, new mind map unlocked. Madame Van Den Bosch was so quick to accuse the maidservant Floette. I wonder if this hasty accusation hides behind a deeper reason. Sus. Okay, there's nothing to link yet. Each time you meet a new character, you'll unlock their character profile. Press F to view a list of everyone you've met so far. Oh, wow. Oh, her apron and skirt are cute. Oh, to view their associated things. Got it. Character profiles are expanded as you play through the prologue and main story. Press to backtrack when you're ready. I am ready. Alright, we're gonna zoom out. Just gonna take it all in. Some of the greatest authors and novels throughout history. Oh, can't go to that room. There is nothing in particular about this coat, but what is this in the pocket? Hidden inside the coat pocket. Although fairly plain, it's still an attractive item of jewelry. I wonder if it holds a special significance. Oh. Go upstairs. Portrait of gentleman. It's probably the husband, the Viscount. New conversation. A rather impressive portrait, I must say. Oh, wow. Then you call my boss. It does not seem to be working. Why would a house of this size be without working telephone? Ooh, I think it got auctioned off. Various art pieces have been packed and addressed to the auction house. I assume Madam did this. Did you she might have accidentally gotten auctioned off, and they're like, oh, stolen. So that way they get the money. It's locked and sobbing can be heard inside. I assume Madam has taken the law into her own hands. A rose and crossed arrow symbol adorns the door, perhaps a signal of forbidden love. Come, my little gray cells, let us solve this mystery. Let's go upstairs. I guess. Hi, Mama. Maybe he'll feed you breakfast when he comes down. Oh, missing painting. There's obviously been something previously hanging in this position. Hi, Blondie, you're being cute. Was it stolen, I wonder? No, it was sold. How big are these rooms? This must be the scene of the crime. I was expecting to find clues. Not who I must assume is the daughter. I can only hope she's not tampered with the scene. Well, hold on. What's under here? Guess that's for another time. This looks like something. No? Oh, maybe I have to talk to her first before I can investigate the room.
What do you think you're doing in here? Who let you in?
Mademoiselle Angeline, I presume. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
An officer of the law? But what are you doing here? Don't you need to be chasing down the burglar?
Your bracelet has gone missing. It is only correct. I speak with all members of the house and investigate the scene of the crime.
Ah, if we must.
Merci. I will attempt to take up as little of your time as possible.
Some rat stole my bracelet this morning. Even though it's clear someone has broken in, Maman refused to listen and blamed Florette.
Okay.
You sound very convinced it was taken by someone from outside of the house.
My window was open when I returned. How else can you explain that? It is of great value. Money was no object to father.
It's just like, you mean this bracelet? No, I'm kidding.
It was a gift from your father. I can only assume it holds great value to you also.
Of course it does. What a silly thing to say. It's a good thing Maman had it insured with the others.
Insured, you say?
It must have been while I was down at breakfast with Elizabeth. She was with me all morning.
Oh, bro, your mom freaking did it. Your mom hid the bracelet, because I'm assuming after your father died, right, Viscount, who's made of money, who apparently said, money is no problem. I'm assuming he had a big debt. So when he died, they came to collect, and now Mummy is selling everything. But the jewelry's insured, so if it gets stolen, they get the money and keep the bracelet. Win-wins all around.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth was with you until you discovered the bracelet was missing?
Well, Minus Florette, who's being blamed.
She was. She woke me up later than usual. I washed and dressed, and we went down to the lounge for breakfast.
Later than usual, you say?
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Alright, now can I investigate? New mind map. This is where the bracelet in question was last seen. I must investigate the crime scene thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Exactly. Alright.
Aha.
This must keep the warm rather snug on a cold evening. Ooh. Cleaning rag. It's covered in a black powder. It would not be too much of an assumption to think this was come from dealing with the fireplace. This isn't something down here? No? Cleaning rag? Fireplace? Rectangular dust recess? Oh, like a painting?
Huh.
Something has obviously resided here for some time and only moved recently. Maybe a little box? The frame is noticeably cracked. Furthermore, the internal latch shows that it's been opened from the inside, and rather forceful, I must add. Did they just... I'm assuming they cracked it open to fake a burglary? The gentleman is the same as the one from the hallway. Judging by the cracked glass, it must have been recently dropped. Abandoned poker. It has been left out, oddly, not replaced in its stand. The ending has a hooked spike. What further use could it have? Broken glass?
Oh.
Rather irresponsible and dangerous to leave it in this state, whether one is in a rush or not. Does she have anything else for me?
The longer you're here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
Alright.
Is one bracelet not enough?
Well, I only ask that you're sure it's my duty to return. I trust you keep track, especially those of value to you. That's a good one.
Why don't you believe me? I wish you hadn't spoken to Maman.
As I have stated, it is my duty to speak with every member of the house, and I would not want to have discovered a further missing piece later. You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Okay. Sorry, I was putting on socks. I was like, my feet are cold. Alright, talk to Cassandra Elizabeth. So, bracelet time. Valuables are insured. Auction crate, missing painting, telephone. Talk to Cassandra. Strange symbol. Talk to Cassandra and Elizabeth. Trying to see if there's main hall, lounge door. I'm not gonna have her bedroom with the... No? Maybe over here? Aha! Over here, okay. Fallen soot. Unprotected. Bag was insured. Broken glass. Nothing else was taken. Rectangular dust. So let's try... this.
This will not get me any closer.
Okay. Soot. Rag.
Is there something I am not...
Open window. Poker.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
It was forced open, and looking at the poker, I cannot see a delicate way it could have been done. Who would do such a thing, and why? Someone forced the window open from the inside. Broken glass?
This will not get me any closer.
Open.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Oh, it's probably the painting. Not the painting, the picture.
What a revelation.
It seems the photograph fell on the floor and Angeline replaced it. Place the photograph. Okay, but why would you not? Let's just talk to her. Be like, hey, this photo.
The longer you're here...
Alright.
How should I know? I returned to the room and Father was face down on the floor. It must have been the burglar.
So it is your father that is the subject.
Isn't he handsome? I remember watching him sit for it. He kept looking across and smiling at me. The artist was getting awfully angry at him.
You have been of great...
Alright. So that's that. Let's go talk to Cassandra and Elizabeth after we're done exploring up here. Oh, zoomy zoom. Can't go to that room.
Ah,
Searching the bathroom is not essential to my current investigation. Why would you give me the option? This is a nice house, though. Alright, madame. Questions?
Really, officer, you are wasting both your time and mine.
Alright. Would you permit me to enter the lounge? I couldn't help but admire the handsome monsieur portrait on the wall.
And what is your point?
Trying to bond with you.
may I ask of the subject?
You may not. Honestly, your prying is getting on my last nerve.
Oh yeah?
Only if you are prepared to take Florette away.
No?
It is an offense to incarcerate someone without suitable proof of misdeeds. I must question Mademoiselle Florette to gather her version of events.
If you will not do your duty and lock her up, then I must. She shall remain there, and I, the key holder, until she is led from the room in handcuffs.
Merci, madame. You have been most helpful.
Uh-huh. Alright, let's go talk to Cassandra.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, I hope you are feeling less distressed now. I can assure you I shall find the guilty party and the bracelet.
Thank you, officer. Yes. All I want is for Florette to be heard.
Bien sûr. Rest assured she will get the fair trial she deserves. I wonder if you could help me with some questions regarding the house.
Of course. Whatever I can do to help.
She's going to trial already? That'd be my first question. Elizabeth, I'd be like, wait, she's going to trial? I thought she's not under arrest.
When I left, Madame was with Florette in there. Surely she would not have locked her in. It must have been an accident.
Madame Van den Bosch should not be deciding her fate. Would you grant me access to speak with her?
I would, sir, but I don't have the key. There is a spare somewhere, though. Oh, how awful, the thought of her locked in there.
Do you have any thoughts as to where I may find it?
I'm sorry. Madame does not trust the staff with such knowledge, even me. Although I did overhear her once say it was hidden somewhere, close to her heart. Whatever that means.
Her husband? I'm filled with sorrow for the young girl trapped in the lounge, but I must admit I have missed the thrill of solving a good puzzle. Perhaps the countryside is not as tedious as it seems on the surface.
Now I think of it, I don't recall seeing her memento tin.
Memento tin? Could this have been what usually resides on the desk in Mademoiselle's bedroom?
She holds her keepsakes from her father and other gifts or tokens in it. She has such a wonderful collection. She's very lucky. She normally keeps it close, but I didn't see it this morning.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been...
Alright, back inside. So I imagine the painting. Right. She loves the husband, yes.
Oh,
Rather impressive portrait, I must say. No? Not your husband? Assuming we go upstairs. There's two links here. Okay. Talk to Cassandra and Elizabeth. Oh, that's already happened. Okay. Holds the master key. Confirmed spare key. Bench carving. Ooh! Is it outside in the garden? Maybe? Or do I have to find it first? Hold on. Do I have to...
is there something?
Oh, what about...
Order and method. That...
I thought I'd try. Strange symbol. Valuables are insured. Missing painting. Telephone. Collection of classic gold band. Portrait of gentleman. Auction crate, telephone, unknown subject. There's two things I can connect, though. I don't know what. Valuables are insured?
I must act on thought and...
Okay. Strange symbol, auction crate, missing painting, quote on a plaque. So let's try strange and quote.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Nah, it's luck at this point. It seems someone in the house has a keen interest in the works of William Shakespeare. Interest in Shakespeare. I don't know, the bench carving?
Come, my little grey cells.
Classic novels?
I must take a different approach if I...
See, let's try auction and missing.
Magnifique.
Alright, Madame is selling a great deal of her collection. Perhaps there's more to it than just redecorating. Selling heirlooms. Which are insured?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay.
Perhaps...
Gold band?
I must act on thought,
Insured.
order, and method. That is...
Okay, interest in Shakespeare. Confirmed.
Things are beginning to become...
A key is discreet enough to hide almost anywhere, even inside a book. Talk to Elizabeth. Okay. Any links here? No links. Oh, no links in general. Okay. Oh, it shows you when you hover over it. Got it. We're learning. Elizabeth! Shakespeare! Tell me, what you know.
Certainly, officer.
That was too well timed. Great deal of literature. Are you all keen readers?
Madame is the one with the refined taste. Angeline and I are much more partial to a simple love story.
Aren't we all? Romeo and Juliet, the most famous of love stories.
I do enjoy it so. The passion, the romance. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. Madame has a copy upstairs in the main hall.
Oh, thank you.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your...
Yes, your help has been invaluable. Thank you. Right. Let's grab that book. One of the greatest love stories ever written. I'm glad to see Shakespeare's words are being enjoyed. And here's the key. Huzzah. Alright, to the lounge. Is she gonna explain what's going on? Be like, hey, friend.
Finally, it is unlocked.
I'm asking my friends about the video, what they think of it.
What exactly do you think you are
Hmm.
doing?
If I am to serve justice, I must be able to reach and talk with young Fleurette.
The girl is guilty and shall pay the price for her crime. I shall see to that. If you wish to listen to her feeble attempts to explain herself, so be it.
Everyone deserves to tell their side of the story, whether a feeble account or not.
Exactly, and that's what I want to hear from my friend. Be like, why did you leave your call out in the video? Why did you leave that? And not the explanation that I give. You call me out, but then you don't give the reason as to why you called me out. Sus. Alright, at last I'm able to speak with the accused and her version of events. I still have a number of questions. Perhaps she may hold the answers. Zoom out. I imagine I can't investigate anything until I talk to you. Yeah. What up, Fleurette?
Mademoiselle Fleurette, I presume.
Please, officer. I did nothing wrong. You can't take me away.
Please relax, my dear. If you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about. But it is my duty to investigate all avenues. Ah bon?
Relax. So you don't think I took the bracelet?
At the moment, no.
As of this moment, I cannot say. But answering my questions honestly will certainly help your case either way.
You were the accused. Why don't you begin by giving me your account of this morning?
I didn't even know it was missing till I got accused of taking it.
Madame was so angry. She wouldn't listen to me.
There must be some reasoning behind her accusation.
How could I have taken it? I've been in town most of the morning. I was even late coming back. Then I was preparing breakfast.
So much to do. What exactly were you tasked with this morning?
Rihanna the cook is away, so I had to fetch breakfast for the house and prepare it all myself. How does she expect me to do that all on my own?
From what I understand of Madame Van den Bosch, she would not have been best pleased you returned late for breakfast.
Not best pleased? I thought she was going to batter me to death with a baguette. I hid in the kitchen and then tried to stay out of sight in the lounge until breakfast was over. Didn't want to put my head near her jaws while she was still hungry.
Perhaps a brave move under the circumstances. And you did not go upstairs at all.
Madame was singeing a hole in the back of my apron with her glare. I daren't have moved. I was too scared to blink the wrong way. Never mind stamping upstairs.
Okay, well in this morning's rain, I assume you would have hurried your duties.
I must just be slow, monsieur. My mother always said I moved like the snail. Maybe I was just happy to be out of the house.
I struggle to believe you would risk catching a cold in such conditions for a little fresh air. Perhaps you were overcome by the volume?
Now I am being accused of avoiding my duties? Mais enfin!
Oh!
Merci. I shall take everything you have told.
What's that new conversation? New mind map unlocked. Now that I've finally met young Florette, I would work to ascertain her innocence or guilt. She's been crying. She was dawdling. She claims innocence. She got breakfast ready. I have nothing to link yet, though. Alright, time to investigate this room. This music is making me sleepy. I wonder who the wine connoisseur of the house is. A vintage like this would fetch quite a price. Slip for collecting a garment from Goosens & Co. tailors in town, dated today. Please bring this receipt with you when you come to collect your garments. Mended sleeve, replaced button, inline tear will be completed.
Suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick. Suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
Hi, Tony. Heck Ian. Oh my god. Not me forgetting that's a sound option. Ha! What a way to come in, buddy. It's all calm, chill. We're French. We're enjoying the countryside. And then we're just told to suck it. Yeah, just some Morty D, I guess. To receive such a note of devotion and love must be a delight. Signed from Luke. To whom is his love, I wonder? My love, it is an obligation that has taken me away from you, but it is my heart that will keep us together. My aunt is in much better health. Rest and some company has done for her wonders. I hope to return to my duties at the house in a matter of days. Until then, keep well and know that you're always in my thoughts, now and forever. Luke. That was great. But yeah, we're doing some more Agatha Christie puzzle solving. The poker stand. Without a fire poker is rather useless in my opinion. Where could it be? It's upstairs. A stray fire poker should be too hard to find. Come, my little Greystones, let us get to the bottom of this mystery. We know where it is. It's upstairs. I do not always agree with the telephone companies and their charges, but ignoring the bills will make them disappear. Will not make them disappear. Dear Madam, despite our best efforts to contact you regarding your account, we have not received any response from the previous correspondence. With that in mind, you're being served a formal notice of 30 days from today to make a full payment on the outstanding balance, or we will be forced to revoke your service. If you would like to discuss the matter or have any further questions, please contact us immediately. Well, minus that lovely introduction, how are you doing today, Tony? Ooh, personalized handkerchief, you say? The initials EP suggests this is Elizabeth's. A nasty black soot smudged is a parrot. Why would such a delicate item be used on such a stubborn stain? Elizabeth, you looking sus?
Oh.
Ooh, I could spend my morning in front of Mrs. Aubert's Boligenia, taking in the smell. All I know is that's delicious bread and I want it. Wet parcel. wrapped parcel, completely soaked through. I hope it does not ruin the contents. Okay. Alright, there's one link here. Personalized handkerchief. Fallen soot. Let's try that.
Come, my little grey cells. We must...
I'm doing alright. I'm glad I took that mental health day yesterday. It was very good.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
And then hopefully tomorrow we get some good news. And then I got a package yesterday, which I plan to use for something either sometime this year or at TwitchCon. I have to figure out when I want to use it, but plans are in motion. Perhaps the handkerchief was used to clean up what the rag did not, most likely. Insufficient cleanup? Talk to Elizabeth. All right, Elizabeth Dawn messed up. There's a link here. What is the newest thing? Hidden upstairs? Copy. That's right, we did find that. Final demand. Ooh, telephone? Telephone.
I should not be surprised by my own skill.
I'm not surprised the telephone does not work. One cannot just ignore financial responsibilities. Oh. Financial responsibilities ignored. Ooh, that goes to something. Auction crate? Selling heirlooms.
The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
The family must be in far worse position than I thought. I wonder if such desperation led to drastic actions. Oop, Cassandra is desperate for money. And where's the insurance? They're insured?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
It cannot be a coincidence that this is not being sold. What is not being sold has been recently insured. There's more to Madame Van Boch's accusation of Fleurette than it seems. A young maid would make for the perfect scapegoat, and with such coincidental timing insuring the bracelet, there are still questions to be asked. Objective complete. Talk to Cassandra. Oop. There's two things. She was dawdling. Accuse Fleurette. Theft fits the Cassandra's insurance scam. Address label, formal suit. Got breakfast, largely untouched. Breakfast selection. Abandoned poker. Oh, poker stand.
Another success.
Alright, it seems Angela may have been the last one to use this. Poker was moved. Wine bottle, personalized handkerchief. What is the next thing? She was dawdling, she claimed innocent. Address label, formal suit. Poker, but I hardly know her. No, we're not gonna poker. Final demand, collection slip. Maybe final demand?
Is there something
Nope.
I am not...
Breakfast selection, largely touched. Got breakfast. She was dawdling. Claims innocence. Maybe the innocence with the label?
I must take a different approach.
Nope. She was dawdling. Breakfast selection. Recently purchased from the local. Unless they plan on eating these for every meal, there's more than enough for them in the house. Ugh, I just want croissant. Can I get a croissant? When I had a croissant. I love bread. Alright. What is the connection? There's one left. Final demand? No. Because that's the telephone, right? Yeah, it's telephone. There's nothing here mentioning telephone. Wine bottle, personalized handkerchief. Note from Luke. Oh, let's try the... See what we get.
This will not get me any...
Nope. I'm sorry, is it the collection slip? And the address label?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
It seems someone collected this by hand. Who, I wonder? Parcel was collected from tailors. Which, innocence?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay. Dawdling?
Magnifique.
Elizabeth must have requested Fleurette's assistance this morning, causing her to run late. I doubt Madame was happy about this. What we got? Fleurette was running an errand for Elizabeth. Talk to Elizabeth and Fleurette. Cool. So that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Perfect. All right, Madam. Explain this wet box.
anything to show you I didn't do it. And Madame, I need this job, monsieur. Yes, another thing on my to-do list. I'm afraid it's not in the same condition as when I picked it up.
At whose request?
It was a favor for Lizzie. I didn't mind having to get it.
Merci.
All
I
right.
shall-
To Elizabeth. You know what's crazy? We're almost an hour in, and this is still the prologue. And there's 9 chapters. This might be a 3-day game. Unless the other chapters just go really fast. That's okay. Just means that come this Thursday, we get Doors Paradox, and then it'll be back to back from that developer. Back to back games.
The longer you're here, the further.
You've heard this.
Maman is never happy with anything these days. Also, Florette does have a habit of not doing things exactly how Maman wants them done.
And how does she react when she sees Florette not doing things the correct way?
Maman has a temperament of a kicked cat. Florette has often been on the wrong side of it.
That is how she responded today?
She was shouting at her, and when Florette would not admit she took the bracelet, Maman really lost her temper. I have not seen her that angry before. Maman never wants to talk about him. She says it's too hard, but she acts more like she doesn't even care he's gone.
I'm sure that is not the case. It must have been very hard for her, for you both.
I miss him every day. He always knew how to put a smile on my face. I remember how much fun we would have, all 3 of us. In the summer, Father and I would play hide and seek while Maman read. She always helped me though whenever it was his turn to hide. I would stand in the gazebo, cover my eyes and count, and when I turned, he was nowhere to be seen. Maman would lower her book and flash a look towards his hiding spot. After I found him, he clapped and cheered as though I had won a gold medal. When I was hiding, it didn't matter where I was. He could never find me. I always thought I was an expert hider, but when I think back now, I know he was letting me win. He always said my smile was prize enough for him.
Aww.
He always knew just what to say.
I'm sure he would want you to be smiling today, even under such circumstances.
Having heard her story, I can begin to see why he's so missed. It's a tragedy, the loss of a loving father and husband.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Okay. Nothing new, nothing new. Talk to Elizabeth and Florette, talk to Elizabeth. Alright, to Elizabeth. Just got hit with a wave of sleepy. And I think it's because like we're at the perfect like weather where it's like warm, so it's like cozy, but cold. So you get like cozy and you're just like, perfect nap weather. And it's like, must resist. I probably just need to put food in me. Just feed the belly.
Certainly, officer.
All right. Package. You don't by chance happen to be missing. Does Madam have a habit of making such quick assumptions? Feed the meep. All weather's good for nappy naps. That's true. But it's been like cold and like rainy. So like now it's like the sun is like out, but like there's no wind, but it's still cold. So like it's a nice like 50 degrees. So you're just like,
The lounge? A package?
Oui, it is quite hard to miss.
Oh, how silly of me. I must have had my head in the clouds this morning. I'm sorry, I can't help you further.
You can tell me about the package.
Besides the terrible rain? No. I woke, began my duties with Mademoiselle. I had already laid out a clean dress. I helped her into it, and prepared her for the day before getting started on tidying her room as neat as a pin.
And the bracelet was still there when you left the room for breakfast.
I'm sure of it. I had it down before Mademoiselle Angeline. Why, yes, officer. I misplaced it after wiping a stain from Mademoiselle Angelieve's sleeve at breakfast. You are a great detective.
You are not the first to say. Had she not noticed it herself, I imagine Madame would not allow even the smallest imperfection.
It baffles me how she couldn't have. It was only luck that I spotted it before Madame, and a good thing I did. Madame is under a great deal of strain. It can't have been easy for her to lose her husband, raising Mademoiselle alone. She can be quick to anger.
Oh, he's been dead a long time? I thought he died recently.
And this morning, it sounds as though it was such an occasion.
It's not the first time I have had to stand and watch such treatment. I hate to see it. As I said, Madame hasn't had the easiest time. Madame's scolding of Fleurette this morning was the worst I have seen her temper. I wish you could see that Fleurette is just trying to do her best.
Could there have been another reason for such a reaction?
Madame was not happy Fleurette was late. All through breakfast, Madame was watching her with a piercing eye. But she's still learning the way.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has...
Okay. Alright. New mind map. Let's go. Mademoiselle Elizabeth was reluctant to acknowledge the parcel that caused young Fleurette to be out so late. Could there be something behind her avoidance of the subject? If there is a reason, I must establish what it is. Formal suit. Gold band. Bench carving. Elizabeth.
Order and method.
Oh, I know. It's Luke and Elizabeth. I don't know who Luke is.
Some would say a lucky guess.
And carving acts as a subtle and private reminder for them both. Elizabeth Lucan are courting. I think they're doing more than courting.
I should not be surprised by my own skill.
Perhaps the relationship is more serious than I first deduced. I wonder what Madame would say. Probably would not be happy.
What a revelation.
Alright, I find the thought of such a plan, cloaked in secrecy, rather romantic, but their secrecy continues to perturb me. Mademoiselle Elizabeth was planning to elope with her beloved Luke, but why would she hide such a joyous occasion? I recall her saying Madame von Den Bosch does not look fondly on staff relationships, but I cannot help but think there's something else. Sus. I don't know what we should feed the Meep. I already had food today. Well, trying to think what I could quickly eat. I'm like, I've already had a bunch of Oreos. I'm not gonna eat more Oreos. Crackers? Maybe crackers. But nah, because my throat will get dry and I gotta talk.
Certainly, officer.
Food or food? Well, I made real food before stream. I had salmon, broccoli. No, not broccoli. Salmon, green beans, and potatoes. Yesterday, I had salmon, broccoli, mashed potatoes, which was delicious. So I was like, I've had food. But lately, I've just been more hungry. And somebody had, like, jokingly said this to me, but also was pretty genuine. They were like, Nina, you're not playing your scary games anymore. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, no, think about it. Because you were constantly terrified and burning so many calories, your body's like, I don't need to consume energy. I just need to burn it because I am afraid for my life. Because when you're scared, you know, your body shuts down stuff. Where they're like, do I need to be hungry? No, I need to put energy into running away from the danger. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, well, think about this. You're playing normal games. You're not scared. You're relaxed. Your body's like, oh, I'm not in danger. I'm safe. I could eat. I could get my nutrients back. And I was like, that explains a lot. That explains why we've been so hungry lately. And I'm like, are you telling me the spooky games made me not hungry? And he's like, probably. And I was like, yeah, that tracks. I usually don't want to eat while I'm playing scary games. I was like, damn, he's smart.
How could I not be? I may not enjoy his other works, but how can one not be blown away by a story of two so deeply in love that they will risk everything just to be together?
I'm here for the meeply wholesome era. I mean, I'll tell you this, like, I'm looking at the games we got coming up, they're pretty chill. Like, there's like maybe one or two action games, but like it's a lot of puzzle games, so I'm just like, yes, puzzles. I'm gonna need so much food.
Especially being able to draw similarities between Verona's star-crossed lovers to yourself and your dearest.
I haven't found any other free spooky games, but I was like, that's fine. We come across them, we'll pepper them in as we go.
But I hadn't told.
Mademoiselle, I am an officer of the law. It is my duty to uncover the truth.
Please, you cannot say anything to Madame. She is against staff relationships of any kind. In her eyes, a relationship between staff is nothing more than a distraction.
But he means so much more to you.
Oh, officer, I have found my soulmate. At first, it was nothing more than pleasantries around the grounds. But that quickly changed. I know it's not proper for a young lady to pursue a gentleman. But once I knew his feelings reciprocated my own, why shouldn't I have followed my heart?
Love transcends professional and societal rules.
The mere thought of him was enough to make me blush. But I knew that Madame would never give her blessing. If we wanted to continue, we would have to do so in secret. The summer evenings here are just so beautiful. I often find myself walking around the grounds after my daily duties are complete. And it was one such evening that Luke was waiting for me at the gazebo.
Oh?
He looked ever so handsome. And the poem he had prepared, he had barely started reading and I was already a blubbering mess. Standing there beneath the warm glow of the falling sun, he asked for my hand, and I gave him my heart with no hesitation. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I've been chattering on for so long. You have much more pressing matters than to listen to me rambling aimlessly.
No, tell me more of your cute love story.
One should never apologize for such a charming and bewitching story of love. But you are correct. While the culprit still eludes us, my work is not yet complete.
The love Mademoiselle Elizabeth and Luke share is obvious, and yet she remains respectful of Madame's ruling, no matter the ridiculous nature of it. I cannot see her defying her code and stealing the bracelet. The investigation continues.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Alright. Opens back up. Oh, we got 2 links. Alright. Cassandra watched Fleurette after she returned. Cassandra previously mistreated Fleurette. Cassandra became aggressive with Fleurette. We'll just vibe these.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally...
Oh, I did not read. My bad. Fleurette is mistreated by Madame. That's fine. What else is new? Fleurette confirmed collection. Elizabeth denied knowledge of parcel. That's pretty sus, but now we know why. Theft fits the scam. Accused Fleurette. Confirmed collection. Let's see. The suit?
Is there something?
No. Parcel?
This will not
No.
get me any closer to my...
It's one of the new things. Cassandra watched Fleurette after she returned. Innocence?
I must take a different approach if I am...
Damn it. Oh, Fleurette was running an errand for Elizabeth and then was watched by Elizabeth.
I should not be surprised by my own...
As she was constantly busy and under the watchful eye of Madame, Fleurette lacked an opportunity to take the bracelet. Why would Madame accuse her? Fleurette had no opportunity. Innocence?
Come, my little grey cells.
Theft fits the scam?
What a revelation!
Would Madame seize the opportunity in an attempt to improve and continue to hide her financial woes? Fleurette was scapegoated. Innocence?
I must act on thought.
Fleurette is mistreated?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Make 25 deductions, let's go. Fleurette is innocent, talk to Fleurette. Her incarceration appears to be the latest in a series of abuses by Madame. I have no doubt in young Fleurette's innocence. What I do doubt is the behavior of Madame von den Bosch. If what I have heard is true, her treatment towards Fleurette is disgraceful. How dare you, Madame? How dare you? I can combine something. Alright, Elizabeth's morning. Angeline removed soot stain. Soot.
Magnifique.
Alright. She must have used the cleaning rag to reach into the chimney, keeping her hand soot-free. But why? Inspect the chimney in the bedroom. About to arrest your daughter. Madam. Wait, no, it's not Madam. It's what? Fleurette? Inspect the chimney. Talk to Fleurette. Talk to Cassandra. Talk both of them. All right, hello.
Really, officer?
All right. Questions with the red icon indicate that a dialogue challenge is available for this character. Choose the question marked with to begin. Dialogue challenge.
If you have something to ask, officer, I suggest you stop wasting my time further and just get on with it.
I have already seen and heard how hot-tempered Madame von den Bosch can be. I should approach this with some sensitivity. Understanding. My apologies, madam. I was merely thinking about what Fleurette has done to your family. Pardon, I am just considering all avenues. This is much for me to contemplate. Understanding.
And this is how she repays me? I will not be happy until I see her sufficiently punished.
Complimentary. I am grateful for your vigilance, but it's time for the proper authorities to decide her fate. Empathetic. I can understand your anger. Her actions broke your trust and have affected you all. Authoritative. Her punishment should be decided according to the law, not by the lady of the house. Oh, madam.
I am glad you have finally come to your senses and have seen her guilt.
Forward. I could not help noticing the art being sent to the auctioneers and the unpaid bills. Inquisitive. Since the death of your husband, have you struggled to keep the house in the position it was? Or sympathetic. It must be difficult raising Mademoiselle Angeline running the house alone.
It is challenging at times, I will admit. But I can assure you, the Van den Bosch name is as strong and prevalent as it has always been. I have tried my best to provide for Angeline, although sometimes she may not see it that way. She is not to know about what we have discussed. It is my burden to carry.
You are accepting the hand you have been dealt and raising a fine young mademoiselle. That is all that can be asked of you.
And you have done nothing but bother my staff and my family. I cannot stand here any longer and listen to this second-rate officer speaking such drivel.
We were having a moment. Oh! Madame von den Bosch offers me the smallest slither of emotion, showing how she cares for her daughter before she makes haste for the door. It is out of embarrassment, or perhaps there is something she is still trying to hide. I think it's perhaps time to continue my investigation elsewhere. Congratulations, you broke down Cassandra's defenses and obtained some new evidence. In this case, it seems like you really hit a nerve with Cassandra. We had a moment. Yeah, we pretty much did. We had a moment and then instantly poofed. I wonder if Mademoiselle Angeline noticed Madame's abrupt departure. Well, let me investigate the fireplace real quick. I suppose this is one such occasion when I must literally get my hands dirty. And here is the bracelet. It was carefully concealed inside a rectangular metal tin. I found the bracelet. Okay, let's see. Bracelet, memento tin. Hold on, something else is missing. Nothing else was taken. There we go, dust recess.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Angela stashed the keepsakes in the chimney. Bracelet, memento tin. I figure the dust recess was the tin, but I can't do the tin apparently. Stash the keepsake in the chimney. Confirm the burglary?
I must act on thought and...
Protected photo, broken glass. Fallen soot, insufficient cleanup. I don't super know. Do I just be like, nope. Stash the keepsake in the chimney. Fallen soot?
Come, my little grey cells.
Okay. Someone forced the... Really? This? The chimney and someone forced the window open?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment...
To stage a burglary and let it go so far is totally unacceptable. I cannot believe I allowed Mademoiselle Angeline to deceive me for so long, hiding the bracelet inside the chimney and staging a burglary, all part of her calculated and devious plan. I should bring this investigation to an end. Enough of my time has already been wasted, but I will not be satisfied until I know why. Or bring it to an end. Bring it to an end! Alright, talk to Elizabeth, Fleurette. Elizabeth? Not Angelique? I'm here, I'm gonna just try, even though it said I don't have to talk to her.
The longer you're here, the further the...
Yeah.
You have
Nope.
been of great help.
I don't talk to her, apparently. Alright. Day. Talk to Florette and Elizabeth and be like, yo. Ooh, if I'd gone up here first, before talking to Cassandra, would have Cassandra stayed, or would she still have stormed off? I might grab myself a little beef jerky stick. And some goldfish. Florette!
Anything to show you I didn't do it.
You're fine. This is not the first time Madame von Den Bosch has taken you anger out on you, is it?
She never used to be such a witch. When the Viscount was alive, she was much nicer. He was the head of the house, he gave the orders, and he treated us right. I would have gone long ago, monsieur. But my family can't afford for me to be picky about things.
I was not aware you were supporting your family. And at such a young age.
Totally chill.
Papa lost his job at the factory just before he left for good. So Mama had to work even more. I was old enough, so I went to work. When I joined the Van den Bosch house, the Viscount was very kind. I didn't think he would care, but he wanted to help. He gave me some extra in my first pay pack, enough to keep the landlord from kicking Mama out at least. No one had ever been that nice before. I didn't know what to say, but all he wanted me to do was work hard for her. He even let me to go home and visit Mama and my brothers at Christmas with a food parcel from the kitchen. Mama said she had never seen so much food.
Here you go, chat. Have a treat. Nom. It's a Jack Link's teriyaki beef stick.
It's always been hard for her. Even before he left for good, Papa wasn't around much, and even when he was, we both wished he wasn't. My brothers were too young to remember what he was like, I hope.
Inhales the whole stick. Nom. You're silly, just... Nom.
When I walked in Mama's house, everything seemed so much smaller. I must have got too used to the size of this house. I swear, you could fit our house in just this lounge. We didn't have much, but we didn't want for much. It was simple and it was home.
The valuables in the house do not determine the love it shares.
Someone should tell Madame that. Not that she'd listen anyways.
I will uncover the truth of what happened today, mademoiselle. That, I promise you.
Quite the contrast from that of Madame's. From the way this young mademoiselle speaks of her family, I cannot believe she would risk her employment at the house and put them into an even worse position.
Merci. I shall take everything you have told me into consideration.
Sorry, I was making a face because I, got a little bit of cartilage. Because I buy these in bulk, so there's usually, one or two sticks that just has, like a chunk of cartilage in it, so you're just like, nom, with, the shredded meat, and then you're like, oh, that's, that's difficult. That's not for teeth! But yeah, I grabbed goldfish, and then I got rich and crisp crackers. Because they were like, hey, if you buy this, you get them for free. And I was like, say less, free crackers. That's not so bad. If I do find it, I usually give that piece to the dogs if I don't want to eat it.
Certainly, officer.
Alright. I'm ready to address the house. I believe it is time the truth behind the missing bracelet was revealed.
You have found the culprit and the bracelet.
I gotta say though, there's like what, 20 in the box? So 2 out of 20? That's not bad. 1 out of 10? That's not bad.
Everything will be revealed in good time. Would you be so kind as to gather everyone in the lounge?
And it's like a really small piece. It's just, you know, it's a beef jerky stick. So like you just super shredded, you could just be like, yum, 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 yum. And then just like a tiny little thing. It's kind of like when you're eating a sandwich, like a picnic on the beach, and like 1 grain of sand gets in there and you're just like you can just taste it on your tooth. Because, you know, nice soft sandwich, and then that grain of sand is like, haha, I'm here. And you're like, no.
Of course.
Merci, Mademoiselle Elizabeth, for gathering everyone. Will Madame Van den Bosch be joining us shortly?
Bosch.
She stormed past me not long ago, and I have not seen her return.
Very well. Under usual circumstances, I would wait. But I think we have spent enough time on this matter, n'est-ce pas? We shall have to proceed without her. This morning started like any other. My usual ordinary patrol, until I was approached by Mademoiselle Elizabeth about a suspected burglary and a missing bracelet.
Sandy sandwich, or as Taco Bell calls it, just a normal taco. Do your tacos have sand in them?
A crime I've been falsely blamed for.
That I shall come to. I began my investigation outside, but it was not long before I realized there were no signs of an intruder, so I turned my focus to those in the house. You. Florette, your time here at the house has not always been the easiest for you, shall we say.
I do what Madame tells me.
I had no idea.
And to the highest standard, I presume.
Madame's standards are very high. I do my best.
And you would at least expect fair treatment for the work, not to be spoken to in such a cruel and vicious way.
Monsieur?
I referred to how poorly Madame Van den Bosch treats you. You are at her beck and call, and she does nothing but belittle you.
That is Maman you're talking about. Just wait until...
It is nothing but the truth I speak, mademoiselle.
Hold on. Silica in their product. Silica or silicone dioxide? Yeah, the remainder of the Taco Bell's meat filling product consists of extenders, like water, isolated oat product, wheat oats, maltodextrin, soy lecithin, maltodextrin, anti-dusting agent, do I even want to know, autolyzed yeast extract, modified cornstarch, sodium phosphate, and silicon dioxide. Because I'm like, isn't silica those tiny little beads? Hold on, what is silica? What is silica? We're learning today. Silica is a colorless to white, water-insoluble oxide of silicon. Oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's also known as silicon dioxide and is made up of the 2 most abundant elements in the Earth's crust, silicon and oxygen. Is that maybe what I'm getting? Maybe it's not cartilage. Maybe it's just tiny little plastic beads. Or I guess not plastic, but oxygen and silicon. Chemical, commonly found in the nature as quartz. In many parts of the world, silica is the major constituent of sand. Oh my god, so yeah, there is sand. Silica is abundant as it comprises several minerals and synthetic products. I had no idea. Oh, child material class opal. Aww. Is silica harmful to humans? Sorry, we're learning some science today right now. Exposure to silica dust can lead to the development of lung cancer. This is the dust. Silicosis and irreversible scarring and stiffening of the lungs, kidney disease, and chronic obstruction pulmonary disease. It is estimated that 230 people develop lung cancer each year as a result of past exposure to silica dust at work. Okay, but what about food? Compelling data suggests that silica is essential for your health. Oh, but more evidence is needed to confirm this. Typical diets likely contain enough silica that can be absorbed for potential health benefits, despite negative perceptions of silicon as dangerous. Green beans are among the most silica-rich vegetables. I had a bunch of that yesterday. Oh, look at that. We learned some stuff. Tasty, healthy sand. Let's go.
All the while, Mademoiselle stands by and does not even notice such cruelty. That must have angered you. Perhaps you thought it was time they deserved some retribution.
Stop trying to put words in her mouth.
I am merely giving her a voice, one that has been silenced for so long.
Maybe I do think she deserves it. She's had the world handed to her on a plate, and the likes of me get nothing.
A motive begins to rear its head.
You're just trying to get me to admit to something. Well, I've done nothing.
Allow me to finish. I am sure you will want to hear what follows.
You were asked with fetching breakfast from the town, as well as fetching breakfast. You took another task. Oh.
I was only trying to help.
As any friend would. Even knowing your late return would anger Madame Vandenbosch further. But in the matter of the missing bracelet, it gave you a rather solid alibi.
I told you I didn't do it!
There is no feasible way that you could have made it into Mademoiselle Angeline's room while she was present with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, removed the bracelet, and still completed your duties. Which takes us to Mademoiselle Elizabeth. Mademoiselle Elizabeth, you have been with the Vandenbosch family for quite some time now, correct?
That is correct.
You have grown close with both ladies of the house and your fellow members of the house staff, would you say?
Of course. And I certainly hope they feel the same.
You yourself told me Madame Vandenbosch would not stand for it, and you would both be out of a job.
Elizabeth? What is he talking about?
Elizabeth's just like, I'm getting married!
A love that is reminiscent of Romeo and Juliet, one that must remain hidden from the world from fear of expulsion.
If you don't stop, I will tell Maman. You can't speak to her like that.
It may be a tone you do not like, but it is no worse than your maman's ruling that forced them into secrecy to begin with.
I'm sorry. This isn't how I wanted you to find out. We couldn't risk Madame finding out. I don't know what we would do without this house.
What are you talking about, Elizabeth?
Luke and I, we're in love.
Luke? The gardener? But why wouldn't you tell me?
For fear of Madame and her rule, and if neither of you had employment, there would be no way to pay for a wedding, perhaps.
It was never our plan to go behind yours or Madame's back. You must believe me.
You two are to wed?
Yes. Well, no. Not today, as Officer Poirot suspects. Please, it's not what you think.
It is not always what one thinks, or how something may appear. Rather, where the evidence points. And that is to Mademoiselle Angeline.
You can't believe I would hide my own bracelet.
Mm-hmm. The remains, but perhaps Fleurette would be more satisfied hearing the truth from you. I think it's time for the truth to be told. The masquerade has gone on long enough.
I have nothing to say.
We'd rather allow a faithful member of your staff to take the blame for your juvenile and adolescent actions. You acted out of fear, something we have not all done before. I'm surprised at your lack of compassion. I see the apple does not fall. Don't be mean!
How dare you speak to me like that? You have no idea what you're talking about.
I know that losing a father at such a young age must be horrific and terrifying. Perhaps I don't, but your maman does. She's someone you could confide in. Daddy issues?
You can't actually believe I would hide my own jewelry.
If you didn't, explain to me how your memento tin with the bracelet inside came to be lodged inside the chimney of your bedroom fireplace.
You have no proof I put it there.
Besides you being the only one in the room alone, even after finding the bracelet, I still did not know why you had done it. Until I contemplated why Madame was selling so many heirlooms and art.
You had no right to snoop through our house in the first place.
I did, actually. I got permission.
When it is part of my investigation, I have every right, mademoiselle. The unpaid bills and final notice from the telephone company.
Maman can do what she wants with her art. That means nothing.
But when there was no more art to sell, what then? You could not risk her taking your father's bracelet and selling it. So, you staged a burglary pretending it had been taken, preventing her from selling it. Then you stood back as the innocent Florette paid the price.
She didn't think about me at all. She was going to take my bracelet and sell it off. It would have just ended up on some old wrinkly wrist.
What? Okay.
I didn't think Maman would blame her. I didn't think she would do anything.
But she did. And somehow that evidently didn't cross your mind. When Madame returns, you shall have it all to explain.
Maman can't know what I have done. She will be furious.
It's that or Florette goes to jail.
But Mademoiselle Florette will be proved innocent. And that is what is important. No crime has been committed, so I see no reason why this should continue any longer. It is time you considered the consequences of your actions. And now, you must face them head on.
Oh, the in-game sound of the door closing scared me. She's back!
Maman, you're home.
Of course I am. And I've brought someone that will bring some order to this chaos.
Major Flex Hagen. He may hold the rank of major in the British Army, but I question his authority here at all. Yeah, you got a military man? In police matters, I am the authority. This is my investigation, and I will not have Madame dictating the results any longer.
Major, I can assure you I have this situation under control.
From what I have heard, you are far from it.
The missing bracelet has been found, and the guilty party has been identified.
I am well aware that the maid-servant was behind it all. And yet I see her standing as free and innocent as you and me.
I am sure Madame van den Bosch has informed you of her suspicions, but I'm afraid it was merely speculation.
Excuse me?
After conducting a full investigation, the evidence and facts led me to deduce...
Could not have taken it as she was in town most of this morning, including the time the bracelet was taken. Hid the bracelet, she had her reasons.
I certainly hope you are not accusing my daughter of...
I'm sorry, Maman. He's right. Florette is innocent. I just wanted to show you.
Shh, girl. I will not have you guilted into taking the blame for that sticky-fingered girl.
Refuses to acknowledge even a fraction of what has really taken place. I shall not let this continue longer.
Perhaps it would benefit you to remember you are nothing more than a simple officer of the law.
Officer Poirot, a word. Madame van den Bosch was forced to make her way to inform me, alone, I might add, of the goings-on at the house today.
Major, with all due respect, she was impeding the investigation.
This may be how some officers act in the city, but here we show respect to our citizens. You are an officer of the law and should act as such.
I am! Oh my goodness, these people.
Insubordination like this will not be tolerated.
As the ranking officer, I have conducted my investigation and...
Ranking officer? Ha! You are an auxiliary officer. You have little authority over anyone, let alone a major. You would be wise to remember who is close friends with your commanding officer. After what I have heard of your past in the city, I'm sure he would look upon today's events as another failure at the hands of Officer Poirot.
Is that a threat? As absurd as this has become, I must select my battles more tactfully. I can only hope the captain at the station will see things with some sense.
Oui, Major.
Now I suggest you do your duty and escort the maidservant to the station where she can be formally charged and a sufficient punishment handed out.
Right away.
No! Florette is innocent! Ooh.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle. This is not the outcome I expected.
Maman was right. We'll always pay the price for the upper class's actions.
We will do everything we can to pay your name.
What can you do now? Madame said I'm guilty of a crime and I'll be punished. That's that.
A crime that was never committed. Once the truth is explained, this wrong shall be set right.
Angeline did not intend for you to be arrested. Surely you know her better than that.
I should have known better than to expect anything else. Justice and fairness don't reach the likes of me.
What you saw today was not justice. In the eyes of the law, you are innocent and have been harshly treated and wrongly accused. No one will be going to jail.
But that doesn't help my employment, does it?
That I cannot save. But your freedom, I shall make sure of that.
It's not the first time I've seen the law bent to fit one's purpose, but it'll certainly be the last time I fail to stop it. Ooh, it said prologue finish! Alright, the prologue took us an hour and a half. There's 9 chapters, right? Hold on. If there's 9 chapters and the prologue took us an hour and a half.
Detective Poirot, I trust this finds you well. It has been many years since our paths last crossed, and while I'm sure your recollection of the events may differ from mine, I hope that receiving this letter has not rekindled a sense of animosity toward myself or the Van der Bosch name. The impression you made is something that has stayed with me since that day. It compelled me to reconsider the spoilt young lady I would have inevitably become and helped shape me into the woman I wished to be. You made me see the childish and selfish girl in me that did not consider the consequences of her actions or how they may affect others. Although Maman may see the events of that day differently, I believe the compassion you showed for our mate Florette, as well as the drive to uncover the truth and accept no alternative, was a testament to your character and professionalism. Although I wish it were under different circumstances, your assistance is once again required, and I hope you will consider this as my formal request for your service. This forthcoming weekend was due to be one full of joy and happiness at the announcement of my engagement to Gideon Demir, whom I love dearly, bringing together 2 illustrious families, but it has been shadowed by deceit, extortion, and blackmail. The Van der Bosch name is being held to ransom by a mysterious party, and I am afraid I do not know who I can and cannot trust. We are holding a small gathering to celebrate our exciting news with what Maman calls the dignified elite, those that are well respected and held in high regard in both our close inner circle and society. Our private matters have always remained just that, so I fear one of those invited may be the person who is out to ruin our name, but for reasons I cannot fathom. I have enclosed a first-class rail ticket for you to join us for the announcement, and having contacted your superiors and the correct authorities to request your assistance, which they were more than happy to grant me, I shall expect your arrival with great anticipation. There shall be a carriage waiting for you at the station to bring you directly to Mnemosyne House. I thank you in advance in our time of crisis. Yours respectfully, Angeline Van der Bosch.
So if the prologue took an hour and a half, right? And there's 9 chapters, so 9 hours. But then obviously a half, so you're just like, alright, 10, 11, 12, 13 and a half hours. And I'm like, that's like 3 streams. If we do it perfectly. Ah! Oh! Look at all the stuff we have. Why, what, who, where. We already have the where. When and how. Mm-hmm. Move, my dear fellow. I don't need to investigate anything out here, right? Oh, he said first step, get out of the cold, so honestly, yeah, smart. Door? Door. A moment longer in this weather, my fingers would become too cold to even knock the door.
Bonjour, my name is Hercule Poirot. I am here at the invitation of Mademoiselle Angeline.
I know it's just like a super upper class thing for like, you know, the UK and the Europe and everything. But I'm trying to imagine like doing this like in America. Like back when I lived in a trailer park. I'm just imagining someone just knocking at my little trailer park door just being like, hello, I have been invited by so-and-so to show up tonight. And it's like, oh, yes, good, come in.
Ah, Detective Poirot. We have been expecting you. Please come in from this frightful cold.
Merci. I don't think I would have lasted much longer out here before turning into an icicle.
Welcome. I am Archibald Sterling, the head butler. Please accept my apologies. I have a rather pressing matter, but I will see that you are attended to immediately.
Gold-plated trailer. If anything, there is that alcoholic beverage that has like flakes of gold in it. So like in theory, if you were to work out a deal with a bar, because I know some bars like to keep it because it is gold flakes. Obviously you need a lot for it to even be worth anything, but you could just cover the trailer in that.
Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. I am sure I am more than capable of finding my room. I shall straighten myself up and be ready to join the party.
Doesn't matter, it's still fun. You could cover your trailer in the gold leaf.
Ah, there is no rush, Detective. Dinner will not be served for some time. So please, make yourself comfortable.
Dinner, you say?
Once you have settled in, I am sure that Miss Angeline will be happy to see you. She has been eager for your arrival. She's not been herself recently.
Where is he looking? He's like looking at me, he's reading my face, and then he like looks beyond my head and then comes back, reads my face, and then like looks beyond my head and like past my shoulder and then back at me. Is there a ghost? Do you see a ghost? What's happening?
You will be staying on the first floor. I believe your room is one of the two on the west side of the house.
Buy enough gold leaf so Nina can have a gold-plated trailer for when Nina what happens. Just, welcome to my trailer. When I said trailer, I meant like trailer park home. I didn't mean like movie trailer.
Merci. I am sure we shall speak again soon.
Alright, he's out of here. Good. Oh, new mind map unlocked. It is time to make myself comfortable. I should begin with finding my room and straighten myself up before the party begins. Do that. What book? Ooh. Tonight's arrivals have written a small signed message. The male guests are based in the East Wing. But I'm in the West Wing. Zachariah? Hello?
Bonjour. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Hercule Poirot.
I love his pants. Like, I like the button, the high-waistedness of it.
Detective, I hope you're not here for me.
Oh, you look a little sleepy. You know, go with a nap.
Not that I am aware of. Should I be?
Did you just admit to a crime?
Ha! Ha ha! Not often you meet a detective with a sense of humor. I'm Zakaria Demir, but you can call me Zach.
Zachariah. Judging by the smell of alcohol, I would say he had begun the celebrations already and is likely to be this friendly with everyone. I understand the staff are busy, but I was hoping I could find someone to assist me. If you had the hand, just to congratulate. Let's see if you'll help me out.
You'll be lucky. I've been waiting for a refill for ages. I came out here to find someone myself.
Ah, I see. The preparations for this evening's dinner must have taken precedence.
I've seen that butler running around like a madman, but there is still no party to speak of. It's pretty clear they need to hire a few more hands. If I had seen them, maybe I would have. It is meant to be their celebration, but they're always off, dealing with something or other.
Something or other? A rather vague expression.
Let's just say they like to keep their cards close to their chest. For such a well-known family, I'm surprised they can keep anything hidden.
Would you care to elaborate on what Mademoiselle may be hiding?
I'd rather not. You're the detective, isn't that your job?
Très bien, Monsieur Demir.
Perhaps I should keep my occupation and reason for being here to myself, for now at least. I fear it may derail my initial introductions.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
A bientôt. Gonna learn French from this game. Is it French or is it Belgian? To room. Telephone.
Aha.
Imagine this is used by Archibald. I very much doubt my mom would use it. A telephone? What am I, a commoner? It's like, madam, commoners don't have telephones. I can hear bottles clanging and moving furniture. I presume this is the saloon. The door is locked. Alright, let's check out this room. I presume this leads to the dining room. I'm sure there'll be a grand reveal when all are present. Glass case.
Aha.
An interesting looking piece of stationery. It appears rather delicate. Thought it was a knife for a second. A roaring fire. I could stand and gaze into flames for hours. Fireplaces do be nice.
Huh.
It looks quite viable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. Do they just they don't have it in a pot. They just have it on some legs. The chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment. Oh, I see. I thought it was like a coconut tree, so I thought like the trunk was the trunk. It's not though. It's the body of a very tall table, and it's like a little fern that's on top of it. And you can't see the bowl because the fern leaves are covering it. Got it. I was like, it's a weird coconut tree. No, it's a fern. Madame von Den Bosch has always been one for appearances. Why would the family want to keep a price tag on the vase? That is pretty sus. Painting. A portrait of a distinguished looking gentleman. He doesn't appear to be related to the family. Nope. These rooms are blocked, so I guess we go upstairs. Am I wearing red shoes? Oh, I am stylish. Alright, upstairs. Oh, there's even more upstairs. Okay. Plant. Sure, let's look at the plant. Plants lean and rely on each other to survive. Something we as a species could take a lesson from. I mean, if we're trying to be more plant-like, I'm pretty sure that's just the slight plot of The Last of Us. It's not. I know it's not. I'm making a joke that the zombies are plant-based. This auctioneer's receipt. I hope Madame Von Deck isn't finding it necessary to sell her belongings. I mean, you saw what was going on in her house. Ooh. Group of saints. Guessing this is my room. A beautifully composed painting of 7 saints. Madame has quite an eye for striking artwork. Oh, nice. Take a look.
Oh.
Painting of the sun rising over a town. Sadly, it appears to have some water damage. Oh. Try not to dilly-dally too long on things. A selection of perfume compliments of the family seems rather fitting for a female occupant. Did they leave me some cologne as well? I don't know, man. You said all the male guests were in the East Wing and they put you in the West Wing. Is that purpose or accident? A roaring fire. I could stand and gaze into hours. Is a window open? Is this dust or snow? Understandable to hide a woman's modesty while changing. Is this my room? This doesn't feel like my room. I'm gonna go now. I don't think this is my room. To northeast quarter. To southeast quarter. How do I get to west? Alright, pop open the thing. Talk to Angeline. Investigate the blackmail. Where even is she? Says family holds a few secrets. Very few staff working. It is pretty sus. Room assigned by Archibald. Okay, so that is my room. Archibald's doing too much. Archibald is stressed. Staff are very busy. Because there's not a lot of them.
Order and method.
Nope.
That is...
Locked dining room. Locked saloon door. Group saints. Really, the painting is what gave me talking to Angeline, wherever she is. There's 3 things I can match up, apparently. Is that why you're stressed?
Another success.
Alright, a butler would usually escort me to my room, but on this occasion I must find my own way. Oh no. Archibald, stressed due to lack of staff, yeah. Handling too much. Welcome book?
Is there something?
Perfume bottles? Maybe?
This will not get me any closer to my...
I'm gonna just start picking things.
I must take a different approach if...
Okay, so it definitely is changing in perfume. Locked dining room, locked... Oh, is it just togethers?
Magnifique.
It appears as though I am staying in a very feminine room. Perhaps this has been some confusion? Nah. Room prepared for female guest. You doing too much?
Come, my little Grace.
Nope. Is he just busy? He's probably just busy.
Order and method.
No?
That is the...
Very few working staff?
What a revelation.
Alright. Archibald is clearly flustered with his task. It appears he has sent me to the wrong room. Has he?
Things are beginning to be...
These must be the rooms for tonight's events. They must be locked for a good reason. Rooms for tonight's events. The staff are very busy.
Some would say a lucky guess.
I doubt Madam's standards have dropped. The staff must be working hard to finalize preparations. Okay. Good. We've gotten what we can, and now we have to go find Angeline. I don't know where she is. So I'm like, low-key hoping she's downstairs. I cannot see Madam allow me to stay on the top floor. I'm not sure I'd want to either. She's somewhere downstairs? Oh, welcome to chat room. Thank you, Twitch chat. Well, that's locked. That's locked. Where is my lovely companion? Is there a hint button? I would love a hint button just to take me to where I need to go. She's not outside. Maybe we have to click on the doors because it says talk to her, but I'm like, she's not even here. Nope, we've already read this. Alright. Just gonna see if there's anything new to say before I go upstairs and try again.
Detective, it looks as though I might be out here all weekend.
What can I do for you?
I shall take up no
Nothing.
more.
Nothing. Where is she? It says, I can't go in there, so... I can hear music from inside. This room must already have a resident. Perhaps others have arrived before me. Where is Angeline?
Oh.
Haitian Valley with a series of beautiful cliffs. The scenery is truly breathtaking. Okay, and that's my room. Let's just click on it just so we can talk about it. Maybe that's what I gotta do to get her out. This door does not seem fitting of a bedroom. Something far greater resides behind it. Probably a ballroom. I'm gonna try. Don't have a need to venture to this part of the house just yet. I don't have a need to venture to this part of the house. Okay. Well then, good. Sir. How do I get to her? Yes, how do I get to you? So I tap R and it tells me, talk to her. Oh, and inspect the bedroom. So back to the bedroom, most likely. Guess I missed something in there. This is as fast as he can walk. Me legs are cold now. Alright. What have I missed? The pillow. A card is hidden under the pillow. It indicates Hugo would like Mrs. Conrad to speak with him ASAP. It appears Monsieur Sterling has given me the wrong room. This one had been made up for a Jacqueline Conrad. No matter, I shall find my chamber myself. Oh, now I'm supposed to just wander away. Oop, luggage. There is no tag, but must belong to one of the guests. Do I need to do some ground floor hall? All right, back to the ground floor hall. Up. Gideon. Gideon, you're new.
You must be Detective Poirot. Welcome.
The fiancée to Mademoiselle Angeline. The pleasure is all mine.
Angeline spoke so highly of you. It sounds as though you are the man that can sort this terrible mess out.
What if he's the one sending the ransom letters?
I am, monsieur. You have my word.
Or I guess blackmail.
Mostly friends of the family. A couple of business associates of mine. Quite a mix from all walks of life.
With regards to the blackmailing, can they be trusted, or should they be considered suspects?
Angeline is struggling to trust anyone right now, but Madame van den Bosch, as it is her house, thought it was best for us to have them all present.
And they will all be staying in the house?
Yes, it is a rather full house. All 6 guests will be staying on this floor. The family resides on the 2nd floor. As does Felix.
I will be sure to speak with them all. However, I will keep my identity and purpose for being here hidden, at least until I have made my initial introductions.
I'm afraid that ship may have already sailed. Once the Comtesse gets wind of something, a detective coming to the house, for example, you can bet everyone will know.
Okay.
She tries her best to keep everyone else happy, but I can see it is taking its toll.
Quite understandable. She is feeling the burden of the family that is not hers to carry.
Angeline has spoken with her mother. She has asked if there is anything that could be used against her, but she was just so dismissive.
And what are your thoughts on the matter?
I do not want to overstep my position, but if there is something that could damage not only the Van den Bosch name, but our future, Angeline deserves to know.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
You have met Madame. You know it is best to not get on her wrong side. You are very observant, Detective. You would be wise to keep that perceptive nature while you're here.
I'm sure you are correct, but I'd like to return to your feelings towards the Major.
He has been a good friend to Madame van den Bosch over the years, but that does not make him a good man, or suitable to involve himself in family affairs.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Another one. I've held a place in my mind since our first meeting. I'm most interested to see what has changed since then. I think I need to move my mic a bit. There's only 3 things to pick right now.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Why would I have to... You were on the vase. I don't understand why I have to put it together. Oh, wait, no. The receipt is for the auction. The tag on the vase is something else. Anyway, it appears the family's financial situation is much the same as the last time I saw them. Can I confirm this? I just did. I could also talk to Gideon again if I wanted to. But there she is. Found her. Angeline.
Mademoiselle Angeline, it is a pleasure to see you again.
I might go grab myself a drink too.
Detective, how wonderful you are here. Your travel was not too arduous, I hope?
Watching from my carriage window, I saw the beautiful countryside and rolling hills. It was anything but taxing.
I'm truly thankful you could make it here at such late notice.
No thanks are required, mademoiselle. When one is requested personally, there is nothing more important.
Alright, seems staff have almost run off their feet today. Certainly some beautiful pieces of art here. Oh, they're about to get sold, right?
Gideon and I only wanted a small dinner to celebrate our engagement, but Maman was adamant on throwing this party. It may have been her idea, but it's the staff that have made it happen.
Oh, figure I just get myself some caffeine.
Their efforts do not go unnoticed, from me at least. They have been with us for so long. I do my best to make sure they are happy and content.
How long has it been since the Florette thing? Mademoiselle has made a remarkable transformation from selfish, spoiled brat to the gracious young woman I see before me. Okay, but how long has it been since Florette? Because you had Florette, you had Elizabeth, you had Luke, and the chef. And now you have this butler, but this is also a different house, too. Rich people. Rich people problems. Although I must solve this case alone, Mademoiselle's insight may be of the great assistance throughout my investigation.
Only Maman, Elizabeth, my beloved Gideon, and you, of course.
And what is your fiancé's opinion of the letters?
He thinks me foolish for paying the first one if there is no secret to reveal. But
you believe there may be a secret lurking, one that Maman is herself keeping hidden.
she tells me nothing. Even though I'm a grown woman on the verge of marriage, she still treats me like the child I once was.
Perhaps it is out of love that she protects you. It is in every mother's nature to protect their young from hurt.
Not a single person. I don't know anyone that would stoop so low.
The guests that will be joining us tonight, they are ones you can trust?
I hope so, Detective. Before the letters arrived, I would not have thought twice about it.
They are all close friends of yours, I assume.
Friends and colleagues. Gideon has spoken positively about them. It would be a rather underhanded tactic to do such a thing to someone you are doing business with. Oh, Detective, I'm afraid I just don't know.
She was quite adamant at the police station that she would not be returning to the house, but I assumed she would at least collect her belongings.
Maman demanded that Elizabeth pack up everything she had and dispose of it. But I couldn't let that happen. Elizabeth and I took her belongings, what little there was of them, to a friend of hers in the town that Elizabeth knew of. But not even she had heard from her. I wanted to contact her, but I had no address or telephone number.
Surely Madame must have had some information when she employed her.
Right, something.
You saw how Maman was. As soon as Florette was out of sight of the house, it was as though she had never been there at all. Elizabeth was most upset at the news Florette would not be returning.
Not gonna lie, Mama sounds like my grandmother. Where it's just like, no longer used for this emotion or person, destroy every relic of theirs. We don't need it, burn it. It's like, these are photographs, these are memories. Not anymore, they're not. Burn them.
And your mama's choice to ignore her accountability for the girl stopped you searching.
Please, detective, you cannot make me feel any worse than I already do. If I could go back and live that day again, you must believe me, I would never have done it.
Mademoiselle Angeline has finally accepted responsibility and is remorseful for her actions that day and the consequences that followed. I am pleased to see a maturity in her, but that does not help young Florette, wherever she might be.
Yes, Maman has quite a collection, although they are not all to my taste. Most, in fact.
The painting of the saints, in particular, it is quite exquisite. Is it connected to the house in some way?
The one in the hall? If you look above your bedroom door, you will see one of their names. I believe they were originally carved to watch over the occupants.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Alright. And then what? He wanted me to explore? Talk to Gideon. Talk to Zachariah. Oop, and there's a connection. Alright. Guest residing on the first floor. That's just talking to him in general. Plaques above doors. That?
I cannot see the logic in this.
No. Groups of saints.
Another success.
7 prestigious saints. I should find these above 7 doors in the house. I wonder if this matches the number of expected guests. 7 saints assigned to the room.
The pieces of the puzzle are...
All the first floor rooms are all accounted for. Perhaps the missing door is hidden elsewhere. Missing door? 1 door missing. Ooh. Ooh. Audible music?
I must take a different approach if...
No. This goes with something, though, because we still are at a 1. Changing screen. First floor west wing?
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Miss Conrad's room.
Is there something?
Nope. Oh, Zachariah says the family holds a few secrets. Apparently there's missing doors, one of them.
Things are beginning to become...
I fear Mademoiselle's secret may not be the only one this house is hiding. Alright. So we got that, so Zachariah and Gideon. So let's chat them up. I said your name wrong, didn't I? I did.
Detective.
What's up, Zach?
It looks as though I might be out here all... I'm a guest. I shouldn't have to go around chasing them.
Ah.
Perhaps the party preparation is more of a priority.
It's not my fault they aren't ready. Why don't I wait here while you check in the butler's pantry in the east corridor? I think I saw a maid go in there earlier.
I shall take up no more.
Alright, Abion. Butler's pantry. Ooh, I get to see what the rich are like. What's in a butler's pantry? Is that the break room? Elizabeth! Let me investigate your surroundings. The cook has obviously used them for quite some time, judging by their condition. Did you just call them shitty? Did you just call the pots shitty? Ooh, what's a synonym for that? What is another word we can use besides that? There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. Anything else? Nope, just go talk to Elizabeth. Crappy, icky, lousy, rotten, stinking.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
Stinky bad.
What a pleasure to see you again.
Poopy or shithouse. Those are synonyms for shitty, apparently. It's a vulgar, and it means extremely bad. Mademoiselle Elizabeth, what a pleasure.
Detective Poirot, I'm so glad you could make it.
Yes. Question. Is your image reversed? Because Your image has it here, but I look at your model and it has it here.
Unfortunately, it is not purely for pleasure that I am here. Mademoiselle Angeline requires my attention professionally.
Because I'm looking at her belt, right? And her belt is facing the same way.
Yes, Angeline has told me. I'm glad she called upon you, Detective. I've been rather worried about her.
But then again, you can't really see the buttons on her shoulders.
I will do everything I can to find the blackmailer and bring them to justice.
I have every faith in you.
I hope I am not interrupting you.
We're all very busy, as I'm sure you can imagine. After I'm done, I can come to your room and help you with any further questions. No one escorted you. I'm so sorry. Everyone is just so frantic at the moment. Madame has requested all staff prepare for this evening.
And you have been tasked with jobs in the pantry. Surely your talents could be used elsewhere.
I do as Madame asks. Well, as Archie asks.
Monsieur Sterling. Yes, I met him when I arrived. A charming gentleman. He did give me some rather vague instructions to find my room, though.
I can only apologize on his behalf. He would be mortified. I'm afraid I cannot be of much more help, but I believe you are located next to Mr. De Silva. By all means, the house is yours to explore.
I have like an eyelash or something in my eye. I suppose I should not take Monsieur Sterling's lack of directions personally, considering the amount of work the staff have been tasked with. At least now I have a permission to roam the house. To further roam the house.
Yes, I'm afraid it may be all for show, though. She has not been herself, and it is not only I that have noticed.
Madame Vandenbosch. Surely it must have had some effect on her.
Madame has carried on as though nothing has happened. She has never been one to show emotion, and she doesn't seem to notice how it has affected Angeline. The staff, on the other hand... Angeline means no harm, but there have been some instances recently where she has acted rather sharply with them.
I hope not too sharply. A house of 2 Madame Vandenbosches would surely be too much for anyone.
Ah yes, guests are requested to sign the book when arriving. I believe it gives details to the guests' room locations.
It stated the male guests are to be staying in the East Wing.
Yes, Madame does not believe in male and female guests residing beside one another. Oh, yes, well, I'm afraid it is far from a happy ending. Luke is sadly no longer with us.
What? No!
Oh, mademoiselle, I was not aware.
What do you mean? What happened?
It's fine, Detective, honestly. I'm sorry, but I really must finish this.
Wait, did Luke die?
Bien sûr, mademoiselle.
Oh, for a man that has a mind so brilliant and astute, I have made an easy job of embarrassing myself. Let this be reminded to use one's gray cells before speaking. Aww.
Merci, man.
The pleasure is mine, Detective.
I didn't know Luke was dead. Alright, talk to Gideon, talk to Angeline again. Nothing. Inspect the pantry. There's more I gotta see, apparently. Inspect the east rooms. Right, what else is there? We did the pots. We did the cupboard. I'm sad now. Ground floor. I can't find what they want me to investigate. Maybe I do...
Before you leave, Detective, I have something for you beside the furnace here from Angeline. She wanted me to give it to you on your arrival.
There we go.
Merci, mademoiselle.
What is it? A letter. We like letters. The second letter acknowledges a payment from a previous blackmail letter. You were wise to take me seriously. You have bought my silence for a moment at least. Your family's privacy obviously means a great deal to you. If you're willing to pay to keep your secrets hidden and continue to pay, you will. Would your maman be as willing to part with her wealth? Ooh. You will bring a second parcel with another 5,000 francs to the cobblers, this time addressed to a Monsieur Fontaine by close on Friday. You've done your family service by keeping this arrangement to yourself. I'm sure I do not have to tell you what will happen if the police are involved, and I hope it will not come to that. Dun 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 dun. When I would read letters that were sent to Mademoiselle Angeline, I sure hope this is great. I am sure there's a great deal to learn from them, and hopefully some clues to learn from the author. Alright, we got one thing. Quill pen. Payment acknowledged.
I must act on...
Staff concern?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Handwritten.
Order and method. That another success.
Is it somebody
I
in the
never-
house? I can't ignore the coincidence. The same style of pen that wrote the letters is present in the house. Gasp. Elizabeth, I need to talk to you about a quill pen.
Of course, Detective. What is it? I would not say it in front of the Major, but it is rather hideous. It was a gift from him to Madame from his time overseas. I don't think it even has the capability of writing.
A pen that does not write is like a fish that cannot swim.
As Angeline describes it, a useless ornament. It's the thought that counts, I suppose.
Merci, mademoiselle.
The pleasure is mine, Detective.
Okay. That's settled, right? Yeah, talk to Angeline. Talk to Zach. Gideon and Angeline. Alright, perfect. Madame, questions.
What can I help you with, Detective?
Well,
I was right to pay it, yes? You have read them. What do you think?
You were wise to consult me, but bowing to their threat may have only shown that you are willing to pay for their silence. Is the secret they speak of worth so much?
I wish I could, but I have no idea. The letter was addressed to me, but I have nothing to hide. Maman took one look at it and disregarded the whole thing as someone's idea of a joke.
She looked at it. She is not aware of the second letter.
She doesn't know I paid the first. I thought I could make it all go away.
She's trying to be an adult.
Did you ask Madame if there was a family secret they could be privy to?
She said I was to ignore the letters and stop wasting my time with such foolishness. If there was something, she wouldn't tell me anyway.
It appears Mademoiselle believes her maman's attempts to brush away the serious nature of the letters as little as I do.
I couldn't ask Maman for the money. She was angry that I had even considered paying it. Gideon offered to help.
Pardon, did he not think you foolish for paying?
Ooh.
He did, but he said he couldn't stand by and watch me in so much distress.
Question, was it actually Gideon's money or was it your money? And he made it seem like it was his so you wouldn't suspect anything. Ooh, maybe Gideon's the one blackmailing.
How honorable.
We are soon to be married, Detective. A loving partnership that faces their troubles together. They are his words.
I did not mean anything by it, mademoiselle. You have found yourself a husband that will stand by your side and do what must be done to protect you. I am most pleased for you.
Hold on. That's not what I thought the sticker was. You ever like try to send somebody in a emote and you look at it and you know it's this big on your screen. You're like, oh, that's totally funny. I thought I was sending a laughing emoji face. It was a crying face, and I was like, no, that changes the conversation. Ow! I thought they were laughing into a pillow, not crying.
As you would expect, she has been in quite a state. It was such a terrible accident. She kept it to herself for almost a week before she even told me.
Pardon, how could you not know? Surely his absence from the house was noticed.
Maman fired him after he returned to the house. She said he could not be trusted.
And then just poof.
But Mademoiselle Elizabeth's position was kept?
I begged Maman for them both, but she said if he was willing to go behind her back, what else could he do?
Falling in love is a far cry from committing even the smallest crime, n'est-ce pas?
A cruel and unnecessary decision by Madame von den Bosch. She had no right to fire him and tear him away from his betrothed, who then died.
She has been a kind shoulder to lean on through all this mess, but it is her I worry about. She has been through so much.
I was not aware of what had happened, and by mentioning, I fear I may have only made it worse by dredging up the past.
Do not punish yourself, detective. You are not to know. I don't think your honest mistake will make much difference to how she has been feeling recently.
It is easier said than done. I've already seen a difference in Mademoiselle Elizabeth. She was once so exuberant and optimistic, seeing the positives in everything and everyone. But now I fear the loss of her love, and the careless reminder from moi may have dampened her outlook.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Send a little face. Alright. Do I need to look at the book again to figure out who's here and what and what? Tonight's arrivals have written small side message to the male guests. No, it's the same as before. Zach, I need to talk to you. It was like, try to get this dog hair out of my eye.
Is that what he said? I can barely understand most of what he says with that accent.
What accent? I can understand Monsieur Sterling perfectly, but Monsieur Demir is one more Vin rogue away from becoming unintelligible.
I find his accent rather pleasant, reassuring.
I guess. Not too helpful when it comes to finding your room, though. You'll probably be the lucky one that has that hideous plant outside the door.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
Okay. Alright. Just gonna check, like... Yeah, Gideon's upstairs. East rooms. Gideon. Oop, but there's a connection. Elizabeth has been herself. Luke passed away. Yeah, sorry about that. Mindful of staff. Cassandra. Angry at Elizabeth and Luke. Luke was fired. Does this have anything to do with him?
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover.
Mindful of staff?
I must act on thought.
She's matured?
Come, my little Grace.
Oh.
I should not be surprised by my own.
It is truly terrible that Luke passed away, and to see how broken Elizabeth is. Don't make me. Elizabeth mourns for Luke. I am sad.
This will not get
Nope.
me any closer.
Mindful of staff?
Is there something?
That's the new thing. So what is Elizabeth mourned for Luke? Floorabouts? Floorabouts? Florette's whereabouts unknown. Combining words here. Elizabeth upset. Florette was dismissed. Maybe that?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Why would those go together? Losing a loved one and not having a close friend to talk to would be difficult for anyone. Elizabeth lost loved ones. Yeah. Okay. So Gideon. East rooms. Gideon. Oop, but there's something to link. Kind of want to do it when it's small, you know? Ornamental. Handwritten. Staff concern. Madam unaware of payment. Getting paid the first demand. So this maybe?
Come, my little Grey cells.
Nope.
We must.
Letter purposely written in-house. Ornamental. Ornamental?
Order and method. That.
Payment acknowledged?
I cannot see the logic.
Staff concerned for Angeline and Madam unaware of payment. How's that connected?
Magnifique.
I'm so glad I have hints on. They will no doubt be concerned for not only Angeline, but also for their positions at the house. What is the extent of their knowledge of the matter? Staff unaware of blackmail. Oh, staff is aware of the blackmail. It's pretty sus. You're telling me the entire staff knows, but not the madam of the house? That tracks. Yeah, that tracks. Alright, Gideon.
Please? Ask away, detective.
Alright, boom.
As far as I'm aware, everything is in order. From what I understand, the late Viscount had made some questionable investments. But that is all in the past.
And regarding the payment of the blackmail,
Angeline does not have to worry about money anymore. I was born into some wealth, and I have earned my own fortune. Angeline has spoken of it. You made quite the impression on her, detective.
Stop.
I feel responsible for what came from that day. Florette's dismissal and Luke's.
It is not your fault. Madame van den Bosch does not like it when her rules or authority are undermined. I try to explain to Angeline the same, but her guilt has not left her. I suppose you think I was unwise to pay it?
I am glad Mademoiselle requested my help before you fell further out of pocket.
Madame van den Bosch had no intentions of paying it, whether she believes there is a secret that could ruin the family or not.
It was an honorable move for you to make the payment. It was certainly no small fee.
Angeline is to be my wife, and then we shall be family. As far as I am concerned, my money is our money.
Gideon, I hope it's not you, because you're turning out pretty cool right now.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Sorry, jazz music. Wait, no, give me the jazz music again. That was lovely. Right, we talk to him. Inspect the east rooms. Whoop, 2 new links. Alright, what's our new stuff? Angeline guilty about dismissal. Would that be Luke was fired?
This will not get me any close.
God damn it. Would it be Florette?
Is there something I am not?
Mindful of staff because she feels guilty?
What a revelation.
Angeline's trying to do good, even though the dismissals weren't entirely her fault. She's trying to redeem herself. Okay.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Mademoiselle Angeline says she never intended for Florette to be fired. I believe her. Okay, and then what's the other new stuff? Gideon sees his money as the family's. Gideon believes finances are in order. Are they?
I must take a different approach.
Maybe the tag?
I must act on thought.
Unsure of the Major's intentions. Gideon sees his money as the family's. Tag on this?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Family keeping up appearances.
Things are beginning to be...
It looks like the family have finally got back on track with their money problems. Great to hear. It is certainly not the happy news I was expecting. Mademoiselle Elizabeth lost her beloved Luke, and young Florette, the maidservant, has not been seen, even with Mademoiselle Angeline's efforts. At least it appears the family have survived their financial difficulties. Ta-da. Alright, so now we are exploring the East Rooms. Mansion's over here. Oh, what happened to my lovely jazz music? Why did it stop? To northeast quarter, to southeast quarter. I guess we'll start north. Wait, the clock? Hold on. What's up with the clock? The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece. It is an art form. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Hello, chest. Zach, I presume, and his rather expensive luggage. His room faces the back garden. Sure there's nothing else.
Huh.
Time and skill it takes to build. These rooms are unlocked. Check out the plant. This plant is striking and full of color. It really draws one's attention in a positive way. Can your plant draw your attention in a negative way? What does that look like? I'm a negative plant. I'm a negative plant. Like, what's the negative? I guess if the plant's dying, that's a negative way to get attention, where it's like, oh, you didn't take care of your plant. Look at it. It's wilting away. That's such a fun concept to think about. All right, whose luggage is this? More luggage for Mr. E. de Silver, left unattended right between the two front-facing rooms. Ooh, different plant. I would not consider any form of nature ugly, but I'm not sure how I feel about this plant. Come, my little Greystones, let us solve this mystery. What? About the plant? Inspect the east rooms. Okay, clearly I missed something. Oh, now the door's open. Bedroom next to Monsieur de Silva. This must be my room. My room, let's go. Finally, I have found my chamber. Although the journey was longer than expected, the destination is really quite charming. I should make myself familiar and comfortable in my new surroundings. Wow, ooh, my room's bigger than the first one they put me in. Okay. I wonder if I'll get a chance to catch up on my reading whilst I stay here. Probably not. Probably not, my dear friend. Ooh, window. The snow has limited the view from the window, but certainly has a beauty of its own. Oh, fireplace as always. Roaring fire could stand gazing into for hours. Oh, even for a detective like myself, finding this room was quite an arduous task. The house may hold more secrets than expected. Oh, ta-da! Objective complete. Ta-da! Oh. Oh, I thought I was going to automatically talk to you. Yes, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, thank you for coming. I shall not take up too much more of your precious time.
Not at all, Detective. I had best not be away for too long. Madame would not be pleased when there is so much work to do.
That's true.
Well, mademoiselle, if anyone was to ask, I required your urgent attention with a delicate matter. That should be enough to give you a moment's peace.
Thank you, Detective.
What is this? Check out Deep Dark Sea, a newly announced horror game powered by Unreal Engine 5 that inspired by Dead Space and H.P. Lovecraft. Ooh!
I have heard whispers, but this town is full of busybodies. It's hard to know what is the truth and what is hot air from socialites trying to outdo one another.
It looks good. It looks spoopy.
I would not have thought you want to join in with such chatter.
I'm not, but it can be hard to ignore. I try to quash any talk of it in the house. But it's easier said than done. When the staff are together, it seems to be a competition to see who can dream up the most scandalous rumour.
You are a loyal maid and friend. Mademoiselle Angeline is fortunate to have you.
It baffles me why they would target her in the first place. She has such a kind and pure soul. That may not be what you remember of Mademoiselle, but she has grown into a kind-hearted young lady.
Happy to hear that.
I was wary of that when I arrived, but I myself can see a change in her, a maturity. And if it is as kind and pure as you have stated, she should not be troubled by the letter.
Letters, Detective. I brought you the other.
Oh! You do not know me, but I know you and your family very well. For years you have stood high on your pedestal, attending parties and living the lifestyle of the upper class, a life that you were born into. All the while hiding a sordid secret that would tarnish the Von den Bosch name forever. Once a respected family with morals and nobility, but now you rely on riches and jewelry to show your worth. A worth that is not deserved. Even residing in a home that was obtained under your lies, but not for long. Ooh. For your secret to remain exactly that, take a small brown paper parcel filled with 5,000 francs, addressed to Monsieur Dupont, to Barbier and Sons Cobblers, before sundown on Friday. If you do as I request, this will be the last you hear from me. Not true. You will be able to return to your life of stolen wealth and excess. If you refuse, be sure the name Von den Bosch will be on the whisper of lips for years to come.
I have tried to tell her not to think any more on them, but she fears that even a fabricated story could ruin the family name. She even frets at what it may do to her engagement.
I have met Monsieur Demire, and I cannot see his love for Angeline diminishing at something so trivial. Merci for bringing this letter to me.
Merci beaucoup. Mademoiselle Angeline worries so much about the family name, but from Mademoiselle Elizabeth's telling, she has nothing to worry about, at least from her own perspective. Perhaps the secret does not directly concern Angeline at all, and she's merely the easy target. Probably deals with the mom.
Merci, mademoiselle.
The pleasure is mine, Detective.
Okay, let me pop open this. Okay, we got a link there. What's new? Blackmail wishes family to leave the manor. Blackmailer wishes family to suffer. Imagine. Connected?
I must act on thought.
Staff aware, but madam's not aware. Payment acknowledged, payment demanded. Letters possibly written in the home?
Come, my little grey cell.
Wishes family to suffer.
Order and method.
Is
That
it
is-
manor and house secrets? Oh, no, it's staff aware and house secrets.
What a revelation.
Why wasn't that revealed before? The staff members that are aware of the blackmail could possibly know the reason why. It appears the Von Deck box secret may not be a secret at all. The house may know what the blackmailer is holding over the family. Okay. Nope. Can I leave? I can't leave. Elizabeth? Do you know why?
Of course, Detective. She will no doubt be with Master Gideon. The party was just beginning when I came upstairs.
That is my cue to make a grand entrance. Am I presentable enough for the creme of society?
I'd say so, yeah.
Quite handsome, Detective.
Merci. If you catch me snoring, please poke me in the ribs.
I will use Madame's sharpest poker.
Okay, you can see your buttons there. Alright, it's just the angle. Who's fighting?
It sounds as though someone else may have already been poked.
Chapter 1 done. Yeah, it took us about an hour. Ooh, the Major? Ooh, what's going on? Do it, Gideon, punch him again! Bro, you punched a Major? Bro, Gideon, let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would be so kind to return to the party.
He punched a Major. Ooh, why?
With all this excitement out here,
I believe that is an end to the excitement, as you put it, Monsieur Demire.
It is hardly the job of the detective to resolve domestic arguments. But under the circumstances, perhaps there is more to it. I shall speak with the Major outside. Or I could just
Thank God.
ask Gideon.
One last match.
Hold on. I'm looking at how he's holding that cigar. He's using this. He's not using his thumb pad. He's using the side of his thumb. Yeah? I guess? Yeah, I guess if you got big enough thumbs, it works.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hagen.
Bonjour.
I wondered when you would be arriving. At least now you can do your job.
Howdy, partner. Oh, howdy, Gabe. Again. It's a very calm puzzle game.
Pardon, Monsieur.
Everyone's calming talkly. Everyone's talking calmly.
I have just been assaulted. I want him arrested.
Minus the Major. He's kind of a dick. Ignore him. But how are you doing? Give Russell lots of pets for me.
I'm afraid it is not as simple as that. I merely witnessed you standing up from the ground.
It's the truth.
This is ridiculous. You know very well what he did.
Nah, I saw you on the floor and him above you. You slipped, maybe.
Perhaps you could elaborate on what instigated the altercation.
I should have known you wouldn't make things easy.
It's kind of funny that he has a cigar in his hand, but in his picture, it's just a really fat cigarette. It's clear that the Major's still outraged by what has just happened, but I must learn what caused such escalation into physical violence. Push on whether the Major instigated the altercation. He probably did, but we gotta make it think that we gotta make him think that we think Gideon caused it, probably.
I have met Monsieur Demire. He does not seem one to physically assault someone unless provoked.
I hope you're not implying that I started it.
I am only stating what I have seen.
Sleepy getting coffee inside me so the magical beans can work their magic. Oh, very nice, very nice. Go, beans, go!
I was having a private conversation with Angeline when he interrupted and struck me. That is all there is to know.
Uh-huh. If the Major is still the same man that I met all those years ago. Years! Okay, it's been years! Oh, shit. Wait, so Elizabeth's been alone for years because her, like, fiance got... Oh, no! That's even sadder now. Okay, it's been years. And in those years, we have no idea what happened to Florette. Ooh, that's bad. And Elizabeth has been sad this whole time because Luke has been dead for years. They were so close to happiness. Alright. I'm sure he will remain defensive, and the blame for the altercation will fall solely on Monsieur Demire. Wait. Demire? Wait, did Zack fight him? But we saw Gideon with his fists up. What? Perhaps the best approach would be to act as though I'm on the Major side and cocks out the truth. Is that what that word means? It must have been a rather heated conversation for him to intervene. Implicating your conversation with Madame Angeline was had with the utmost respect and politicians towards her. Straightforward.
The content of my conversation is not your concern. What should be is that a man has been physically assaulted in his own home.
Wait, this is your house?
I understood this to be Nemozine House, the Vanden Bosch residence. Am I mistaken?
And I reside here. My home is not what is being questioned right now.
Is he the sugar baby to Madame the Maman?
You have grown rather close with the Vanden Bosch family, it seems.
What has my relationship with the family got to do with anything? Why are you even here, officer?
Wedding announcement.
Detective. And I was invited by Mademoiselle Angeline personally.
Seems to be mistake after mistake with that girl.
I'm gonna... Do you think she has made a mistake in agreeing to marry Monsieur Demire? There must be a reason for your animosity. Wait. Is it Gideon Demire? Wait, what's Zachary's last name? Zach's name. Oh my goodness.
Of course I do. What a stupid question. He is scum. Him and his whole family. If I had my way, he wouldn't have even stepped foot in this house.
Do you think Monsieur's actions were appropriate? There's clearly some hostility between you.
Are you dumb as well? Why would I be happy about being punched in such an underhanded way?
Well, I didn't want to make you mad, darn it.
My apologies, monsieur. Perhaps I had not worded my question appropriately. Do you feel that Monsieur Demire had reason enough in his eyes to act as he did?
To act as he did? He assaulted me! What planet are you living on? Useless, once again. I don't know why I should be surprised. Feel free to return to the party. Leave me to my cigar.
Oh no. I'm afraid my feelings towards the Major may have got the better of me with such hostile questioning. Wait, you can fail?
I have met Monsieur Demire. He does not see...
I hope you're not...
I am only stating...
I was having a private conversation
Oh, okay. So, straightforward.
The content of my conversation...
And
I
You have...
What is my...
Detect...
Okay, agreeable.
Of course I do.
And then... Mocking is apparently bad. That's why I was like, antagonizing. I don't want to antagonize him, but...
Officer Poirot, are you going to do something about him or not?
It is Detective Poirot.
Poirot.
And if you refuse to answer my questions, I do not see how I can continue.
I just don't know what she sees in him. Angeline could do so much better.
Oh, honey, no.
I don't think she realizes what she is getting herself into. I can't imagine her living a happy life with that rogue.
I see. Merci, monsieur, for your honest opinion. Whether I agree or not, I shall leave you to your cigar and return to the party.
Alright, it's not often such a violent altercation happens at a celebration such as this. I should investigate why it began. Well, hold on. New mind map unlocked. But hold on. Hold on. This party's already filled with more drama than most, and it's barely begun. I was requested here to find the blackmailer, but perhaps the altercation is connected somehow. Gideon Demir. Wait, so what is Zach's last name? Oh! They're siblings! Ooh. Ooh. Dumb little Nina didn't realize they were siblings. I was just like, oh, that must be a typo. No, he's also a Demir. Okay. Okay, okay. So he paid the first demand, and he has money, so it's not like he's marrying into money. If anything, Angeline's marrying into money. Their family's broke. So kudos to you for marrying a broke woman. High society. Alright, altercation. Investigate the blackmail. Cool. How do I investigate it? To the saloon? Archibald, can you tell me something? Like what happened?
Mr. Sterling, I trust the preparations are progressing since our last meeting.
Please, Detective. Archibald is fine. Everything is in order now. Are you ready to join the party?
Yes.
You are head butler of this house. It is a position that warrants respect, and I shall continue to give it, Monsieur Sterling. And I must admit, it is the smell from the kitchen that has my attention more than the party itself.
Rehanna is quite the cook, but it will still be some time. Maybe you'd like to enjoy a drink while you wait. Some of the guests are already in the salon to your left.
Salon. Sorry, I was saying saloon.
And the remaining guests are in the library on the first floor.
I will be sure to explore both. Merci.
Dinner will be served in the dining room, but the rest of the evening is yours to enjoy.
You have all certainly been working hard, it seems.
Very hard. The lady of the house wanted everything a certain way, and that's how it was to be done. It is my responsibility to look after the house and staff, not to resolve petty disputes.
I cannot imagine he will be in any mood to attend the party.
He often has a cigar to calm down, and if that doesn't relax him, that temperature outside surely will.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Thank you, Archibald. New mind map unlocked. It's time I met my fellow guests of the party. They all have a connection to the family in some respect, and although they are here to join in celebrations, perhaps one of them has a more sinister motive. Dun, 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 dun. Right. To the salon. Salon. Same saloon, Nina. Yeah. Chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save. Yeah, let's focus on the chitty chats.
Monsieur Demir, we meet again.
What did I tell you? Call me Zach. You found your room all right then?
I did, and a charming room it is.
I don't know if I would call mine charming, but if I drink enough, it won't matter. That's okay. At least you actually care. Not like most of the others here. I'm the groom-to-be's older, more handsome brother.
Feeling hungry? Yes. Why? Why? I'll be doing anything sneaky now. Oh no. But he's the older brother, okay. Honestly, I thought he was the younger brother. Maybe it's the beard.
Ah, oui. I see the resemblance now. How wonderful that you can celebrate this occasion together.
I'll stop you there. The only wonderful thing about this celebration is the free food and drink.
Oh?
You are not pleased for your brother.
Angeline seems nice enough, but marriage is not for me. What is there to gain from tying yourself to someone for the rest of your life? Besides the money.
Best friend for life, maybe?
Recently, not a great deal. Well, except for enjoying myself. I was once a field medic in the military. But those days are over.
A noble occupation. Did you not want to make it your career?
It wasn't my decision to make. I certainly don't miss the battlefield, that's for sure. I'm sure he's fine. You don't need to worry about him. Always the knight in shining armor, riding in to save the day.
Saving the day from who, exactly?
Well, if Gedeon is the knight in the fairy tale, Felix is the dragon. Felix the Major. Ha! Always there, thinking he is better. Just because he was a major. We all know how he got there. In his mind, that puts him at the top of the chain.
It seems there's some hostility between Monsieur Demir and the Major, an animosity that does not come from one evening at a party.
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
I have a suspicion that it's maybe some xenophobia. Since the Major chose his words carefully, he was like, that rogue, and it's like, that's the word you're gonna go with? Alright. Quite a substantial sized bottle of alcohol, already half drunk. Wise, a half empty bottle sitting on the bar with no glasses beside it. Who knows? Hello, Cassandra, we meet again.
Madame van den Bosch, congratulations are in order on your daughter's engagement.
Thank you. And you are?
I'm the incompetent cop who solved your bracelet mystery.
Detective Poirot.
I'm sorry, the name eludes me.
That day at the Van den Bosch house has stayed with me. It opened my eyes to the unjust treatment of the working class and has been a driving force in becoming the detective I am today. And yet I have barely been a second thought to her.
Once Officer Poirot, I investigated your daughter's missing bracelet.
You know what's really funny? I had to work a wedding once, and that wedding was to a certain governor's daughter. And the wedding photographer's wife, who does like a lot of like, you know, not policies, but like political stuff and like, you know, fighting against bills and everything and like being really involved in the community, who's gone to like the town hall to like, you know, what do they call it? Like meetings or whatever to like talk to the constituents in Congress. Not Congress, but you know, the governing body. I don't know the things, but whenever the regular civilians come and talk to the town hall people, like the governor, and they're like, hey, here's why we don't like this bill that you're trying to pass, or like this new ordinance or policy, XYZ, right? Let me tell you, it was so interesting. I wish I could have seen the face. Because the photographer's wife is talking to the bride's mom, who is the wife of said governor. And you know, she's just like talking up a big storm and like being like, and here's the building where we do like all the governor stuff. And the lady's like, yeah, don't worry, I know. And she's like, I don't think you do know. And she just looks back at her and she's like, I've actually like presented here to you at least 4 times. We've talked before, but not in this setting. The lady was just like, so my daughter will be coming out of this door? I'm just like, man, I wish I could have seen that.
Oh, it's you. There is no missing jewelry here today, so we are really not in need of your services.
Cassandra?
I am here on a rather more pressing...
I know why you are here, officer, detective, whatever you are now. Please, just get on with it.
Detective. And I promise not to keep you too long.
Angeline is her own woman now. She can fight her own battles. She does not need her husband to be stepping in.
Doesn't hurt sometimes.
And what battles would they be?
Nothing that concerns you, detective.
I'm not sure what I expected asking Madame van den Bosch about private matters.
Keep your volume down. She had no other ladies get wind that there was a police officer in-house, the whole town will know.
Amazing voice acting. Whoever's the voice actor for Cassandra, that was perfect. Just a voice down.
Perhaps you should be more focused on catching the blackmailer that is holding your family's name to ransom than what the chattering women of the town will say.
I care more about what those chattering women, as you so rudely describe them, have to say than the empty threat of an anonymous letter.
Your daughter does not agree. In fact, it has been suggested that one of tonight's guests may know more than they are willing to show.
The guests? You mean our friends? You can't honestly believe one of them would be so petty to send a letter like that. Oh, officer, you have not changed.
Gabe, what did you do? What did you do? What did you do? Did you get me Taco Bell? You did not. No! You should treat yourself to Taco Bell.
I suppose it is only polite to say you're welcome.
You have to tell me when to check the door. In case they don't knock. I don't want to leave the food out there for too long. Ugh, we do love free. Free tastes delicious. The German in me is just like, oh, points. Reward systems.
Madame is as quick-witted as I remember.
What a shame there is nothing as memorable about you but your lack of respect.
I just want her corset. Honestly, her outfit's dope. Thanks, Gabe. Should have known getting into a verbal battle with Madame would not be easily won.
What do you mean, protecting? She hasn't gone and paid that silly ransom, has she?
Maybe she has.
It was Monsieur Demire that accepted the cost. He paid it because your daughter believes there may be something to hide.
For heaven's sake! Why do you think it was addressed to her and not I in the first place? Because they knew I would throw it in the rubbish where it belongs.
Madame, if there is something you are keeping, it would be wise to tell me now. It may help in identifying the culprit.
And it would be wise for you to stay out of my family's business. If I require your help, I shall ask for it. But don't hold your breath.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Yeah? Good day, madam. Newspaper, fireplace. Who we got here? Margot? Margox?
Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Hercule Poirot.
Detective Hercule Poirot?
Poirot.
I heard we were being joined by one of the king's finest officers.
I'm concerned that her hand is kind of disappearing into her arm at the moment.
Oui, madame. I see my name precedes me.
Comtesse Margot de Vos.
Margot,
Charmed,
okay.
I'm sure.
It is I who is charmed.
I need to, like, read up on fancy, like, talk for high society British. Because, like, what does that truly mean when they're like, my name, charmed, I'm sure? Like, are you saying you're charmed? Are you saying I'm charmed to have met you? Like, what does that actually mean? What is this interaction? Like, I hear it all the time, but, like, I don't know what it means.
Handsome, well-mannered, and a man of the law. I did not expect such a fine caliber of gentleman at this party.
Do they normally hang out with ruffians?
Comtesse, your compliments are enough to make a young detective blush.
Oh, this is flirting? Okay.
I fill my time mostly with charity work. The number of those less fortunate only continues to grow.
How very admirable.
One must remain humble.
Is that humble?
I have been a close friend to the Vandenbosch family for, well, heaven knows how long.
I mean, I did ask her what she does, and then she told me. It's not like she came out and was like, oh, my name's Margot, I do charity work. It's very humbling. You know, like, she naturally responded.
You must have known the late Viscount then.
Indeed, we had been friends since our school days. His passing was very hard on both Cassandra and young Angeline. I became a sort of protector of them both after his death. A guardian angel, if you will.
I've learned that friendship in these higher social circles can be nothing more than a facade to remain in that position. Perhaps the Comtesse is vying for Madame Von Dett's position. The Viscount's dead, so how could she get it?
You will find Felix at the center of any trouble, especially when it concerns the ladies of the house.
My order will be delivered at 2. Or 1:45. I can watch it. I can watch it as it's being driven over here.
I understand he has made himself quite at home here.
What an understatement. He thinks his friendship with Cassandra entitles him to anything and everything in the house, including certain opinions of how young Angeline lives her life.
Friendship? Is he a sugar baby?
He does not approve of Monsieur Demire?
You'd have to ask him, or rather, speak with Gideon's brother. He will have something to say about Felix, I am sure.
Comtesse is well versed in drawing one in the delicious bait and then leaving them biting on the line. Another conversation with Monsieur Zachariah is in order.
A strapping young man. Angeline has found herself a good one. They certainly make a handsome couple.
Speaking with them both, it is plain to see, even to one that is unexperienced in such emotions, that there is a great deal of love between them.
When they are together, it is obvious for all to see, even at such a young age. But who are we to judge what the heart wants?
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Does tete-a-tete mean talk? Conversation? What does tete-a-tete mean? Not ta-ta. God dang it. Can't understand my accent. It's fine. Type it out. Tete-a-tete.
By the way, detective. The major pain in the ass. Why should I? It doesn't take a detective to work out the sort of man he really is. You must have seen it, right?
I have my own history with the Major, but that is a story best not told.
I think I spelled tete-a-tete wrong.
It's a story best told now. It can't be any worse than what he did to us during the war.
Were you on the opposite side? Ooh.
You fought together in the war?
We were on opposing sides.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, so a tete-a-tete is a private conversation between two persons, or a short piece of furniture, such as a sofa, intended to seat two persons especially facing each other. Wait, it's a short piece of furniture where you're purposely facing each other. Okay. I've stumbled upon a delicate subject. It may be best to avoid it altogether.
The subject of war is a difficult topic for everyone. Perhaps it is best to discuss something else.
If you had seen what I have, what he has done, you wouldn't side with him.
I am taking no sides, monsieur. It is just not conversation fit for a party. Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Oops. That's a landmine of a conversation we almost walked into. I have to talk to Cassandra again? Okay, let's see. What's the young romance? Brothers have a history with the Major. The Major wanted to calm down. Keen to avoid the argument. Gideon looking forward to family fortune. Differing status. Talk to Cassandra. The Major doesn't like Gideon. Does they have a history?
Some would say a lucky guess.
I wouldn't say it to his face, but I don't think it's the Major's place to cast judgment on Gideon. Major intended to warn Angeline. I think he was gonna do a little more than warning. He's probably gonna be like, you should marry me! Why would you marry this rogue? Alright. Bottle of alcohol. See this thing? Quite substantial, with no glasses beside it. Because he's intoxicated.
Magnifique.
I could not even fathom drinking that much alcohol, especially in one evening. Sakurai enjoys a drink. Talk to him. He probably, honestly, is just like, oh no, the man who caused me trauma is here. I'm gonna do all I can to not engage with him.
Fire away, detective.
Alright.
I have a drink, but thanks anyway.
I just would not like to see things get out of hand.
Don't you worry about me. I've got it covered.
Something tells me his excessive drinking is not in celebration of his Fede's engagement. His recollection of war makes me think it may be something more serious.
Perhaps it is best I take...
Yeah. Alright. Cassandra, you wanna try again? Wanna try again?
Let's make this quick.
Alright.
You can make whatever assumptions you wish.
Based on several accounts, it seems as though the Major has a certain level of disdain for him and his brother.
Time to get ready for work. I hope you enjoy the treat. It's well deserved. Gabe, stop. But thank you. I will send you a picture when it arrives, and I hope you have fun at work. Hope your coworkers are great and wonderful.
Felix is merely protecting both my daughter and the Van den Bosch name.
Is he though?
Protecting them from what exactly?
That is a question best asked to them. Gideon is a fine, educated young man from a well-respected family.
All important when considering a new son-in-law.
A good home and education speaks volumes about a man. Even in the short time they have been engaged, his noble character is obvious. If you were an educated man, you would know that.
I can assure you, madame, my education is not one to be sneered at.
And yet you remain a mere detective. Perhaps it is your choices, then, that are to be questioned.
Can I reveal the secret? What is it?
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Alright, we have another link. Hastily arranged marriage. Oh?
I must take a different approach.
Different status?
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Family fortune?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
He's looking forward to the family fortune. Wait, does Gideon not know that they're not rich? Monsieur Gideon could be married into the family purely for financial gain. It is possible, but I'm guessing he doesn't know. I thought Gideon said he has money. Unless he was lying to me. Gideon might be lying to me. Gasp. Also, why is this sparkling on the piano? Alright, let's go. Oh, it's the dining room. Where's the library? Where's the library, Archibald? That's the butler's pantry. Staff quarters. I need what, the library? Alright. Hoping the library is upstairs. Is it upstairs? To room. To Jackie's bedroom. Oh, the big doors of the library. God, we're gonna get food. I'm so excited.
I told you, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not a reporter.
Oh, hi, Jackie.
But you're going to want to hear this. You could interview me now.
Ah, is this the Hugo and...
And why would I want to spend my evening doing that?
The world needs to know. You want to sell papers, I want the truth to be known. Win-win.
I came here to enjoy myself, not to hear a second-string version of...
I was there. I saw the whole thing, including who was ruining the show.
Ruining the show? They picked up your order and they shall be there soon. Yes.
All right, I'll bite. Let's talk later.
Okay. What do we got in here? Ernesto.
Bonjour. Are you a guest of Mademoiselle Angeline or Monsieur Demire?
Do I know you?
Where are my manners? I am Hercule Poirot.
The lawman.
Oui, monsieur. Detective Poirot. And you are?
Ernesto da Silva.
Oh, they're gonna store it in their Yeti so it stays fresh. Oh, they took a picture. Nice.
A pleasure, monsieur.
I'm a man of business.
I see. Is there a particular area of business that is your focus?
Overseas investments, international relations. I also own a number of factories in the city.
Oh, he's business. A man of few words, this may become more like drawing blood from a stone than a back and forth conversation.
Très bien. Monsieur has many talents.
We work together as partners, yes.
You must know the Van den Bosch family well, then.
I help Madame Van den Bosch, if and when she needs me.
Ooh, first name, ooh. Monsieur referred to Madame Van Bosch as Cassandra before quickly retracting. Perhaps they are closer than he's willing to say.
I did. But frankly, I have no time for childish school fights.
You are not aware of the circumstances that started it, then?
I heard something about a cigar. Only Felix would be petty enough to get riled up by something so menial.
A cigar?
Yes, Monsieur Demire had one of Felix's precious cigars. If you ask me, they won't be the real thing anyway.
Over a cigar, really?
Distinguished gentleman. It was two alpha males going head to head. Master Gideon came out the victor.
Surely we have passed the days where shows of unnecessary brute strength impress anyone.
When it comes to the protection of a woman, we are far from it. Man will always return to their most primitive form.
Mademoiselle Angeline, the Major has no place to feel threatened. Monsieur Gideon is to become her husband.
And he has spent the last however many years supporting them, as he calls it, clutching on to whatever he can.
Maybe that's why they're broke. Maybe the Major's been just sucking away their money.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
Okay, anything? Books, lots of books. Yeah, just oodles of books. If they have me investigate, we'll investigate. Alright, what's the scoop, Hugo?
Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Hugo Beckers. A pleasure.
I hope I am not disturbing you. I often find myself at a loose end at parties such as these.
I've never been referred to as a loose end before, but it is always good to make a new acquaintance. There is no better way to understand one's purpose in life. I stand up for the workers that cannot do it themselves.
You work with a union?
Union leader, well, that is my formal title. But I see myself as more than just that. So much more. I am the face of the people. A voice in the void when there is none.
Very spirited. You have quite the way with words.
In my line of work, it is essential. Some fight with their fists, but I believe words are the ultimate weapon. I have been working with Gideon for quite some time. We are doing great things together. Great things.
I was not aware he was part of the union.
Well, he's not exactly. But he is an ally in the battle we face. Without his support, our uphill struggle would surely be a climb. Hopefully my talks with Da Silva will help him see the light. I don't know what you think you heard, but it was a private matter and I appreciate if you kept it to yourself.
I can assure you, Monsieur Beckers, your conversation is exactly that. Yours.
Then maybe we should just leave it there.
There's something more to that conversation. If there's nothing to hide, why are both parties so hesitant to elaborate? Perhaps now's not the time to press on
Merci. If I find myself at a loss again, I shall certainly return.
I don't realize how close they are. Jackie, I love your vibe.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. You're not from around here, are you?
My name is Hercule Poirot. I am a friend of Mademoiselle, soon to be Madame, Angeline.
I see. Jacqueline Conrad. No doubt you've heard the name before.
I am rather embarrassed to say I have not, Madame.
No need for the madame. I'm not married. Just call me Jackie.
Oui, Jackie.
Seriously? You don't know who I am?
My sincerest apologies.
And I thought you Europeans were meant to be cultured.
Oh! I shall bite my tongue at the Mademoiselle's comment. Culture is at the heart of our country. I cannot say the same for the United States. Ooh. Her name was not one I immediately recognized, but from her confidence in her assumption of being recognized, I believe her to be a well-known newspaper magnate whose stories occupy me every morning.
Here's the thing. I'm one of those people you want to know, and not be on the wrong side of.
Perhaps it would be wise for me to remain on your good side.
It's the best place to be. You wouldn't believe what a couple of positive stories can do for a family name, or a career.
Ooh.
And that is what you have done for the Van den Bosch family?
A little help goes a long way, and from what I have seen, the ladies deserve some positive support.
I heard, and it doesn't surprise me. There will always be someone trying to get something out of someone else. People are only out to help themselves.
Not everyone.
That is a rather pessimistic way of thinking.
But it's the truth. And in my experience, more often than not, it's someone the victim knows, and knows pretty well.
You make me question those I consider friends.
And maybe you should. If you have something you don't want the world knowing, just keep it to yourself.
Maybe the nature of her work, but she lacks any sense of compassion for those that may fall victim to such betrayal.
That's what we call eavesdropping.
Pardon. I didn't mean to pry.
And with respect, I don't think it's really any of your business.
Look at them putting my food down. So gentle. Amazing.
I must take my leave.
Aww. And then they gotta take their picture. Alright, I'm gonna go grab my food! Bless. Got ourselves a blast. Where my hands at? Oh my god, we're gonna eat good. Num 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 num. Alright, so I imagine we have to link up some more things. Talk to Sakura. Yep, there's something to link here.
I'm sorry! Grabbing my food!
Everything's calm, everything's fine, there's no reason to clip this. Calm down. Alright. The Major's cigar. So he had a cigar. Is that the history? That you had a cigar?
Is there something?
Or was it like the last cigar?
I should not be surprised by my own.
Would the Major really start a physical fight over Gideon stealing a cigar? Gideon possibly stole a cigar. Talk to Zach about it. Okay. Ooh, there's 3 connections, and I gotta talk to Margot, apparently. Alright. He's fond of Cassandra. Okay, so Ernesto and the Major are both kind of fond of Cassandra. Interesting. Interesting. Invited by Gideon. Margot does charity work. Major supports the family. Ernesto helps out the family.
The pieces of the puzzle are final.
There is only so much help you can receive before you are simply relying on someone. What do the family still need assistance with? Family still need help. Fond of Cassandra. Hugo and Jackie had a heated discussion. Jackie's blackmailing theory. Jackie dismisses Hugo argument. Resistance to elaborate. So let's try this.
I cannot see the logic in this.
supporter of the unions. Zachariah is Gideon's brother. Brothers aren't close. Zach is repressing something. Does charity work? Margot and Cassandra are longtime friends. Margot is protective of Cassandra. Major's been around since the Viscount's death. Maybe protective and fond?
I must take a different approach.
No. Protective?
Come, my little grey cells. We must...
Supports the family. He's been around since the Viscount's death. Hugo resistance and Jackie dismisses the argument. Okay.
What a revelation.
Make 50 deductions. It's clear the Major is close to the family and has some connection to both Cassandra and Angeline. The Major is very close. I have to talk to both Archibald and Margot. Okay, but hold on.
Another success.
I should revisit this argument. Something does not feel right about their joint secrecy. But there's still one more thing. Seems significant. I don't know, significant and heated discussion?
Order and method.
No. I'm just gonna click on stuff and hope it gives me the hinted suggestion. It's very close to the family. I don't know, would you be protective?
Is there something?
Longtime friends?
I must act on thought and fact.
Very close. Blackmail theory.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
There is a chance that the Major's involved in the blackmail somehow. What is the extent of Felix's possible involvement? Nina called it. And that is all the connection we can do for this little node. Put that down so I don't ruin my table. Alright, so Zach, Archibald, and Margot. Alright, so gotta get out of here. Zach is downstairs, Archibald's downstairs, and so is Margot. Blast. Blast. Ooh, I need to let Gabe know his food arrived. Oh, where's Archibald? Ooh, maybe he's in the butler's pantry. Locked. I would have thought with such tight schedule I'd find at least one staff member here. Staff quarters?
Oh.
I think it's time I join the party. Not yet! I have people to talk to. Keep going. Keep walking. Alright, to the salon. Curious to see what he got. Alright, Zach. Tell me your stories.
Fire away, detective. Gideon said they were the Majors, but I don't think he would miss just one.
Ah, it was you that took the cigar.
He got me 2 steak quesadillas? With potatoes, rice, and extra steak? And then a 3-cheese chicken flatbread with extra chicken? I'm gonna cry!
Me? Okay, detective, you twisted my arm. It was me. But I didn't even get a chance to smoke it. Gideon snatched it out of my hand. I'm sure he could afford to replace it.
Aye, Zach. And the Major saw Monsieur Gideon holding the cigar, assuming he had taken it, so it was all over misunderstanding. So why the following altercation?
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
I'm not going to discuss more about it. All right. To Margot.
I am all yours, detective.
Claimed he helped Madame when required. You mentioned the friendship.
He would say that. I mean, financially, yes. But what else does that man have to offer?
I cannot imagine Madame Vandenbosch would be one to request financial help.
Right? She doesn't seem like the type of madam that'd be like, I need help.
After Edwin, the Viscount, died, the family was left in a rather unfavorable position. She wasn't requesting, chérie. She was begging.
Oh, she really?
I see.
Let's just keep that between us. It's a rather sore subject for her.
Cass. I see you. It didn't take much for the Comtesse to reveal private matters of the madam's business. I'm not so sure I'd be willing to divulge any information to her.
You are quite inquisitive, aren't you?
I believe it is called small talk, no?
Is this not how you small talk?
There is small talk, and there is prying.
I assure you that is not my intention.
What is that? Is that onion? Oh no, it's just cheese. It's just a lot of cheese.
Monsieur, please. I know a nosy gossip hound when I see one. We can smell our own. The Major isn't worth a minute of your time, though.
You are not a fan of his.
Oh, it's spicy. I'm gonna mute myself so you don't just hear me, you know?
I'd hit him with my fan, monsieur. Any man that can treat a lady the way he does doesn't deserve to be in his position.
And what position is that, may I ask?
Lording over Cassandra like she's the help. He shouts at her like she's a stray cat that's wandered into the house. Madness.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tête-à-tête. This will not get me any closer to my goal. I must act on thought and... Things are beginning to become clear.
Let's make this quick, detective. Locked? That is absurd. They should be constantly coming back and forth from there if they are hiding from their work again. What is it you want in my staff area anyway?
I only mention it as I was hoping to speak to some staff members. But if they are busy...
Be a good fellow and make sure they aren't slacking off in there. It shan't take you long.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Oh, spicy. Is talking on the phone, almost too loud to ignore.
Vandenbosch residence, how may I help you? Yes, yes, of course. Please hold for one moment.
It tastes so good, but it burns.
Sir, yes, a call for you. Shall I direct it straight through to you in the study now? Very good, sir.
Ugh. Archibald, what's going on?
What can I do for you? Yes, he has been here for some time now. Lady Vandenbosch has been very good to let him stay so long.
Would you say he has become part of the family?
He's always been very vocal about how he stands the ladies in high regards. and so he should.
Merci. You have been most helpful. Some would say a lucky guess. Magnifique. I must take a different approach if I am to... I should not be surprised by my own...
What's up, Rip? Sorry, I have myself muted because I'm eating and it's spicy. Like, it's just right there in the back of the throat. But hi! You can. How you doing? Oh, it tastes so good, but it burns so much. All right, we can go to the pantry again. We gotta find Ernesto. So he's back upstairs in the library. Yeah, I was like, I'm breathing through my mouth because obviously soda doesn't help with spice. You know, it makes it a little bit worse. So I'm like muting myself and going, you know, breathing. How about me? I'm doing good. I'm hopefully expecting good news tomorrow because tomorrow's Tuesday, yeah. And somebody in chat bought me Taco Bell, so I'm doing great right now. I had a little mental health day yesterday. It was nice. Unlocked. I must have caught a staff member at the right time. Ingy.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Ugh. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, monsieur, you startled me.
It was not my intention, mademoiselle. I was hoping to talk with a member of the staff.
But we're playing an Agatha Christie novel-based game, so, you know, we're playing the detective. He's solving cases. Essentially, it's almost like a third-person visual novel that kind of explains it, so it's like, it's pretty calm. It's pretty chill. Like, we got some pretty chill games coming up for the rest of the month and next month.
You are the detective?
I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only intend to take up a moment of your time.
Madame Van der Bosch will be very hungry if she knows I'm standing talking.
Allow me to worry about Madame.
Inga Frank, detective.
From the Norse god of peace and fertility. A most beautiful name.
Merci. It was my grand-mère. Oui, detective. Madame was very clear on what was to be prepared for today.
Well, everything looks exquisite, but if I may be blunt, would you not benefit from some more hands?
Monsieur Archie knows how busy we are, especially in the kitchen. I hate when I have to run service.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
What? What, did I do something? Can I just say, oh my god, and not tell me why? Which shit? There's a lot of shit going down in Texas right now. A lot. I was like, yeah, I unfortunately live in this state. Which shit do you reference to?
Is there something else you need?
Yeah. Yeah, the border stuff that's happening right now? Like, what?
It seems someone has been asking around about me.
Only polite, curiosity, I can assure you.
Yeah, it's
well,
wild.
You'd be right. Although working with the Viscount caused me much less grief.
Grief, monsieur.
Let's just say we didn't always see eye to eye. And if neither side is prepared to back down, there is a problem.
There's obviously more to learn about the goings-on between Monsieur de Silva and the Major. It certainly does not sound like a positive business relationship.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
Hold on. Hold on. I was like, let's pull up some news articles real quick for people who don't know. So, some stuff that's happening in Texas. I'm just going to read some news article titles. Biden urged to federalize Texas National Guard over border fight. Democrats call on Biden to federalize Texas National Guard in growing border something. So, that's happening. And then Texas Democrats calls on Biden to seize control of Texas National Guard. Oh? What is this one from 12 hours ago? Is this going to turn... Oh, this is a quote. Is this going to turn into a civil war? Texas Lieutenant Governor slams Biden for failing to stop invasion of migrants and calls them a cartel army, as he's asked if war, in all caps, could break out between Texas National Guard and Border Patrol. Wait. I'm not gonna read too much into it now because we're streaming, but like, hold on, are we... Okay. The federalizing did not go well. Yeah, it could very well turn into a civil war. How far is the border from me? How far is that? How far? Yeah, let's just say driving distance. Sure. It's about like 500-ish miles away. That's a short distance. Oh, sorry, I forgot Twitch's policy. Right, I was like, we can read an article title. That's fine. I'm not gonna, one way or the other way, just be like, hey, here's some breaking news that's happening. If you want to read about it yourself, you know what keywords to look up. National Guard, Texas. If you want to read more about what's developing. Without us getting into trouble. Keep it the peace here. Keep it the peace. Okay, so I talked to Ernesto. I don't see any other suggestions, so do I need to check out books now? Must be from the library. When did the story match the weekend? I don't know if I need to do books. It'd be crazy. Wait, so does that... That explains the memes I saw, because I saw a meme where it was, you know, with Pedro Pascal and Nicolas Cage, that whole meme. And it was just like, when Texas secedes, because, you know, Texas was like, we're gonna leave. And it was just like, when Texas secedes, and then it showed Pedro Pascal's face, and it's like, America seeing another country with resources and oil and land, and I was like, oh, no. So, that explains that meme. Ah, it's a good meme, though. Alright, so nothing to do there. Right? There's no linkage here. And I've talked to people here, and there's no linkage. So what is the next step? You know what? Let's leave. Maybe the formal announcement dinner has started, so let's get out of here. But yeah, that's going on. So, we'll see. I mean, who knows? I might move to a different state next year. Obviously, I'm still going to be here for this year. But I'm like, who knows what next year holds? Maybe I find a better paying job. Or maybe my job is like, oh, you know what? Going in the office was poop. Let's do remote forever. And I'll be like, oh, I don't have to stay in this state anymore. I could leave. Oh, dude, yeah. It's wild. Is it not dinner time yet? When is the din-din? What am I to do next?
What can I do for you?
I'm trying to figure out what to do next. Usually it tells me who to talk to. Or like what action to do. I clearly have missed something. So is there something in the library that I'm supposed to interact with that will give me the like, ooh? Wait, Nina, what job do you do? I don't think I've asked. Oh, I'm a legal assistant, but also the manager of the night shift. I'm a boss. I'm a little boss lady. And I think in the Discord, I have a link of like what I do, because like it's so hard to explain. Well, it's not hard to explain. The way I like to explain it in the fun way is I tell cops to buzz off all day, but it's just because they don't like filling out paperwork, and it's like, I'm sorry, you gotta fill out the paperwork, and they're like, I don't want to fill out paperwork, and it's like, well, until you do, you're not gonna get this. So hold on, where is it? I have it, I think, no, not stream stuff. Nina Links? I think it might be Nina Links. Yeah, it's Nina Links. I feel like I need to make a button for this too, probably. Alright, we're gonna share, copy that, and I'm gonna figure out how to get into my chat and post it. The CPS? Oh no, wait, that's the UK. Well, America has a CPS, but I think our acronym stands for Child Protective Services. I don't know what it's for yours. Hold on, let me get... Ugh, let me in! Let me in, I say! Do, 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 do. Paste. There you go. Everything but going to court is what I do. That's what I do. Crown Prosecution Service. Oh, that's... Oh, it sounds so fancy. Nah. Chat up Marco real quick. It's the newspaper.
I am all yours.
You know, maybe it is the newspaper. That's like one of the few things I didn't click on. You're a solicitor? American equivalent would be lawyer? No, I am not a lawyer. I'm like a lawyer's assistant. I do data entry, essentially. Police are like, here is paperwork. We want information on person. I take paperwork and I confirm that it is all up to snuff. And I'd be like, yes, this is properly filled out paperwork. Let me put it into database and process your request. Or I'd be like, you don't, this needs to be signed by a judge. And they're like, eh. And I'm like, no, signed by judge, then come back. Oh. So I don't know what the UK equivalent of that would be. Because it's not a solicitor. And it's not a cop. It's like below that. And in between, kinda. Data entry? A file clerk? Maybe that's a better word. Like a little filer clerk. News of continued factory strike, workers demanding a fair treatment by Jacqueline Conrad. So she has wrote something on that. Oh, but that's not a linkage? Ah, darn it. Okay. I've looked at the fireplace. I've looked at the piano. You know what? Look at the fireplace. Just get it off the books. A roaring fire. Could stand and gaze into it for hours. Yes. Window? Sure. Take a look outside the window. Maybe that will spark some brain cells.
Huh.
What up, Jarn? Again, bro. How are you doing? Hey, these red shoes? This is like 1800 something UK time. I wear what I want. I am Hercule Poirot. I am a fancy detective. How are you doing, John? I'm enjoying Taco Bell. A gay bot for me. Right, like, these would work. These would work. You know, let's go talk to Ing. Maybe she's got some more information. Very nice, very nice. We're just playing an Agatha Christie type game. So, like, think third-person visual novel with some detective vibes. I'm currently stuck because the game has been telling me what to do. And now I'm a bit of at an impasse. And I'm like, who do I talk to? What do I do? Darn it, nothing from her.
Merci.
How's your moving schedule look? Asking for a friend whose lease expires in March? Well, come tomorrow. We will hopefully get some good news. And then if we do get good news tomorrow, then that means at least 2 weeks from then, they will be coming down, and I plan to travel with them. And then in those 2 weeks, we'd be applying to apartments. So, yeah. Hopefully, February, we'll be out of here, so your lease will be fine. Be really good, had a good time. Because, like, I've been actively trying to get out of here, so do not worry. If not, we'll just put you in the garage. You'll be okay. Letter? This letter looks new. Okay, I'm ready to sleep on the daybed if it comes to it, but I prefer to have you evicted. Don't worry. We'll find out come tomorrow. I hope they say yes. Because they were like, oh, we'll give you interview Tuesday. And then they're like, oh, we meant next Tuesday. And it's like, no. No. Papers that ordered the dismissal of a staff member for accessing rooms without permission. Curious. Your position as housemaid within the Van den Bosch residence is hereby officially terminated with immediate effect for the following reasons. Accessing forbidden areas of the house, refusal to make a sincere apology, emotional distress brought to the family. A reference shall be offered pending future employment. Is that something? Is that something I could use as an altercation? No? No linking? Damn it, what is it? It's been a minute since I've, like, slept in a packed house. I would not want that letter reference for my next job. Well, I imagine they would write her a different reference letter. They wouldn't just be like, meh. Do we have to look up what we're supposed to be doing? I think so. Because I'm right. He's like, I think it's time to join the party. And it's like, I have gone to the party. Well, I've tried to go to the dinner party, but they won't let me in. Is this the chapter 2 soft lock that I kept hearing about? Ooh, this might be the chapter 2 soft lock, because they did say that shows no linkage, but there is actual linkage you need to do. No, please, no. Don't do this to me. Let me check the eastern rooms. Nope, northeast, nope. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh! Deus Ex game canceled amid Embracer's ongoing cost-cutting, report says. Wait, we were gonna get another Deus Ex? No! Why? Darn it. Looks like the happy couple are planning their honeymoon but are undecided on their destination. Oh, here's another fun one. White House could not confirm mistaken identity of drone that killed 3 U.S. troops in Jordan. Wait, what? Oh no! Stop giving me weird news articles! You know, your heart rate's at Dead by Daylight levels. How much caffeine have you had today? I mean, I was drinking my Citrus Rush, and then now I got a Baja Blast. You think this is Dead by Daylight levels? This is normal excitement. I'm usually chilling at a 70, but this is just normal. Plus, I keep moving. Oh, exploration team says they spotted Amelia Earhart's long-lost plane. All right, NPR. It's like, I'm not looking for news articles. I'm trying to find out the guide. All right, let me check with Hugo, Jackie, and Ernesto just to make sure these recent connections. Yeah, nothing with Hugo.
If I find myself...
Jackie?
Back so soon.
Okay, she's got nothing.
I must...
Is it? I think it is. I think it's the soft 2 lock. So let's see, if we click this, it says there's 0 connections. But there probably is a connection. Our drones killed our people. That's unlikely, but good way to cover for the incident without having to retaliate against. Yeah, I think that's what it's saying. Where it's our drone did that. But it's fine. We are going to see if we can figure out what is going on. If we accidentally got into the chapter 2 soft lock. Because I remember reading about that. Everybody was like, oh no, chapter 2, what's going on? Yeah, stuck on chapter 2. Hit a block due to a mind map looking finished despite there being other connections. This was fixed yesterday in a patch, but if you hit the issue before that, you'll need to do some steps to get out of it. In the mind map titled Find Out How Staff Members May Be Linked into Recent Events, connect the 2 nodes on the left side titled Recent Staff Layoffs. Okay, hold on. Okay. Nope, this is Meet the Guests. Find out the circumstances, investigate the blackmail, meet other guests. I don't have that mind map. Oh no. Oh, I don't have that mind map. Oh, fudge. Okay. Time to problem solve on stream. Let's go. Grab us the Christie. Not the ABC's murder. Sorry. I need the first cases. I can see why this game takes like 9+ hours now. Yeah, give me this. We're gonna check out the guides for this. Because you're telling me that the problem is in the mind map dealing with the staff members. But I don't have that. So maybe I have definitely most likely missed a step. How do I get to that part? Stuck in chapter 2. I solved the altercation topic and seem to have talked to met everyone. There are no links to be made, all objectives show 0, and I've been to the butler's pantry and met Inky, which doesn't seem strictly necessary. The game isn't pushing me to do anything, give me new objectives help. I did just find the staff objective as well, and then quickly resolved it, stuck again in the almost same place. It's hard to say without knowing how much you found, but it could be that you're missing some evidence. I double check no mind maps are asking you to talk to any suspects, and try to find rooms you've not entered yet, or clues you've not found those rooms that could lead to some new connections. Let's see. I think you may be struggling in the same exact spot and feels like a bug. I'm searching for what I expect I missed that will allow me to progress, but I can't find it. Can you give me a hint? I did not realize that even after an objective's mind map has been checked off and appears complete, there can still be connections to make in it. How did you resolve this? I'm stuck in the same spot. Return to your completed mind maps. I mean, the only one I have is the altercation, so is there something else here? No, because this is good, this is good. That's good. Yeah, let me check the mind maps. Nope, that's all good. These wobbling graphics are making me seasick. Oh! Sorry. Yep, check mark, check mark, check mark. Yeah, all the check marks have been hit, so it's probably a connection. Well, if that's the case, I could just... Oh! Yeah, since there's no connections, I can't click it. Yeah, can't click it. Yeah. Okay. None of my links are active, had to be a bug. Tried again this morning and it worked. Behind the scenes update assumed. Stuck in the same chapter, but I'll check the completed once again. Happily me an unsigned conversation with Ernesto in the library. Once I said that, other mini-maps conversations on now to part 3. Unsigned posted conversation with Ernesto. I already talked to Ernesto. Let me try again. What are we missing?
Is there something...
Nope, Ernesto's good.
Merci for your time.
Alright, there's... maybe the glass cases?
Aha.
Looks quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. Maybe. Globe. I've often found myself thinking on the prospect of traveling perhaps one day. Should do it. Always travel if you can. It's quite valuable. Ooh, telescope. Book, maybe. Gazing at the stars is truly one of life's simple pleasures. Yeah, maybe we have to look at all the books. Madame must have a great interest in religious saints to have such material on them. Doe? What evidence could I be missing? The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. Chapter 2. Suspense and tension, 2 ways authors keep the readers hooked on their characters' stories. That's good, that's good. If I had love of my own to declare, I would surely take inspiration from them. Thriller novel, we've read that. We've read the mysteries. There are enough mysteries in this house without being distracted by a fictional one. Maybe there's something in a book. Perhaps that couple's engagement has someone in particular in a romantic mood. Read that. Also, the graphics and layout of this house remind me of my last playthrough of The Sims 4. Well, thankfully, my Sims 4 know how to they know how to feed themselves at least. So many countries and cultures to experience. I hope one day to see them all with my own eyes. Examine all the books in the library. Well, that's an achievement, but that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for evidence. Because this is like the newest room. See anything else I can interact with? Do we just have to re-explore the rooms? Maybe? Alright, time to re-explore rooms. Okay. See if there's anything else. Mounted animal head? Sure, you never know. He might be like, oh, clue in the mouth.
Aha.
I'm not sure how I would fare coming face to face with such beasts. That's locked. We checked on that. That's locked. Checked on that. Keep walking, my friend. That's locked. That's locked. That's locked. So downstairs we go. Alright. Maybe we can find a guide. Alright, Archibald, I'm just gonna check, bro, just to make sure.
What can I do for you?
Nope, you're good.
Merci. You have been...
Pamphlet? Pamphlet's new. Some information regarding a shelter for women coming from troubled homes and backgrounds. R. Ooh, 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 ooh. We gotta go talk to Margot. Finally! Nina, you should grow a mustache like that. What, like Archibald or like Poirot? So I don't think I can. Not with my current disposition. Oh,
I am
Poirot?
all yours, detective.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
Work with? I built it from the ground up, detective.
My admiration continues to grow.
While my husband, the Honorable Count de Vos, is always busy with his duties, I found myself at rather a loose end. I could not bear wasting my days with no purpose.
It's 2024, you can definitely live your mustache truth. Yeah, my mustache truth is I can't grow a mustache like that.
And one day, while shopping in the city, I noticed the abundance of young women living and begging on the streets. Dirty and hungry, without a franc to their name.
It is horrifying to think of how so many must live their lives while others live a life of such selfish opulence.
I hope that was not a backhanded comment on the life I live, detective.
Far from it, Countess. You are using your wealth to better the lives of the less fortunate. It is commendable work you do.
It is, isn't it?
The work the Comtesse is doing will go a long way to improve the lives of those who need it so badly. I only wish there were more in positions such as hers who could see the divide in our society and use their wealth to bring the plight to an end. Oh, how touching which woman notices other humans living in destitution doesn't connect it to her own opulent lifestyle. It's like the, what, 18th, 19th century? Yeah.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next.
Okay, so what does that unlock for us? No new linkage! Oh, okay, we gotta keep looking for more stuff. Really? Yeah, nothing new. Okay. Alright. Might as well chat with them while we're in here.
Let's make this...
Nope.
Merci.
Is there anything else in here I need to interact with? Did the fire, did the newspaper, did the piano, did the booze. Check with Zach. I really want to eat that steak quesadilla. Alright. Nothing with Zach. Cool. So we're still missing more evidence. What are we missing? Alright, we did the pamphlet. I've looked in here. I don't know, we'll look at it again apparently. Looks quite valuable, delicious. Yes. It's the quill pen. Fireplace, glass case. Don't know why that glass case decided to reset itself. Piano, yeah. Ooh, note. The staff rota for this evening. 4 people are assigned. Is this enough staff to proceed with tonight's events? All-day service. Archibald, Elizabeth, Ing, Rahana. Kitchen. Breakfast, lunch, dinner party. Service. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Evening. Housekeeping. There we go. The staff live and work in this house with the Van den Bosch family. It would not be surprising for them to know more than the family would expect or want. Ooh, look at all the stuff we got. Inspect the butler's pantry. Well, I know where we're going. To the butler's pantry. Alright. What's going on in here? Pots, pans. Ooh, photograph.
Oh.
Photo showing 7 members of staff. The house would surely run like clockwork with so many. Archibald. Elizabeth. Guess this is Rihanna. What happened to the rest of them? Alright. Linkage. Staff photo is probably gonna be that. Staff photo?
Some would say a lucky get.
It appears there are a number of staff missing. Based on the photo and roto, why could this be? They were recently fired.
Things are beginning to be...
It appears the missing staff were in fact relieved of their duties. Could there be another reason for letting them go? Ooh. Family taking care of money now?
I should not be surprised by...
If the family are being more cautious with their money, maybe staff were let go for that reason. Okay, so now we gotta talk to Ing, Cassandra, and Archibald. Sweet! Progression! We found out what we were doing wrong. I was missing evidence.
Oui, detective. I am at your service. That is not for me to talk about, detective. If Monsieur Archie found out I had said anything out of turn...
I am not asking you to betray your fellow staff or the family. What is said between us remains that way, mademoiselle.
It's only whispers, but the last servant was caught in areas of the house they shouldn't be. Apparently, they saw something they shouldn't have. Please, detective, if Monsieur Archibald found out I was talking like this with a guest...
My lips are sealed, mademoiselle. Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
What can I do for you? What have they done? If I have to...
No, monsieur. There is not a complaint to be made. It is more the recent layoffs and extra work pressure you all seem to be under I am inquiring about.
We've had to let some of them go. Let's just say their standards didn't live up to what was expected.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
Let's make this quick. The public rooms are not adequate space for you to celebrate my daughter's engagement.
Madame, I asked only the limits, as I understand a member of the staff was let go for a similar reason.
It would benefit you not to listen to whispers and rumors, officer. They did not produce a satisfactory standard of work. There is nothing more to say.
It is detective, madame. And it is just that the termination papers detail the matter and proceed to...
Need I remind you again whose house you reside in?
Merci. And in...
Okay. So let's see, what is new that we've recently acquired? Layoffs related to money issues. That's the newest thing. Working relationship, discussion, newspaper. Margot and Cassandra, longtime friends. What would layoffs related to money issues link up with? Maybe the family still need help?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally...
It appeared for a moment at least that the family had organized their financial situation. Gotta talk to Cassandra again. Before we do that. Violent crime, definitely! Alright, so let's see. Cassandra dismissive of forbidden areas. Staff knows family's hiding something. Archibald claims unsatisfactory work. Ooh. Let's go with this, maybe.
What a revelation.
There is no doubt that there must be a family secret. Can forbidden house areas hold the answer? Forbidden areas may hold the secret. High tensions in the kitchen.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps as...
This?
Is there something I am not...
Maybe... Forbidden?
Order and method. That is the...
Oh, sorry. It's unsatisfactory in forbidden areas.
Magnifique.
The paperwork conflicts with Archibald's account. Only one can be telling the true story. Archibald is hiding something. Ooh, there's something that does not feel right about the staff dismissals. The contradicting stories of why only make me question its virility further. Dun 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 dun. Alright, Cassandra. Hello, madam.
Let's make this quick. Why would I? He's to be Angeline's new husband and my new son-in-law. If he is taking that position seriously, he will do what he must to keep his new family happy.
And to you that means paying ransom money?
It means doing what he must to protect his wife and his family name.
Didn't she, like, earlier say, like, my daughter's grown, she doesn't need her husband to protect her?
I see you have still not learned any sense of tact or subtlety.
I see no reason to beat around the bush, madame.
Until you are pricked by a thorn.
And until that day, I shall continue with the method that best serves me. Now, Monsieur da Silva.
Yes, he has provided some financial support when it has been required. I assume that was the answer you were looking for.
Merci. And in...
Where do I need to go now? Here comes your 4 cents. Oh, I doubt it. Gotta watch a lot of ads to get 4 cents.
Now you will be with us forever.
Oh, well, hello.
Holiday Samagami 2010 and Heki in.
I gotta wait till the ad's over to welcome in. Alright, what are we missing? What are we missing? Should I be concerned? Interesting. Maybe it was an accident. Alright. Well, shoot, now I'm at the same part again, because it's like, that's done, that's done, that's done. Oh, talk to Archibald. Oh, my goodness, thank you. Archibald! Mi español muy poquito. Habla inglés and habla German. I was like, my Spanish is very limited. I haven't practiced my Spanish that I picked up in high school for that 1 year, or the Spanish I picked up working in a kitchen. I pretty much learned, like, small box, big box, put in the window, and, like, food's ready. But hello. Heck yeah, we're just playing some Agatha Christie.
Ah, perfect timing. I was about to ask that everyone move through to the dining room.
John, be nice.
Très bien.
Oh, we finished chapter 2. It only took like 4 hours.
Perhaps Turkey. I would love to see my beloved's homeland.
I'm sure we will decide on somewhere. Perhaps where we are both yet to have visited.
It was my crowning achievement.
I am not so sure you workers would agree.
Are you sure? I've definitely seen your face somewhere before.
I do not believe there is another that resembles these features, or brains, at least.
I've always liked the idea of sailing the West Indies.
In that heat? With your complexion?
Okay, but you lived in the capital at one time.
Oui, mademoiselle. I spent much of my working life there.
Maybe sleeping off half a bottle of whiskey.
Let us not be so blasé with our opinions, brother.
If you ask me,
I don't believe anyone did.
Where's the major?
You're that officer! The shootout on the rooftop! Your face was all over our front page!
It seems it is not only I that possesses great skills of deduction. You...
Please, come quick! The major has been murdered in his study!
Oh!
Messieurs et Mesdames, I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian police force. I ask that you all remain calm and in your seats. I shall begin my investigation immediately. Monsieur Sterling, please, lead the way.
Well, this is gonna look bad for the brothers, because they have motive to kill the major. Unless it was... What's her name? Oh my god, I'm blanking on the daughter's name. Elizabeth. No. Angeline. A noticeable, almost sinister chill can be felt upon entering. The window's open.
This is Mr. Hagen's study, Detective. Would you like me to stay?
I understand if you are not comfortable with such a scene.
Don't you worry, Detective. I've seen much worse in my years.
Archibald, what have you seen that's worse than a murder?
I am thankful to have someone of your resilience by my side.
I just can't believe someone could have killed him in cold blood. Is that what you think happened?
I admire your faith in your fellow man, but you will be surprised what someone will do when they feel there is no other option.
Mr. Hagen does not allow any staff into the study, and they were all present in the staff quarters, or part of the dinner service.
Well then, how did the lady know he got murdered if no one's allowed in there? Or was it more of like, I'm gonna go tell him to come down for dinner. Oh, he's not answering. Hello? Ah, I'm dead.
And everyone was accounted for?
Everyone. It is my business to know all my staff's whereabouts. Phone call. Yeah, yes. It was one of his business associates.
Do you know what associate?
He didn't say. I think he was French. The accent still confuses me sometimes.
And did the major sound any different to you? Panicked, anxious, anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I noticed. I think he was embarrassed about ending up on the floor after Master Gideon's one punch. I would be.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated. Huh.
Although only one punch was thrown, there is substantial bruising to his face. I must use all my deductive skills and experience here. Besides the stab wound, there is little to go on from his body. I was brought here to find the blackmailer, but discovering the truth behind the major's death must take precedence. Okay. Alright, do I need to explore the room? Dent and plaster? Trip? Surprising that it's been left visible. Surely would be quick, easy fix. Ooh, safe. Bulky safe made with security in mind. It's locked tight, but a box of valuables sits on top. Close the freaking window! Now, let my crime scene be ruined by snowflakes. Burnt carpet. It's quite severe. Such a shame to see such a beautifully made carpet ruined. The mind map thing is actually a really cool mechanic for helping the player keep all those story bits sorted without having to memorize them, right? Letter, hello. Hi, Cass. You won't believe who's in chat. It's your buddy John. Yeah, you're just here because I have Taco Bell. A note is stuffed down the side of the street seat. You do not know me, but I know you and your past very well. Years have passed and your actions remain hidden to the world, actions that would shame even the evilest of men. The details so heinous to include them would surely bring a tear to my eye. My baby! Bear, hello! Yes, it's your baby. Hi, Kiss. Bear says hi. Yes. And of course, Blondie's passed out on the floor as always. But hi, Bear, thank you. Now's the time for the truth to be revealed to all. While not one man is to blame for the final outcome, it was you that brought about the final piece to the puzzle, the one that no one else would. If you wish to remain a free man, fill a brown paper parcel with 5,000 francs addressed to Monsieur Dupont, to Barber and Sons cobbler before closing this coming Wednesday. Wait, so they asked the Major for 5,000 on Wednesday, and then they asked Angeline for 5,000 on Friday. I think it's the brothers. While there is time to consider your next move, I would not ponder on it for too long. When the world knows of your crimes, they will surely not ponder long on your punishment. I was lurking until I heard Cass, then I just went nuts. That's fair, Bear. That's fair. It's Cass. How could you not? She is precious. Another blackmail letter, written in a similar manner to the one addressed to Mademoiselle Angeline. Could the Major be hiding a secret of his own, or is he in fact the author of the letters? Well, this one said Wednesday. So I think he was also getting blackmailed, which is interesting. Can I close the window? The snow continues to bellow in. Why this window has been left open, I cannot fathom. And we shan't close it either. Odd to have a bucket this size for such a minute amount of water. That is interesting. Alright, anything else? Ooh, wallet. It does not look as though anything is obviously missing from it. Alright, let's see what we got. There is a link. Alright, second floor window, falling snow, jewelry box, locked tight, sum of money, large check, unrepaired. Let's go with the bruise, and let's say unrepaired.
Come, my little gray cells. We must.
Nope. Okay. Remaining ice cubes. Last rain's was presumably full of ice. Single stab wound. Is it one of those?
This will not get me any.
Alright. Wasn't sure if we're doing the whole, like, ooh, the murder weapon is ice and then it melts away kind of thing. What could it be? Unrepaired. Burn mark. Large check, sum of money. Large check, sum of money?
I must take a different approach.
What is it? Sum of money and jewelry box.
Another success.
How's that linked? The obvious items of value have not been taken. Why would the killer not take a reward? Valuables not taken. Good question. Window?
Things are beginning to become clear.
If someone had gone to the lengths of scaling the wall, they surely would have taken some valuables. Alright, bye, John. I will do my best to solve the case. Alright, not a simple burglary. Cool. I can confirm that the window was not the intruder's point of entry. Careless would be not to check the door first upon arrival. Oh, damp floor. What could have caused such a large damp patch on the floor? I bet you the murder weapon is an icicle. I'm calling it now. Is it? Is it an icicle?
Another success.
Someone has knocked over the bucket and then repositioned it. Someone besides the Major? Bucket was overturned. Stab.
I cannot see the logic in it.
Damn it. Unrepaired?
What a revelation.
There are signs that something occurred in the study between the Major and our unknown fugitive. Evidence of a fight. Okay. So at least we got that. But he did mention the door. Ooh, we're just going straight into the bedroom now?
Aha.
The door shows no signs of forced entry or tampering. Could they have just knocked and been allowed to enter? Could they? Okay. Maybe that's what gave him more bruises?
I must act on...
Nope. Logical entry point. That's the only new thing. Evidence of fight?
Magnifique.
Evidence shows that a fight of sorts broke out sometime after the killer entered the room unobstructed. The door from the bedroom to the study was how the perpetrator entered the room, but what I still do not know is, were they invited in or did they slip in unknown? Alright. Yeah, you got anything for me, Archibald? I see an exclamation mark.
Anything I can do to... Rihanna brought him some ice for his cheek earlier.
And when was that?
When he returned from his cigar outside, he asked for something to be brought upstairs to ease the swelling of his face. He would normally smoke only in here. Lady Van den Bosch doesn't like the smell of his cigars in the public rooms.
Madam continues to rule her home how she sees fit, as it is her
Your
prerogative.
help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Now that I know that the Major was not alone, it is time to search the study further in hopes of finding clues to who he was with. Another one! The scene of the crime has been investigated, but it does not show a straightforward series of events. The circumstances around the Major's cigar is one such avenue that requires further exploration. What? Okay, well, I see... I was like, it says 0. What are you talking about here? Do I need to... Oh, Major's jacket. A scruffy-looking jacket is hanging upon the coat rack. The Major's scabbard is in the pocket. Ashtray? A reasonably full ashtray. I would have expected him to at least clean this out. Towel. A discarded towel, folded and unused. Bro, what is with your study? No matches remain.
Huh. Oh.
All right.
Some would say a lucky guess.
The Major was smoking recently, unsurprisingly, and dropped his cigar. What could have lit the cigar? The matches?
Is there something?
Is it not the matches?
Come, my little grey cells.
Ring of dust? Matches?
This will not get me any...
Ring of dust. Moldy logs, very tidy. Bucket was overturned. Missing knife. Single stab wound. Oh, I see. He got stabbed with his own sword.
I should not be surprised, but...
I would have expected a Major to keep his belongings in a much tidier fashion. Room not cleaned. Ooh, yeah. Also, they have maids, don't they?
The pieces of the puzzle...
The Major's knife is missing, and his body lies with a single stab wound. Could very well be the murder weapon.
Magnifique.
This crime scene has been tampered with. The killer clearly had enough time to cover their tracks. Da, da, da. Oh, excuse me. Archibald! Why have you not cleaned this room, dear sir?
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
For a house that has such high standards, there's a noticeable lack of care taken in here.
As I said, Mr. Hagen did not allow the staff in here alone. Besides me, he was very clear on that.
Have the staff ever given him reason to not trust them?
Besides you say.
Nothing has ever been brought to my attention, but he was very clear no one was to be in here without his permission.
I suppose it is not unreasonable. I would have thought with his military past he would have kept it immaculate, with not a speck of dust or hair out of place. But the fireplace, for instance, says otherwise.
I haven't seen it lit since he has been with us, even in the colder months. It's been in this state for some time.
Your help and discretion.
It's odd. Alright, we talked to Archibald, and there's one more linkage. Why are we barking? Why are we barking? You can't have my taco. Well, quesadilla, I should say. Alright, unused. But the matchbox is empty.
Some would say a lucky...
There are no items that could start a fire or light a cigar. Yeah, no fire source. What is that attached to? But well used?
Order and method.
No. Burn mark?
I must take a different approach.
Compromised?
Order and method.
What is it? Oh, evidence of smoking.
The pieces of the puzzle off.
There remains no means to light the cigar. Someone must have lit it for him. Someone he trusted. But who? Dun, 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 dun. Someone lit the Major's cigar.
Another success.
Someone lit his cigar for him and attacked him when he least expected it. Who could have been so ruthless? The Major knew his killer. I don't know.
I cannot see the logic in...
Would be well used.
This will not get me any closer.
That's fine. I'm gonna just guess and they'll tell us what we're missing. Letter opener?
Come, my little gray cell.
Alright. Crime scene was compromised. I feel like I clicked that, no?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Make 75 deductions. They lit the Major's cigar, and following the brutal act of murder, took the time to clean the scene. They were not in a hurry and could still be in the house. How could they remain so calm? Oh man, when did this happen? Alright. Killer may still be in the building. Alright, Archibald, you have nothing new for me. Just gonna double check because I'm still seeing this. Nope, the safe is the only new thing, but there's no new linkage. Well, I can't leave. Have I missed an evidence item again? Blackmail letter. Have I missed evidence again? Oh, poker stand. We're doing on time. We're doing good. A normal looking poker stand. Nothing appears out of the ordinary. Make sure there's no other evidence that I've missed. Desk. Really? Was the poker? Alright, clean, sharp poker. I don't know. Very tidy?
I must act on thought and
It's not the most practical weapon to inflict the Major's wound. I don't know. Maybe you did stab him with this.
Is there something?
Or did you beat his face in more?
I must take a different approach.
Oh, sorry. It's clean and compromised.
Things are beginning to become clear.
There is currently no way to rule out the poker being the murder weapon. The murder weapon remains a mystery. The killer, whose identity is still to be uncovered, must still reside in this house. Come, my little gray cells, let us solve this mystery. Back in we go. I was not expecting to have a murder case in my hands when I arrived, but this will merely be another test for the great Detective Poirot. Alright, well, I see it says 0 linkage, so I'm just gonna back out. Archibald, what do you have to say to me, sir? Maybe you have an idea of who killed our man.
Anything I... As you wish.
I'm just gonna go investigate his bedroom. It is clear the reason for entering the Major's study was not to make haste with his valuables. What I must understand is if the intent for murder was there. The study's been manipulated following the Major's death, meaning they had time to return to the scene and attempt to cover their tracks. The perpetrator entered through the bedroom. Perhaps there's something they failed to clean up behind them that they can make sense of this. I should review what clues the study yielded before I continue. Another map! If the killer still resides in the house, I must approach everyone with not only caution, but suspicion. Okay, it says 0. Which means, Archibald, even you're suspicious. Another letter addressed to the Major. It appears he had someone looking out for his business concerns with the workers' strike. Felix, I understand that there are a number of business concerns for you in the situation that has arisen within the factories. But I offer this piece of advice. Step back. Monsieur Becker's efforts with the union have finally opened the workers' eyes, and they seek, nay, demand, the fair treatment they deserve for so long. The fuel for the fire has already been laid out, and the match is ready to be struck. You do not want to be near those flames when they ignite. I know you were once a good, honorable man. I pray that is still true today. I must review the information I've gathered from each guest today. There may be something that will help reveal the identity of the letter's author. Ooh. We talked to a few people. You know what? Check out the plant. You never know.
Oh.
Plants lean and rely on each other. I wonder if humans could take a lesson. Let's check. Ooh. They didn't close this drawer. Is that a... That's a... I guess I'd be pointing this way. Wait. It's just a hole. Okay. It seems Madame von Dexbach's heart is a trophy worth fighting over. Major Hagen, I hope you will excuse my bluntness and plain speaking, but there is a matter regarding Madame von den Bosch that requires not only our attention, but a level of understanding and respect between us both. I am fully aware of the help that you have offered to not only Madame, but her family and household. I am also aware that you know of the assistance that I have given to Madame and the Viscount before her. We were friends and business partners, and I felt it my duty to continue to give aid and keep the von den Bosch name at the standing that it has always been. Having said that, it is not always as simple to keep business and personal matters separate, and this is how I find myself today. Cassandra and I share a bond one does not experience often in their lifetime. No doubt you have felt similar, but what may be lust to one man is love to another. Oh. While I respect you for your efforts in the war and the generosity you've shown Madame, I must request you step back from what you consider to be your duties at the house and allow for Madame to make her choice. The choice that I believe is obvious to all parties. I trust this correspondence remains for your eyes only, and a gentleman's agreement is enough to guarantee our arrangement. Why not both? It is a rather bold move to challenge the Major as they have, especially with his position at the house. That's definitely Ernesto, then. This could be the weapon that brought down some of the impressive animals that now fill the walls. It's a home chip. Yeah, mounted animal head. Why? That's 2 bears. There's 2 bears here.
Huh.
I'm not sure how I would fare coming face to face with such beasts. Don't worry about it. Just stay out of the woods, the jungle, and you'll be fine. A rather threatening letter has been penned, addressed to Major F. Hagen. Dear Major F. Hagen, I did not think I would ever find myself writing a letter such as this, but under the current circumstances, I see no other option. Madame van den Bosch and I have been friends for more years than I care to say. That is why I can no longer sit back and allow your bullying to continue. I am well aware of the companionship you have offered to my good friend over the years. This is Margot. It has been most generous, and without it, I care not to think what would have happened to her. But that does not give you the opportunity to act in such a foul and boorish manner. The day the Viscount passed, I promised that I would protect both Cassandra and Angeline, and it is a promise I will keep. You were once a major in the British Armed Forces, but your actions have mirrored that of drunken fools who hold no place in our society, let alone Madame's house. Please do not bother yourself with the response. There is not a question that requires an answer, only a hope that you see your errors and adjust them accordingly. The author speaks of bullying, and although no specifics English are noted, any form of that treatment towards a woman is not acceptable. Any form of treatment to any person is not acceptable. Nobody likes to be bullied. Drinks club. I wonder how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of the globe. And that is that. All right. We got 3 connections. My node. Let's see. Ernesto, I imagine it's you. Mentions of helping the family.
What a revel.
If there is something between Ernesto and Madame von den Bosch, Archibald will surely know of it. Warning of upcoming strikes.
Order and method.
Positive work is mentioned.
I must act on thought and...
Is it he's the leader?
This will not get me
No?
any closer to my...
Okay, Gideon is supportive of the family. Hugo's positive work is mentioned. Close to Cassandra. There's only 3 blinking, but I have 2 connections. Oh, there we go.
Things are beginning to become...
Margot was quick to speak of her protection over Cassandra, and she must take this role very seriously. And then...
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Why would Hugo's positive work not go to Hugo, but go to Gideon? Because he's a supporter of the unions? The only other union supporter I know that is passionate enough to write such a letter. Okay, so Gideon wrote this. I figured it was... Well, yeah, because he's like saying, like, we know about the stuff. It's going down. Alright. Good, good. Good. Archibald?
Certainly. What do you need? The male guests, I believe, he knows in a business capacity, but I'm afraid that's all I know. I will add, though, he has not always been the easiest man to get along with.
You are talking from personal experience of working for him.
I am head butler to the Van den Bosch family in their home. He has made himself comfortable, but to me he still remained a guest. There's not much I couldn't tell you. As soon as he found out my father was in the army, his stories never stopped.
I am sure an officer of his rank must have many a tale.
A tale is a fitting description. Not so much a pinch of salt, more like a bag is needed listening to them. You've lost me, Detective?
I struggle to believe they were both helping her out of the kindness of their hearts. Could they have been fighting for the Madame's affection?
Ah, that didn't take you long to spot.
No. Monsieur Sterling's lack of real response gives me all the answer I require.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Yeah, he's like, I know. What is the connection? What's our newest one? Cassandra has multiple admirers. The Major fabricated his accomplishments. The Major is generally disliked. Oh, no. Okay, let's see. Love for Cassandra mentioned. Killer may still be in the building, not a simple burglary.
Magnifique.
Now I know of Ernesto's feelings towards Cassandra. He must be the one behind the letter.
Another success.
It seems the guests were not fond of the Major. Yeah. Written by Ernesto. Rocky working relationship?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Major is generally disliked.
Is there something I...
Written by Ernesto.
Come, my little Graycell.
Oh, sorry. It's killer may be in the building and multiple guests have threatened the Major.
What a revelation.
It's highly possible one of the guests is behind the murder. This warrants immediate investigation. Based on the evidence seen in the Major's study and bedroom, as well as what I've learned from speaking with the guests, Monsieur de Silva, Comtesse de Vos, and Monsieur de Meur warrant concern and further investigation. All 3 of you wrote very incriminating letters to the Major. One of you decided to act on it. You thought, I have a chance. Alright, Archibald.
Certainly. What do you
I have what I need.
As you wish.
Seems there's no simple explanation for what happened here. Chapter 3 done! The Major's popularity amongst the guests does not seem very high. There are still many questions that must be asked. Ooh, Chapter 4. Ooh. The interrogations. We got what? Hour and a half left, just about?
The guests are waiting for you, Detective. I informed them of what has happened, but divulged no details.
There goes my opportunity to catch one of them off guard. No matter, I have more than one weapon in my armory.
I am most grateful. Madame Vandenbosch is here also?
She's in her room with Miss Angeline. It may be better to speak with them privately tomorrow.
No, tonight, while details are fresh in their mind.
Oui, merci. I shall come find you again once my questioning is complete.
The guests' alibis are my priority. Once I can confirm their whereabouts this evening, I can understand who had an opportunity. Alright, interrogate the guests and confirm their alibis. I have my lead suspects from the evidence of the scene of the crime. Perhaps those will change after speaking with them all. Do I have to interview? Oh, yeah, you gotta interview all of them, Nina. I thought it was just gonna be the 3. Nope. It's a regular murder mystery.
I'm afraid our conversation is of a more formal nature this time.
Ooh. His leg is clipping through his pants. Where's my mouse? There, right there. He's got a little piece of his leg poking out.
So the Major was murdered?
Do you not remember the maid coming in and announcing it to everyone?
It appears so.
You can't think that I did it, though.
I will be questioning everyone over the course of the evening, and your cooperation will certainly speed up that process.
I was here in the salon, minding my own business, enjoying my own company.
Minding your business from whom?
Comtesse, what's her name, and my brother. Apart from wanting to congratulate him for a great right hook, there was nothing I had to say to him.
Comtesse de Vos? And they will both confirm you were here?
If she had taken a moment to notice anything besides herself, she will tell you I was here the whole time.
I think that is all for now.
Alright, decently short. We like it. Let's go. Moving on. Hold on. Should I check after everything? Nah, it's fine. We'll figure it out.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Beckers. Merci for speaking with me.
Monsieur Poirot, or should it be Detective Poirot now?
Detective Poirot is perfect, merci. I would like to begin with a few questions.
Go right ahead, Detective Poirot. I took great pleasure in seeing the Major's ego as well as his face take a bruising. And then I made my way to the library.
Well, you spoke with Mademoiselle Conrad.
And yourself, yes.
We were the only two that you spoke with.
One of the servants bought me a drink and I was telling her about the benefits of joining a union. She didn't understand what it truly meant to be a part of something. Something bigger than just her. I was trying to explain to her how...
Monsieur.
Oh, yes, it was just the two of you and the servant.
Strange that he does not seem to recall seeing Monsieur de Silva in the library. Ooh.
And you are sure there was no one else present?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Detective. You were there.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
Uh-oh. Ernesto. It's not looking good for you, buddy.
Monsieur de Silva, merci for obliging me.
A detective comes to a party and a dead body shows up. Coincidental, don't you think?
A man's death is not a matter to joke on, monsieur.
Who said anything about a joke? I am saying what I see.
Then perhaps you can tell me what it was you saw this evening.
Following whatever that was in the hall, I moved to the library.
Is there anyone that can confirm that?
Miss Conrad and Beckers were in there, arguing about something. The books held my interest far more than their conversation.
You did not speak with them until dinner was served?
I had no reason to get involved with their little spat. It was clear they didn't want me to hear, and that suited me just fine.
Merci for your cooperation.
Okay, so they could have just been too engrossed in their conversation to notice you.
Monsieur Demir, I am sorry your celebrations have taken a rather dark turn.
As am I, Detective. I hope we will be able to bring this investigation to an end post-haste.
With your cooperation, I will do my very best.
I was here in the salon. I thought I would have a moment of peace to calm myself, but the Comtesse and my brother followed behind.
Did they inquire into the reasons behind the fight in the hall?
I think they both saw it as some light entertainment, more than anything else.
The Comtesse does not strike me as one to enjoy violence.
And not so much violence, but karma for the Major, perhaps. You did not hear how he spoke to my wife-to-be. She is still rather upset about the whole thing.
What did he say?
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
I want to know what he said.
Comtesse, I am sorry our next conversation must be under such formal circumstances.
It is not the first time Felix has ruined a good party.
Oh my god. Margot, the man is dead.
The current state of tonight's celebrations is the least of my priorities, Comtesse.
Well, it's at the top of mine, detective. I did not come here for a wake.
Margot, I'm pretty sure no one thinks I'm gonna go to a party and there better not be a dead body there. I'm not in the mood for that. Like, that's no one's thought, Margot. No one is thinking that there better not be a dead body at this party that I'm going to.
Perhaps then we should proceed with my questions and you can get back to celebrating.
You know what? Maybe that is a valid fear to have, where it's like, man, if I go to this house party, I hope no dead bodies show up.
It would be my pleasure, chérie.
What you got?
I did. I thought by staying in one place, it would be easy for the staff to bring me my drinks. How wrong I was.
And who else was present in here?
The handsome groom-to-be and his brother, although Zachariah, is it, made a rather sharp exit at one stage.
Who?
Did he say where he was going?
He barely said 2 words to either of us. I think he was more concerned with his drink.
Another to notice Monsieur Demur's drinking, and yet no one seems concerned.
Merci, Comtesse. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Alright, Jackie, what you got?
Mademoiselle Conrad, I am sure you understand the delicate nature of the situation.
I knew I had seen your face before. You were just an officer when that story hit the paper.
You have a très bon memory, mademoiselle. That was a long time ago.
You can't escape the past, especially when you go and do something like that.
That is very true, but one can learn from it and create a better future.
What would you say to an
Please, mademoiselle. Catching the Major's killer is my sole concern right now. Now, if you would be so kind, I have some questions for you.
I arrived, unpacked my bags in my room, and made it downstairs just in time to see the Major take a right hook from Gideon. And then I went to check out the library.
And you were joined by Monsieur Beckers.
And Ernesto, or Monsieur Silver, as you say. But after he ignored my attempt at pleasantries, I left him to his book in the corner.
And your conversation with Monsieur Beckers that I interrupted.
You are a persistent one, aren't you? Makes sense now I know who you really are. You'll just have to wait and read about it in the paper like everyone else.
Mademoiselle Conrad still remains tight-lipped about her discussion with Monsieur Beckers, but a hint at reading about it in the newspaper makes me believe it may be a much grander nature than I expected.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
Alright. Let's see what connections we can get. Spoke with Jackie and myself.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Was talking to Hugo. Jackie and Hugo confirm each other's alibis. Gideon and Margot.
I should not be surprised by my own.
Margot and Gideon confirm each other's appearance in the salon.
Another success.
They confirm each other's appearance in the salon. Express disdain for Margot.
Order and method. That.
Figure I'd give it a shot. Hugo was in the library. Ernesto was in the library. Ernesto was lurking in the library.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Really? Ernesto in library? Ernesto lurking in library? Seems pretty on point.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming.
They confirm each other's appearance in the library. Jackie and Ernesto confirm each other's alibis. Was in the salon. Still upset about the altercation. Was in the salon. Was in the library. Was in the library. Was in the library. What? Whew. Almost dropped something. What piece are we missing? Zachary did go missing, so salon?
This will not get me any club. I must take a different approach. Is there something?
Okay, so Gideon saw Zachary went missing, spoke with Jackie and myself, Ernesto was lurking in the library.
Things are beginning to become...
Hugo failed to mention seeing Ernesto in the library.
What a revel...
Margot claimed Zachary stepped out of the room, but Gideon did not mention it. Was his missing time accounted for? And then... Ooh, that's it? That's all of them? Gotta talk to Zach. Hugo and Zach. What's up, guys?
Whatever you require.
You're,
I know you are probably used to dealing with criminals, but not everyone is trying to hide something.
I hope for your sake that you do not hide anything from me.
What is it you think I'm hiding?
I struggle to believe you did not know of Monsieur da Silva's presence in the library.
Is that what this is about? I saw him hiding in the corner, pretending to read. I'd be surprised if he even could. I did not speak to him, and he certainly didn't make any attempt to speak with me.
Monsieur Demir invited you here to speak with him. You didn't see that as a fitting time too?
I was speaking with Jacqueline, and quite frankly, I was in no mood to be dealing with that man.
Monsieur Beckers is courageous and full of vigor in his planning, but his execution does not share such confidence.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers.
Alright. Zach?
I'm an open book. I told you already. I was here in the salon.
And you did not leave even once?
Well, I had to use the bathroom. I didn't realize I had to update you every time nature called.
You may keep your calls of nature to yourself, merci. And then you returned to the salon?
If you don't believe me, ask Archibald. He saw me on his way up to the study.
I think that is all.
Archibald! Can you confirm his alibi?
Can you confirm seeing Monsieur Demir in the hall this evening?
Zachariah, yes. I was on my way with a bottle of whiskey to the Major. He shouted a rather ignorable greeting to me and asked...
I presume you showed him the way?
Aye, detective. I showed him to the hall bathroom. I didn't think it was wise to attempt the stairs, not in that state.
I must act on thought and fact. Some would say a lucky guess. Magnifique. Come, my little grey cells. I cannot see the logic in this. Is there something? I should not be surprised by my own skills up.
All right, Hugo and Ernesto now confirm each other's appearance in the library.
The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
Hugo, Ernesto, and Jackie support each other's versions of events. Someone else must be responsible. Well, that leaves staff. Unless Angeline and Cassandra. Even with some minute differences in stories, the guests all confirm each other's alibis. It is not the outcome I was expecting or perhaps hoping for. Oh, excuse me, I got the burpees. You can blame the Baja Blast. No links, no links. And we open another path. That did not yield the result I desired. Perhaps a more direct approach considering their potential motives will reveal more. No linkage, alright. Do I have to re-interview them? Re-interview them, let's go! Let y'all read, I'm gonna eat.
I'm an open book, Poirot. Why would I? I've got nothing to say to him. Except maybe to keep his hands off what is ours.
What is yours that he could want?
Money, of course. Why do you think he has been suckling at the Van den Bosch teat for so long? He's bled them dry, and now they will all do the same to our money.
Our?
My father's, Gideon's, it's all the same. When you have not been on level playing fields for years, it's hard to have a fair game.
I am afraid I do not quite understand.
If we're playing golf, he has a full set of clubs and a caddy in the form of my father, and I have the old split putter. Make sense now?
Perfectly. I think that is all for now. Merci.
Whatever you require, Detective. I know that I don't think, or didn't think, a great deal of him. I'm just sorry I didn't get the chance to tell him what I thought.
The man has recently been murdered.
Someone must stand up to men like him, with their crooked dealings and lack of, well, any compassion at all.
Another rousing speech, monsieur.
It's the truth. If you knew what I know, maybe he wouldn't be dead, but behind bars instead. Yes, Gideon invited me. If you will recall from our previous conversation, we have been working together and he thought now would be a good time to discuss matters.
To discuss business at the celebration of his engagement?
We're all here, so what better time? He thought Da Silva might even let his guard down if he was in a more jubilant mood. It would be wise to not continue to ignore us any longer.
And what business was it that was so urgent?
We're trying to resolve the worker strikes. It has gone on long enough. Now is the time for him to listen to our demands so we can put an end to it all. Put the violence and upset behind us. Anger, yes, but that's all. I wouldn't kill a man.
You must see why this leads me to have suspicions.
You can't honestly think I did it. I am a man of peace. I make changes with words, not with violence. I am fighting for the basic rights of our workers, nothing more. If he can't see that, he is a lesser man than I already thought.
And where does Monsieur Gideon fit into the negotiations? And his brother?
His brother? I didn't even know he had a brother until I arrived here. Gideon certainly hasn't talked much about him. I get the sense there's not much love lost between them. Last I saw, he was outside having a cigar.
Oui, I spoke with him myself, but that was some time ago.
He does love a cigar. You'd have to stand out in those conditions. I could barely see him through the snow.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening.
More questions? Felix, I didn't know him that well. We spoke a handful of times. I met...
But you remained polite, as any gentleman would.
Of course. What is there to say? She's a remarkable woman. and I admire her. Even after Edwin's death, she held herself with such poise.
It sounds as though you hold her in the highest regard.
Boop, boop! Not yet, we got time.
And why shouldn't I? Women these days could take a leaf out of her book on how to present themselves. He had approached me about doing some business together. I like to know who I'm getting into bed with first.
And you both went ahead with your business venture.
Not so much a business venture, more security related. But there is no need to discuss that any further.
Is there something you wish to remain hidden about your partnership, monsieur?
I mean, his partner's dead at this point, so...
It was far from a partnership. I hired him to run security at my factories. If the workers were going to get violent, I wanted to make sure I was ready to protect my property. That is correct.
And the reason for your support was always of a purely platonic nature.
If you're trying to insinuate that I was expecting something in return, you can remove your head from the gutter.
I meant no offense. I'm only trying to understand the dynamic of your relationship.
Let's go. We're here for platonic friendships. I may need to approach this in a different manner. Perhaps I should speak with the Comtesse on this.
Merci for your cooperation.
No trouble at all. How can I... I knew of him more than actually knowing him myself. In the past, he made his feelings towards my brother and I quite clear.
And that was not in a positive way.
I certainly wouldn't call trying to get Angeline to postpone the engagement positive. What do you mean?
I do not mean to pry, only I imagine the whole room was aware of his celebrating with a bottle.
You must be mistaken. Neither my brother nor I drink.
Honey! Honey! I do not know how he could not have noticed the state his brother was in. Perhaps one does not see what one does not want to believe. Unless you've never seen your brother sober, and you just assume this is him sober.
We aren't the closest. But what brothers are?
I would argue that many are.
We've lived very different lives. Our priorities are different. He does not see things the way I do. There isn't much more to say.
There's clearly more to uncover here. I shall return to the matter when I have the fuel that is required to get the answers. Oh.
I have lent my voice to some discussions. I have tried to facilitate meetings. Just positive support.
Does that positive support include sending letters to those on the opposing side?
Detective Poirot, I'm not sure what you think I have done.
Monsieur, a letter has been found threatening the Major of what might happen if he does not act promptly, and now he has wound up dead.
You think my sending him a letter, warning him not to get involved, means I murdered him?
At this time, it is certainly reason for me to be suspicious.
I have been funding the strikes, Detective. These men deserve fair treatment, and a wage that fits the hard work they undertake every single day. The Major didn't see that. All he cared about was the money for his services, and that is all I care to discuss.
It appears Monsieur's letter was at least written with noble intentions, but he's still hesitant to talk more on the Major's association.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Right. Marco?
I am all yours, detective. Why would I actively choose to speak to that wretched man?
Man, I kind of feel bad for the Major just knowing that everybody in the house hates you. Aww.
You were quite adamant of your protection of Madame. If he was as awful as you portrayed him to be, there must have been some words spoken, or perhaps written?
He was quite aware of how I felt towards him, and the lengths he has gone to remain close to the family. That is all that needs to be said.
I must admit, I would not want to be on the receiving end of your tongue's wrath, Countess.
He's talking about the letter. He's talking about the letter.
Wise thinking, detective. I imagine she would have shed a tear for him, but she should not waste any more.
You don't think she would? Or you don't want her to?
I have made it quite clear what I think of that man, alive or dead. I would not want her to waste anything further on him.
I don't know who has the sharper tongue, Madame Van Den Bosch or the Comtesse. It's certainly a close race for first place. This is probably why they're besties for so many years.
What of it?
Do you believe there was something more to their friendship?
What is this?
As I have said, detective, I am not one to gossip.
Don't lie, Margot.
I would not even consider your name and that word in the same sentence.
Margot, don't lie to me.
Because it is not gossip when it's the truth.
See? I'm not sure that is exactly correct, but the Comtesse has made a bold attempt to justify her wagging tongue.
Why else do you think he would stay around for so long? Yes, he was a friend and partner to the Viscount, but it is plain to see it is Cassandra's partnership he longs for. He was a disgusting leech that was driven only by money and power, like most men.
I can assure you not all men are concerned with such egotistical wealth.
Did we just hashtag not all men?
That may be, but they are few and far between. I believe you are a special case, Detective Poirot.
Thanks, Margot.
It is not the first time I have been described in such a way.
Embrace the compliment, Detective. You have set yourself apart from the horrid crétins that seem to somehow make their way into positions of authority and power.
And that is what the Major was doing? Using Madame Van Den Bosch as his ladder to the top?
You are finally seeing the man he was. A weak and self-indulgent social climber.
The Comtesse has certainly opened my eyes to the Major's true ambitions with the Van Den Bosch family. I wonder if Madame herself is aware of his greed and hunger for social recognition.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
My eyeballs. Alright, Jackie and Zach. Cool, just wanted to see. Alright, almost done. Jackie!
You came to the right place. I know that he was not the good and honest man he liked to think he was.
In what sense?
If you spoke to him for longer than 5 minutes, you'd know. I've met people in dark alleys I trust before him.
And on the occasions when you did speak with him, what was discussed?
I'm sorry, Poirot. If you're looking for a deep-seated secret between me and him, you're going to be disappointed.
Mademoiselle Conrad is wise to the nature of this question. She knows exactly what and what not to say. This nut may be harder to crack than first expected.
That man has got some real anger issues. I get why he's frustrated. He's trying his best for the workers, but holding on to rage like that, something's gonna burst.
A man suppressing his anger and a murdered body. The most amateur detective could see a connection.
If you think you can use me as some sort of gossip machine, you are sorely mistaken.
I can assure you it is not a case of gossiping. At this point, everything may be relevant to my investigation.
So I would be helping you potentially solve a crime? You should have said that off the bat. To say he's smitten is an understatement. I reckon he's been wanting her for years.
I see. Madame does not feel the same?
Doesn't look like it. If she did, she would have said something about it, right?
Yeah?
I don't know if you really would. She's got a mouth the size of Texas, except when it comes to truths about her. She wants everyone to think that she's the savior of these girls at the shelter. But there's a side to her I don't think anyone gets to see.
And what side is that?
One that she is keeping tucked away under her very expensive dress.
Can only see the work at a woman's shelter as positive. Even if the reason to start came from a selfish place, the work they do cannot be scoffed at.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far.
Merci. What, Margot? You have more to say to me? All right.
I am all yours, detective.
Yes.
Countess, you gave me the impression the Major and the Madame were close, but there were times where he acted rather aggressively to her, n'est-ce pas?
I am sorry, detective, but I did not mean to give you such an impression.
I have already built a rapport with the Comtesse. Some may even say, in a flirtatious manner. Perhaps if I continue to charm her, she'll reveal the information I require. Flattering. It is obviously I who am mistaken. A fine woman of your stature would not purposely lead a young man astray, or if I've been mistaken, would you be so kind as to correct me my train of thought? Ooh. Flatter or humble? Flatter.
Ever the charmer, detective. I would talk more on it, but I'm afraid Cassandra would think I am talking about her behind her back.
No. The Comtesse has something more to say, but she still holds back. Something tells me it's more to do with receiving attention. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage. How would Madame von den Bosch feel if she heard the contents of our conversation from me? Coercive? You obviously care a great deal about Madame von den Bosch. Assisting me will help clear of any wrongdoing. That's what you want for her, isn't it?
It is not often I am swayed so easily. I applaud you on your willingness and persistence.
It's fine.
From day one, I was wary of his intentions. And it was not long before he showed his true colors. If it is a tear she sheds, it should be one of joy that he is out of her life.
Margot.
I understand your feelings towards the Major, but perhaps there was...
He was a bully. He took his shortcomings out on her, and she sat there and accepted it. I never thought I would see the day. Perhaps now she will be able to see the man he truly was. Karma will always catch up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Merci, Comtesse.
Alright. Good. 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 Zach.
I'm an open...
Alright.
That doesn't surprise me, and yet no one actually asks.
I am asking now.
I should have expected that, shouldn't I? What is there to say? We used to be close, but not so much anymore.
Oh my god, Zach, are you me?
I would find it very helpful if you could at least elaborate on your relationship.
Hold on, let's find out. Because I too have a strained sibling relationship.
He went to school, got an education, and was the apple of our father's eye. I went to war. See the difference now?
Okay, no, not similar. If anything, it might... Would it be opposite? No. Because they're doing wonderful in their life. Like, they're selling their art left and right. And, like, they... Which is kind of funny, because they went to mechanic school. But... They're an artist. They were doing some amazing art on some cars. And then they're just like, canvas, much easier. And I was like, that's fair. And then I went to, essentially, art school. And now I'm in the legal department. Monsieur has again mentioned his time in the war. While I do not mean to belittle his efforts for his country, it seems as though he has not been able to leave that life behind on the battlefield. I imagine not, because, like, what? If this is the 1930s? No. There's fire. I think there's some electricity, because obviously there's telephones. It's the UK. So yeah, maybe like 1930s, 40s. And I'm a Belgian working in the UK, and there's still that whole, like, yo, fodder! I mean, that's still there, but, like, they were very all about it. What war was he fighting?
If you want to know about Gideon's part in the Union, why don't you ask him?
So, you are aware of his support for them?
Yes, well, he...
Oh, hold on. They mentioned it. She said she wanted to see her husband's homeland. And they were the opposite side of the Major. Oh, okay.
Oui, monsieur?
It'd be best to just ask him.
He either does not know much of what his brother does, or he's protecting him rather coyly. It's the first one, probably.
I think that is all for now.
Do I have to go back to Gideon? Hello, Gideon.
No trouble at all. I believe there are more important matters at hand than talking about my brother and I's relationship, or lack thereof.
The murderer is in this house, and by holding back information that may help my investigation, you only make me suspicious of your involvement. Monsieur Demir, if you continue to withhold information, I can only assume you are hiding something, and must treat you as a prime suspect in the Major's murder.
I have nothing to hide. If you must know, we have not been on the best terms for years now. As I said, we are different people. He does not see the importance of planning for the future, and as much as my parents tried, they could not make him see that. I suppose that is why he sees me as their favorite.
He still believes that now?
I assume so. We barely talk anymore. I was hoping we would be able to sit down and talk and leave the past behind. This evening has not panned out that way.
If you would be so kind as to stay here.
Alright. God, we got 4 links? Alright, what do we got? Gideon and Zach's quarrel resents Gideon.
I must act on thought and fact.
Gideon feels detached from Zach?
Magnifique.
The brothers are suspicious individually, but I cannot see them working together, right? Is defensive of Gideon, is fond of Cassandra. Ernesto's business connections with the family. Gideon denies his brother drinking, wrote the letter, didn't approve of the wedding, has dirt on the Major. Hugo claims to have calmed down. Frustration?
I should not be surprised.
Hugo claims to have calmed down since his argument with the Major, but Jackie disputed this. Ernesto and Cassandra's friendship. Cassandra is more than a friend to Ernesto.
What a revelation.
Perhaps Ernesto had hidden his secret love well. We can use this to our advantage. Talk to Ernesto. His business connections. Major leached onto Cassandra. Major is abusive. Confirmed. Ernesto is fond. Jackie doesn't trust the Major. He's got dirt on the Major. Trying to start negotiations. Let's just start.
This will not get me any
Let's just click some stuff, see what we can get.
Come, my little Grace. Order and method.
I know it's wrong, but I want the hint. Oh, Zachariah is defensive, but he resents him.
Some would say a lucky guess.
He claims not to be close to his brother, but still seeks to withhold information about him. Conflicting attitude. It's family, right? Alright, gotta talk to Ernesto. Ernesto.
More question.
Mademoiselle Conrad was quick to talk of your hidden feelings towards her. Perhaps only hidden to Madame van den Bosch herself.
What has this got to do with the Major's death? Does Cassandra know you have spoken to others about this? I have only tried to help her. There may be some feelings there, but Madame van den Bosch does not know of them, and I trust that it will remain that way.
Merci for your call.
Alright. I had my own opinion of the Major, one that is wiser, kept to myself, but I did not expect so many like-minded thinkers. I should think further on what I have heard in my quarters. Would that be vindication where it's like, man, I thought this guy was a beehole, and then it turns out everyone agrees with me. He is a bit of a beehole. Alright, so you're telling me I need to go to my room, so... To my room I go. Oh, Archibald.
My time with the guests is complete for tonight.
Do you know who killed Major Hagen?
I want to say to you.
I am afraid it is not as simple as that. There are many steps that lead to the truth. I must think on everything I have heard this evening and dissect the truths from the lies. Merci for your assistance this evening. Au revoir.
I came here expecting to solve a case of blackmail, to relieve a family of a burden that has weighed upon them and overshadowed a joyous celebration. And now it's murder. I've never been to an engagement celebration where death has taken center stage before. Although the guests' alibis confirm each other's, I still cannot rule out the possibility of one of them being involved in the Major's death. The staff. Also Cassandra or Angeline. The relationships between some of the guests and the Major were more than rocky. Dislike towards him was plentiful, but enough to drive someone to murder? This is now the perfect opportunity to think about everything I have heard today. Why does it sound like you're about to go to bed, Poirot? You should keep... Well, I mean, he's been awake all day. He probably needs to sleep. I have all the information I need. I must now compile it together and find the most probable culprit. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see. Threats to the Major. Conflicting attitude. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Things are beginning to be...
When I first overheard their conversation, it seemed Hugo was trying to get Jackie to listen. Jackie's pushing for dirt on the Major.
Another success.
The letter she sent protecting Cassandra was threatening indeed, and Jackie seems unable to determine her secret. Longtime friends.
I must take a different approach if I am...
Fronting money for the house, Major involved in the workers' strike. Gideon trying to start negotiations, maybe that's something.
Come, my little grey cells. We must...
Maybe... Past Major?
I must act on thought.
Hugo lied about his temper. Hugo's... Oh, what do we got? We got those two. We got threat to the Major. Is it just this?
I should not be surprised.
His history with the Major combined with threats to his well-being definitely show intent. See, I wouldn't think to combine two nodes that are already from the same thing, because I'm like, you're both coming from the same place. Why would I connect them, but...
Another success.
Make 100 deductions. All the guests have at least one other guest to confirm their alibis. Yeah.
What a revelation.
Blinded by both love and greed, he may have struck down his opposition. Uh-huh. Oh, jeez. Who could that be at this time? Who is it?
Detective, I'm sorry I did not join you in the salon as requested.
Please, mademoiselle. There is no need to apologize.
Did you stab him?
I was with Maman in her room. She would not allow anyone to see it, but I could see she was terribly upset.
Most understandable.
Do you have any suspicions as to who could have killed him?
I'm afraid my suspicions extended across all of the party's guests. While it seems as though their alibis all corroborate one another's, the disdain and hostility towards the Major makes them rife with motive.
I know there was some bad blood between the Major and some of the guests, but not enough to kill him, surely. She may seem tough on the exterior, but she's really quite kind when you get to know her.
What? No, hold on. I know there was some bad blood between the Major and some of the guests, but not enough to kill him, surely. She may seem tough on the exterior, but she's really quite kind when you get to know her. Angeline, did you just out the Major? What?
The Countess? She is a formidable force I would not want to come up against.
Don't be silly, Detective. She wouldn't hurt a soul. Jacqueline, I mean.
Wait, how did I know that meant the Comtesse? You immediately went, I don't think there's bad blood. I didn't think it was that bad between them. She's really nice, though, once you get to know her. How? What? Oh, I thought you just outed the Major. I was like, no! Why would you out them?
I assume that's who you were talking about, Detective, after what happened between them.
How did you assume that? I didn't assume that.
That is a story I have yet to hear.
She must have told you about the piece she was writing on us, about Gideon's work and our marriage.
Somehow, that was the only thing she did not mention.
That's strange. I thought that is what she would have started the conversation with. Well, she had come to the house to interview me, and when I entered the library, she was there with Felix amid a rather heated conversation.
Do you know what this conversation regarded?
I'm afraid not, but Felix was quite enraged. He picked up an envelope from the table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him.
And Mademoiselle Conrad?
She was equally heated in the moment. She had a few choice words for him that I wouldn't care to repeat.
Uh-huh.
Better, thank you, Detective. She's resting in her room. It is the best place for her.
And you, Mademoiselle?
I'm not quite sure. It is a rather surreal feeling. I did not think I would miss him like I do.
It is understandable. He has been a close friend to your maman for many years.
And to me, Detective. We had grown close. After Father's passing, he was always there for me. And now, he's gone as well.
You must try and not think on it like that.
It is easier said than done, Detective.
I have no doubt, but you can be assured the culprit will not remain at large for long. You have my word.
I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine any of them committing such a heinous crime.
It can often be hard to look past one's personal feelings for someone and see their flaws.
It's not that, Detective. It's just they have known each other for years. Why would any of them act now?
I was under the impression the Major had merely a business relationship with some of the guests.
That's true, but those invited know each other, some of them for years. They may not seem like it, but some are even friends. I should return to my room now, Detective. It has been a trying day for us all.
Oui, mademoiselle. I am afraid tomorrow may bear a resemblance, but I will not stop until I have found his killer.
I am certainly glad you are here, Detective.
When and where a detective is required, that is where I shall be. Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Bonne nuit? Mademoiselle's left me with an interesting thought, one I had not considered until now. While at first glance the guests do not appear to show much fondness for each other, Mademoiselle is quite sure that that's not the case. Perhaps I must consider looking at the guests together and not individually. Oh boy, okay. Alright, there's a link here. Jackie bumped heads with the Major. Guests have known each other for years. Those are the two newest things. So I'm assuming Jackie.
Is there something? I cannot see the logic in this. I must take a different approach.
Ah, there we go.
Magnifique.
I doubted Jackie's involvement with the murder, but now I'm dubious of her innocence.
The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
Jackie seems suspicious. All motives confirmed?
Order and method. That is the way.
Well, those are the two newest ones. Maybe guessed?
This will not get me any close.
Maybe it's all alibis, all motives?
Some would say a lucky guess. I
do not know who I can trust or whose stories I can believe. Are the guests innocent? They all did it. All guests are suspicious! Okay. So is that all guests and Jackie?
Is there something?
Or all guests have known each other?
Things are beginning to become...
I now doubt how trustworthy their stories may be. They may well be covering for each other. Ooh, there's no physical way one of the guests could have killed the Major and returned to the party, unless that is where I'm mistaken. It's not one guilty party I should be looking for, rather multiple. Oh my god. How could I have not considered that the Major's death was part of a ploy created and executed by more than only one of the guests? It came almost as an epiphany following Mademoiselle Angeline's remark about the guest's shared past. Perhaps Mademoiselle will become the trusted ally that I now sense may be essential to catching the guilty parties. Tonight's questioning was only the beginning. I will allow my suspects to sleep on their stories and we'll see how they fare tomorrow. Perhaps one of those involved will have morals enough to show a glimmer of regret. How do we know somebody else isn't gonna die? Considering they may be working together, I cannot be sure who has told the truth and who has attempted to sell me down the fluve. Perhaps I should sleep on the matter. A good night's sleep will surely bring a new dawn of thinking, and what a better setting to do so than the most peaceful falling blanket of snow that surrounds us all. I'm half expecting to wake up to another dead body, because if it was like two people that work together, you know how easy it is to hold a secret when one of them is dead, because then it's just you. Although it seems not everyone has the same idea. We completed chapter 4. Who's outside? Is it Archibald? I bet it's Archibald. He's got that Archibald walk. Chapter 5. We got what? 30-ish minutes left? We're doing good. There's 9 chapters. The secret. Oh boy. A restless sleep combined with the image of the eerie figure in the snow has only convoluted what my little gray cells must consider. I should not have expected this to be a simple case. I have been lied to by at least one of the guests. Their alibis all confirm each other's, but I know this is not to be true. New mind map. Alright. How the Major was involved with the blackmail eludes me. For now, once I have confirmed whether he was the author or recipient, I can consider my next step in my investigation. There's no linkage. Hold on now. Archibald? Nope. You have nothing new for me, Archibald. Instantly? You know, we'll talk to you guys. Yeah, F it, let's talk to them.
Good morning, Detective. You slept well?
Sure.
I'm afraid I did not. I was hoping for at least a moment of pleasant slumber, but alas, it was not to be. Finding the Major's killer is the only thing that will put my mind at ease.
In that case, Detective, what can I do to help? In that snow. If someone was out there, we'd have another body on our hands.
I realize how strange it sounds. I would not believe it myself if I had not seen it with my own eyes.
Staff have reported seeing things in the dark before, but it always just turns out to be shadows. It was likely just your mind playing tricks. I'm afraid our Lizzie is not well. I think the events of yesterday were too much for her. We'll have to just make do without her this morning.
Lizzie, you say?
As Wordsworth once stated, rest and be thankful. Perhaps a chance of peace and relaxation will work wonders.
She is currently eating breakfast alone in the dining room. It's how she prefers it. But if you wish to speak with her now...
It's important I speak with her, but perhaps it's better to allow her to finish. I do not wish to upset her before I've even asked my first question. I could perhaps investigate the garden for any evidence from the figure from last night.
I would, but I'm afraid I found this morning that the telephone lines aren't working. The snow continued through the night and must have damaged them.
Uh-huh. Or the mysterious figure outside damaged them.
Even if we could use the telephone, I don't think anyone would be able to reach us.
In that case, it will be up to myself alone to solve the case.
I'll let you know if anything changes. But until some of the snow clears, enough for the carriages to arrive, we are snowed in.
Hi, Cass. Hi, baby. Oh, you're warm. Were you outside? Although I'm not able to call upon or leave the house to find help from the local authorities, it also means none of the guests are able to leave. I have until the snow clears to find not only Mademoiselle Angeline's blackmailer, but also the Major's killer. Yeah, what'd you do with the body?
Taken care of. Master Dramir and his brother, after sobering up, helped me move him into the cellar. Best place for the time being.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't just put him outside in the snow.
Très bien. I imagine there is no reason for anyone to go down there.
Bye, Cass.
Besides me, no one. Once this snow clears, we will be able to move him from the house.
Your assistance has been most valuable as always.
Right. Let's talk to Angeline.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you were comfortable last night.
You know, she's got a great outfit too. I like her little see-through, like, shawl.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. The room was more than pleasant, merci. I'm afraid my mind was not in a state to enjoy it to its full potential, though.
I can't imagine any of us slept soundly last night.
Hopefully, guilt will be weighing heavily on someone's shoulders this morning.
I'm sorry if I was not much help last night, Detective.
You were good.
On the contrary, your inside knowledge of the guests was of great help to my investigation. But there are many more questions that require answers.
His position? You mean about him living here?
Oui, even in a house this size, you must see a lot of each other.
I enjoyed having him here. When I was away with Gideon, it was comforting to know Maman was not alone. Although his work with Mr. Da Silva has kept him away from the house of late.
What can you tell me about their relationship, working or otherwise?
There is not much to tell, only that there is no love lost between them.
Okay.
He was always quite private about his work. I know that he was helping Mr. Da Silva with some safety matters.
I found a check addressed to the Major from Monsieur Da Silva. It noted security consulting.
Ah, that's right, security. With his military training, he helped Mr. Da Silva prepare for any trouble with the strikes. A development? Oh, Detective, I knew I could count on you.
It may not be the news you had wished for, though. Another letter has been found.
Oh.
Addressed to me? I don't know how much more I can take of this.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. Although it has been written in the same manner, using similar phraseology, it was not sent for your eyes, rather the Major's. Or at least that is how it seems.
I'm sorry, Detective, I don't understand. It is addressed to him or not?
I found it in the Major's study yesterday while conducting my preliminary search. Whether he is the author of the letter or the recipient, I am still yet to discover.
Heavens no, he could not do that.
You did not hesitate for a moment.
Why would he do such a thing? And then to send a letter to himself? It just doesn't make sense.
Right?
Merci for your time, mademoiselle. You are to a detective what an umbrella is to a traveler on a wet day.
Useful?
Never change, Angeline. Never change.
Exactement.
I think she was going more for the innocent aspect of useful and less of like, you're useful because you have money. That was great.
Countess, I wonder if I could ask you some questions.
That is it, Detective? No small talk? No inflating of one's ego?
Not today.
I am afraid not, Countess. With the murderer still loose in the house, my mind is rather preoccupied.
Well then, Detective, perhaps I can be of some assistance.
Comment, madame?
I thought you might like to know what I found on the Major's body.
I'm sorry. What?
That certainly piqued your interest.
A man has been murdered, and you find it acceptable to fool around and joke.
Ooh, this music change.
Oh, please, Detective. Do you really think so little of me? Archibald asked for my assistance. He knows of my medical training from my days as a nurse, and I thought I would be able to help.
And you didn't think to tell me.
It has been some years.
And you didn't think to tell me last night?
It was not his place to grant you access to the body.
I shall remember to keep my assistance to myself next time. A single stab wound, which you no doubt already knew. The knife was held in their right hand. I would say their predominant hand.
I pride myself on order method, and this is far from either. A suspect in a murder investigation has examined the very victim that they are suspected of killing. It's like something out of a crime novel.
Judging by the depth of the wound, I would say there was no great force put into the strike. more a sign of defense than attack. If I had to say what weapon was used, a small, sharp knife or dagger.
This may confirm my suspicions of the Major's knife being used to kill him.
I understand it may be difficult for one to keep such information to yourself, but I ask you to try. You're involved.
You are welcome, detective.
When my superior officer hears of the goings-on in this house, I will surely be seeing the green fields of the countryside once more. I must do all I can to redeem the reputation I have worked to build, starting with finding the killer.
S'il vous plaît, Comtesse. Keep this information to yourself.
Okay, Gideon?
Bonjour, Monsieur Demir.
Detective Poirot, how are you?
I just found out some salacious news.
The truth, Monsieur. With each step towards uncovering the blackmailer, I am thrown 2 steps back as to the identity of the Major's killer.
Is there something I can help you with?
No idea.
Archibald came to me and asked for my help in the matter. My brother and I dealt with it.
Merci for your help. It is a job that only the professionals should have to undertake.
It's a job that had to be done, although it may have affected my brother more than I.
How so?
At the sight of the body, the color drained from his face. Once we had reached the cellar, Zachariah took himself straight off to bed, without even a good night. Felix and Madame Vandenbosch are the only ones with keys, as far as I'm aware. Oh, and Archibald. I'm sure I heard Felix asking him to return something to it once.
Okay.
I have not seen him since last night. I'm sure he will have been fine after a good night's sleep.
I imagine the alcohol would have acted as a sufficient sleeping aid.
He does not need his younger brother checking in on him.
Perhaps that is exactly what he requires.
I'm not sure what he told you yesterday, Detective, but he's a big boy. He can look after himself.
I worry that may not be the case, Monsieur. His time in the war came up in conversation more than once during our conversations.
He's still talking about it? I thought talking to the doctor would have stopped all of that.
Merci, Monsieur.
Alright. Talk to oodles of people. Inspect the garden, talk to Cassandra. Let's see what we can combine. Gideon paid it off. Originally disputes the Major being the blackmailer. Knew the Major well. Brothers moved the body, asked them to inspect the body. He was shocked, so it's probably not Zach.
This will not get me any closer to my...
Okay, let's try this.
I should not be surprised by...
One can't be surprised with Angeline and Felix's bond. He's been a figure in her life for so long. Yeah. Let's see. Zachariah was therapized. Zach was therapized after the war? Gideon claims Archibald has access to the safe.
What a revelation.
I've heard of men returning physically from war, but their minds remain on the battlefield. Ah, yes, mental health in the past. So we could talk to Gideon and Cassandra, explore the garden. Could probably get some conversations out of the way. Gideon, I'm not done.
If it will help you. When he returned from the war, he was a different man. Everything became about what he had seen.
I cannot speak from experience, but I can only imagine the horrors he must have witnessed.
The first weeks he would wake in the night, screaming. I found him one night, cowering behind the desk in the study. When I tried to help him out from beneath it, well, it was the first time I had ever feared for my life.
That is not why you two are no longer close?
Not at all, Detective. We were always very different in nature. While I had always wanted to follow an academic path, Zachariah was more of a free spirit. or at least as free as our father and the laws would allow.
And yet, he ended up in the military. Quite the contrast.
Our father demanded that he at least try to do something with his life. And when some of his friends joined the army, he signed up with them.
Did his friends come home with him?
It wasn't long before he moved out from the family home after his return from the army. I always assumed that he had put the war and everything that came with it behind him and was moving on. But now I see that is far from the truth.
Oh. Alright, talk to Cassandra. Where is she at? Let's see. Got under 20 minutes. Let's see if we can find her. Nope, those are blocked off. Is she in the salon? Nope, salon's blocked. Is she in the dining room? So, yeah, that's to the garden. And I know that's gonna be a whole thing. While I must speak with Madame von den Bosch, I should also take this opportunity to talk to Mademoiselle Rohanna in the kitchen. Okay. Make sure there's nothing to interact with. Because evidence. So I guess we'll go to Rohanna, start that. Madame von den Bosch's collection of art extends further than just paintings. Bro, you could 3D... She probably would lose her mind if I could tell her, yo, you could 3D print all the busts you want. Your best friend has some famous bust, guess what? Poof, 3D print a little version for yourself. Fallen snows laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. I'm just making sure that none of this is like surprise evidence. Because that's how we got stuck last time. Yep, beautiful snow. Yep. I saw something over here. Oop, drinks globe. Kitchen. We don't have any travel expeditions. Cool. I thought I saw a door over here. Is that crazy? Oh no, that's to the salon. We can't go that way. Salon, Nina. Why are you saying it funny? I don't know. Just sounds cool. Ooh, the kitchen looks nice. Let's make sure there's no evidence to interact with. Oop, pots and pans. Cook has obviously used them. Yep, we've read that line before. Cupboard. Does not seem to be anything of interest in here. Alright, so let's chatter up. See what we can get in the next 16 minutes.
Bonjour, madame. You must be the wonderful cook.
You have a lot of eggplants.
Wonderful and modest, sir. I am Rihanna.
My taste buds thank you for the ravishing meal last night. It has been some time since I ate so well.
Glad to hear it, sir.
S'il te plaît, madame. A detective is fine.
In that case, mademoiselle is fine for me, and I will ignore your presumption of marriage.
Oh!
Très bon, mademoiselle.
Meet all the characters in the game! Well, there we go.
That's right. I've seen staff come and go, but a house always needs a trustworthy cook.
I agree. But if I was to eat what you prepare every day, I fear I may be the size of La Maison.
Not a bad thing, detective. You could do with some meat on your bones.
Well, with the snow still not clearing, we may be stuck here for the weekend. Perhaps I should look to adjust my pantalon buttons.
I did. Monsieur Archie told me what had happened. Bruises can swell fast, so I took him some ice to bring it down.
Strange, but just telling me it was the Major that requested the ice. Ooh.
How was the Major when you saw him?
Grumpy, as always.
I suppose one would not take kindly to being punched as he was.
Punched or not, he was as ungrateful as ever.
Oof.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Alright, do we get any new links? Nope. Alright, Cassandra. I'm sure I can get Cassandra's conversation in here. Yeah. We got time. Ooh. Ooh, you hit shift and you zoom in.
Bonjour, madame. I hope...
They obviously did not teach you manners at wherever it was you schooled.
Why are you making it so hard to talk to you? Also, this very red room with all the dead animal heads around you?
Pardon for the interruption, but these questions cannot wait.
Get on with it, then. I'm sure you're aware he was not the easiest man to get along with. His hot temper made him a number of foes.
A hot temper is reason enough to kill a man.
His mouth often acted before his brain. Perhaps someone had grown tired of dealing with it. Seeing as I heard Mr. Becker's in what I would describe as an unnecessarily loud exchange of words yesterday, he would be my first suspect.
You heard them yourself.
How could I not? The volume they were shouting at, I could hear them from the study in my room.
You did not think it fitting to tell me this yesterday?
I didn't think Felix was going to wind up dead and a murderer loose in my house. My apologies, detective.
Although I must learn more of this argument, it is not Madame that I expect the answers to come from. Rather, Monsieur Becca's. He has a great deal of explaining to do.
I assume you are talking about the supposed blackmail letter.
Not supposed, it is a blackmail letter.
Oui, madame. You know of it?
It arrived shortly after the first. Rather coincidental, if you ask me.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say, madame.
He no doubt had secrets hidden away. But do you honestly think Felix had anything of value to his name worth threatening him for?
Perhaps you should enlighten me.
Well, he was here, living in my house, eating my food, prepared by my staff. Does that answer your question, detective?
And what did he do for you?
I wouldn't put it past him to have written it himself, in the hopes of getting some sympathy from me.
And the other letters?
He probably wrote those too. If Angeline paid the first, that would have given him the money to pay the second letter. He is the White Knight, saves the day, and expects to live here happily ever after.
I did not expect Madame von den Busch to be so blunt with her thoughts towards the Major. I was under the impression there was more to their friendship, not less. It is quite the nefarious plan that Madame has laid out for the Major. I'm not sure I can believe he would go to such levels of deceit. I'm sure Mademoiselle Angeline will have an opinion on the matter.
What is it you wish to know?
You two have been friends for some time now. And while I do not mean to pry, has your relationship only...
If you are trying to insinuate that Mr. De Silva and I are running around like schoolchildren, you could not be further from the truth. He was friends with my husband, for goodness sake.
Man, polite society, it's hard to navigate, bro.
Oui, I understand they worked together. Investments, if I am correct.
Mr. De Silva was the voice of reason that my husband should have listened to more often, instead of throwing our money at businesses that were already on the verge of bankruptcy.
Merci, madame. I shall not
I've gathered all I need from Madame von den Busch and Mademoiselle Rohanna. I should return to the Great Hall. I have so many more questions now. I definitely know for a fact I could not navigate polite society. Oof. Stick out like a sore thumb, it'd be bad. Alright, there is one link. Let's see, the new stuff is from Rohanna and Cassandra. Said the Major didn't thank her. Took ice to the Major. Has worked with the family for years. Major had a temper. Cassandra supports Hugo. Major didn't have much to his name.
I must take a different approach if...
Okay, well, you think it was him, so maybe letter? No. Letter?
Order and method. That it...
Maybe second letter?
Come, my little grey cells.
Oh, sorry. Disputes the Major. Okay, so it's one or the other.
The pieces of the puzzle.
Angeline and Cassandra have different impressions of the Major. There must be a reason for this. Conflicting. Talk to Angeline. Alright, so talk to Angeline. Talk to Angeline, inspect the garden. I think we can chat her up. What's up, Queen? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Sorry, come here. Where are you going?
Is there something?
Alright.
You have got the wrong end of the stick, Detective. Maman has snapped at him recently, but it was nothing more than that. It was something to do with the letter. I heard them in the library before Maman shouted and he stormed out of the room past me.
Could it have been the blackmail letter that instigated their argument?
Why would Maman be upset with him over the letter?
Madame is of a very different opinion from yourself regarding his connection with the letters. She believes him to be the author.
I just realized my handkerchief is pink in my pocket.
That is what she told you? She has always been one to make a quick, if not rash decision, but she cannot truly believe that.
I literally just talked to her, bro.
I don't recall telling him directly. I did not want Maman to find out it had been paid. If he knew, surely she would.
Madame believes he may have been behind all the letters, and taking your payment of the first, then used it to pay the second and be the hero in you and your mother's eyes.
I never knew Maman had such an imagination. Where would she get a story like that from?
That is a question I was hoping you may be able to answer.
You have met him. Do you really think he's capable of such a devious plan?
Yes.
It is a plan only the most crooked and underhanded could create. Is that the Major? I am not so sure.
The more I think on Madame's story, the more ridiculous and obscure it sounds, but that does not mean it can be ruled out.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Okay, let's make sure we got no new stuff. Doing good on time. Oh, we got a new thing. Let's see. Cassandra wasn't happy with the Major. Angeline questions Cassandra's reasoning for the Major's blackmail.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Suspects Hugo.
I must act on thought.
Maybe this?
Come, my little Grace.
Ah, darn it.
Some would say a lucky guess.
I wonder if the blackmail had a greater effect on the relationship than expected. And we talk to Angeline again. Relationship ruined by blackmail? We got time. Quickly, talk fast.
Is there something? I'm afraid it had been that way for some time. Maman is not forthcoming with her emotions, as I'm sure you are aware. But I could tell she had not been happy with their arrangement for the last few months.
What gave you that impression?
There was not one particular thing that she expressed. It was just the way she spoke to him and of him when he wasn't present.
I shall not keep you any longer.
Did you just give me another hint? No. Now it is garden time. Alright, let's just get to the garden. Make sure the little save icon pops up. Yep, there's my little save icon. We like that. Finding evidence of the figure from last night will on one hand confirm I'm not seeing things as Monsieur Sterling suggested, but on the other, pose even more questions that must be answered. Ooh, there's a bunch of things, and we're gonna leave that for tomorrow. Oh my goodness, we've got so much reading. Oh, thank God there's voice acting. But there we go. That is part 1. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it tomorrow, but if you 3 are out, we'll be fine. But thank you for sticking around, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Suzu is Massey.